to the Hawks Nest live stream show, where hopefully YouTube has corrected their issues from earlier so that we can get a stable stream going here today. But welcome on in, folks. I appreciate you tuning on in for some scintillating post-game discussion today, where our Seahawks come out victorious 26-21, and you have those kind of games where you don't have a lot to talk about, and sometimes you go, well, you got the win, some notable plays here, some notable plays there, not much else in between there. It's kind of a game that was played. And then you get those games where you're just sliding all over the place emotionally, where it's from here to there, to here to there. And you're trying to get your feet in place to figure out what it is you're watching. You're also sure that you've never seen anything quite like this before. You're not sure if you want to remain a football fan forever or just quit right there, because it's so frustrating but so exhilarating. Same point. Stir of emotions into the blender. Come out the other end of it emotionally pretty much wrecked. And yeah, Seahawks come out with the win, and that was the game today. This was not the boring, well, got the win, not a lot to say. There you go. Bing, bang, boom. And if you do go back, flag on the people that were having issues with the video earlier, I did go back and check, and that the video plays fine. So replay on the play-by-play, on the final play of the game, on the breakdown there, everything looks like it's playing okay on that. But admittedly, YouTube was having some kind of issues at the exact wrong time. I don't know what happened. I don't know, maybe their servers got overloaded because everybody was trying to watch them at the same, too much or whatever. I don't know what it was, but hopefully it's better now. And it looked like the video was mostly okay when I went back and watched it to check and see if the issues might have been on my end. But the fact that it's replaying good tells me it's probably something going on with YouTube. The game wasn't a lot of stuff for us to talk about in this game. A lot of different little parts and pieces. So we're going to just kind of float through the chat, because I know you guys from a discussion standpoint are definitely going to have a good feel for where this thing's at and for the variety of topics that we've got to dive into on this game and coming out the other side of it. But I'm not going to be one of those folks, of those people that might come in the chat today and being I wanted a prettier win. Oh, you should have handled the Jets team that was 3-8 coming into this game better. You should have beaten them better. You should have boat raced them, outpaced them, lapped them. And I understand that there's a want to see the team performing better all the way around, and all coming together, and them getting stronger, and them getting more succinct and getting close to that contending standpoint of things. But this has been the ride of this season, and this is the first year under a new head coach, first offensive for the offensive coordinator, same way. And that the expectations that these wins would have to be somehow have style points on top of them, to me, is one that I won't probably understand too well. You get the win. I don't care how ugly it is. I don't care what you got to do to make it happen. And there's a lot of beautiful points to this win as well. There's a lot of noteworthy parts to this win that are worthy of lauding. But I think there will always be those people that come in on this one too, and it starts to become, let's pick some nits. Let's go at this little thing here. Let's concentrate on the negative angle of this. And I want to get ahead of that one point before I get over to the discussion tonight, in saying that if you're looking for someone here to be a guy who's going to echo back to you, if you're in that manner of wanting to pick at the nits, I'm not going to be that guy. There's certainly things that are negative we got to talk about. I'm probably saying, hey, the special teams, or this is a little bit problem. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying the big picture outlooks on stuff where it comes down to like, well, this team just doesn't. This team's 7-5. The team is leading the division, and they're setting the stage right now to get themselves in the playoffs for a first-year head coach. And this isn't even the Carroll 7-9 getting the playoffs and win the division by that way. This looks like you're going to win the 10 games, maybe even more if they can keep the run going. And that is, as a bottom line result, you can explain away as much as you can. That type of stuff doesn't happen for first-time head coaches typically. And that's nothing to me but and if we're going to look big picture, and rather than individualistic and positional group, that we're going to lock in on the grand scale of things. Hey, this has been a pretty big time success, as big time a success as you typically will get for a first time head coach. And that defense continues to round in shape over this past 4 weeks in the most wonderful of ways. It's locking in there. And so I think that this, while there will be those spots for us to talk about on the individual elements, on the big picture scale of things, this team's resiliency and this is their ability to bounce back off of things and keep fighting and staying strong. And this game was a bit of a microcosm to the grander scale of the season. You start out 3-0, you lose 5 of 6 games, and a lot of those losses in that 5 of 6 run were as ugly and brutal and painful of kind of losses as you would get. The kind of losses that could steer you down the lane of a season saying, the feeling's not there. Much of like what I'm saying I get sometimes from the feeling of some fans on this one, where it's like, a little bit of a defeatist attitude. And the players have not operated within a defeatist attitude this year. They've been fighting, they've been clawing. Everything that we're hearing about them during the work week has been, during the week of practicing and preparing, is that they're on it, that Mike McDonald likes how this team's practicing, and he's been a pretty honest coach about what's going on for both the good and the bad on this team. But that they do sound like they're preparing well, and that they've kept fighting through that 5 of 6 games. And the defense, obviously with some key additions in there too, has been able to lock in their play and been dominant, averaging over the last 3 games, I think alone, 12.6 points a game, something like that. But the team as a whole has been able to lock in, and they found the resiliency over these last collection of games to find your way through it. Find your way through it. And that resiliency was out there again today. Because your special teams, it was like they went to Vinny this week and they're like, what's the vig, Vinny, on a bet on the Jets with the points? What am I getting back, Vinny? Like there's like a whole special teams crew came collectively together and, hey, you guys want to make our one big bet of the year here? All right, we all know what time it is now, right? Kick return people, you're going to fumble? Yeah, you got it. And Nixon and Myers, of course, weren't allowed to be included because they knew they're too good at their jobs. They wouldn't allow that to happen. But the rest of them, there was a meeting. And so special teams unit did all they could to literally, while punting well, punt the game away. And this team could have taken every indication off of that and went, we're on the road, 10 a.m., even that drive there where Leonard Williams gets the interception, every reason in that moment, every right in that moment to go, okay, we made the good run of it, but it's on the special teams today. Nothing we can do on that really. Instead, they didn't. He got the pick 6. Defense kept going at it. Defense could have wilted at any point with how the offense was struggling to find some consistency there too. Didn't. Offense did just enough. Special teams, that was the worst half of special teams, if not the worst game of special teams I've ever seen, I think. That was holy hell. 3 fumbles, 2 that got picked up by the opposition. We got a 45-yard return, a 36-yard return, a block extra point, and then a kick return, which I know where this is going to be a lot of where the discussion's at today is going to be in discussion to where the special teams unit at is. While I will, on a grand picture of things, push back on trying to kind of push down on this team that's performing so well in the big picture scale of things, I will not when it comes to special teams, because it's ridiculous how this unit has played this year. Not just this game. This has just been the culmination. That's all this has been. This has been just the realization of the promise from week 1. But I know you guys will have plenty of discussion on this point. Let's just dive in the chat. I've talked enough already off the rip here. See where you guys are at on this. I'm feeling good though. I don't care ugly win or not. You're gonna look for me. You're gonna look for me. Hey Brandon, are you mad about the team with it? I'm gonna say, we're first place, first year head coach, youngest coach in the NFL. Perspective. I'm gonna be in that lane. I'm gonna stay in this lane. And there's gonna be a big old smile on my face every step of the way. Because I don't care. It can be as ugly as hell to many of you out there, but to me, give me the star eye emojis right now over my face. Yeah. That's all it is to me. Bottom line. BLM, how you doing, man? Ben, it's good to see you. Alcoholic, Ethan, Tech World. I think I'm drunk after that game. Yeah, I'm definitely emotionally just, there's some of those hot games where your whole body feels tired, even though you've not really done anything. I've been sitting here, but the whole body feels tired. Jarl says, not a good day for Arbaugh. It's going to be a tough look for him. And I was hard on him on the live stream. I get into my emotions, okay? I'm not perfect, okay? I might have called him a Nepo baby during the live stream. I'm not proud of that moment. That was not Brandon's best. That's not me at my best, okay? I'm sorry, Jay. But it is hard to watch. It's hard to watch. Hogaholic, I got to work out from watching the game. Who needs a gym membership? Laughing out. I bet the heartbeats. I bet you guys with your little watches clocking your steps. It was like, you've walked 5,000 steps. I've been sitting on my couch this whole game. Dune Moose holding on to D this long has spilled over to affecting other parts of our team. There's more pressure on Chanel to return. Shakes him up. And we should be kicking into the end zone. Oh, yes. 2 really great points in there. The D. Williams experience has been a confounding one. And one that I keep waiting to make sense to me. He'll be a good returner. That's what we'll get from him. He'll be a really good returner. I saw a punt in this game where it looked like they had a great shot from behind, almost like an all-22 end zone shot. And D. Williams receives the punt. He looks like he's got a lot of space up in front of him if he just starts driving it right up the field. Sort of takes a side angle, ends up getting about 6 yards on the punt return where he could have probably gotten a good 15. You come back to again, he's not comfortable catching the ball back there. He's not fluid catching the ball back there. It's one I said in week 1. I've been consistent on this every week on it. I've been proven over and over right on this. And I don't know why the coaching staff can't see it themselves. I understand it's hard to find punt returners, but for the love of God, just get a guy that'll catch it and fair catch it and call it. And as far as the kick returns go, I've almost got the same answer on both sides as your answer, Dune, which is, put it in the back of the end zone, let it go into the back of the end zone. I'm fine with doing this at that point. We haven't been dynamic enough as a return team, and it's costing us too much on that side of it to where this defense can't play this good and have things like that special teams unit, especially if the offense is playing relatively mistake-free on their side as far as the turnovers go. It can't be the special teams unit's got hanging 2 on the board and almost want to add a 3rd because you're trying for the small potential upside that exists there on getting a really big return back or stopping them at the 20-yard line versus just giving them at the 30 by knocking it through the back of the end zone. And maybe the win today was a little bit hard or like the conditions, because I'll say the 54-yarder that Dixon kicked, sometimes he usually kicks that with a couple extra yards at the back of it. It seemed like he was struggling to push that up through the upright today. I don't know if there was maybe some conditions affecting in there on the kicking game to that a little bit, but I hate to be as hard on him, but the kid's been that bad, and it's getting harder to excuse it and overlook it. And he was just lost in the sauce today. Lost in the sauce. Brutal moment. Dune says, what happened to Dixon? Back spasms, it looks like. I can't say for sure. I'm hoping it's just that, because that's something to get back. If it's like a fractured lower back, we're in trouble a little bit on that one. But hopefully just a back spasm thing. I'm sure somebody will have an update in the chat. Nick Craig, there's only one stat a Hawks fan should care about: wins and losses. Amen. New Hoist Gander Grade, undefeated on December. Undefeated, baby. Let's go. Young Battle Game, go Hawks, baby. Brandon the GOAT. Thank you, Young Battle. I appreciate that, man. Go Hawks. Herbicide says, come on, Saints. Saints making a run of it early, but the Rams are getting a little bit of a good go here. So see here, they're up in by over a touchdown now in this game, and I think they're driving again. Theo says, fire J. Ryan D. Lavishka. Lavishka's got the guaranteed deal, so probably got to hold on to him, but I agree. Things are getting a little bit pressed on that side. Dude says Job got picked on today. Good Jet strategy. He did. Yeah. They went at him, especially when they saw him in press coverage. I think there were some side adjustments at times to running the 9-route fade. And Rogers went to it again and again and again. Ryan Kennecott, never forget. He says, hope the stream will be stable. Sad I couldn't see Brandon's reaction at the end of the game. I know, man. I was so mad about it. We had well over 1,000 people, and I saw the drop-off as soon as we started buffering issues. And I'm like, come on, YouTube. This is going to be during game day you're going to fail on me? Jad Alpha, Leonard Williams, MVP. The man fills up a stat sheet like a basketball player that's just an all-around player now the last few weeks, but dominant today again. Back-to-back performances these past 2 weeks where you just go, wow. 4 tackles, 2 sacks, 3 tackles for loss, a pass defensed, 2 quarterback hits. Oh, yeah, and an interception, pick 6, and oh, yeah, could have had another sack on top of that. Where they had the face mask where he just glazed the face mask. He patted the face mask, really. It was a valid call. But Great day from Leonard Williams. He was dominant. Dominant. Matthew Galendez, how you doing? It's good to see you. What a hell of a game, huh? Thanks, BL. Check it out. Thank you, man. Besides, wasn't able to watch. Any good news from the O-line? I think overall you feel good about the performance of the O-line in this game. You found some holes a little bit more in the run game than you have. Still bad. There was less penetration, but there was still penetration. Geno Smith, 31 dropbacks, 6 quarterback hits, and 3 sacks, which is marginally. So I guess you go marginally better than it's been. I think Sato Lamea did all right out there. Oluwatimi had some rough moments. Williams got him early on, but that's a tough block for him one-on-one with Quinn Williams. Will McDonald was able on both sides of the offensive line to get both to Charles Cross and to Abraham Lucas, and both of the plays were pretty fast pressure. But there was also on top of there being some of that typical pressure that would be out there on Geno, there was also that easing up of it. And then there was also the easing up of it of giving Geno then really long pockets, giving him really a lot of time in the pocket to decide what he wanted to do. Like we saw last week in the Cardinals game at times. And at times we could punish them for that. And at times Geno just kind of ended up looking around and not finding a whole hell of a lot. Zombie Central. Brandon, question. There's a growing sense that Tariq Woolen won't get a contract extension and may possibly be off the team by next season due to his softness and laziness. Any thoughts? It's been the ongoing struggle and issue that I've had with him, Zombies, so I would probably be in somewhat of alignment with other people on this. I don't know that it is laziness necessarily. I think that it is that a friend I often go to talk to about this stuff, good friend, my guy D-Mac, and played college ball, and I talked to him a lot about the stuff at times with football and this when we have these kind of discussions on stuff, and we've often talked about the wide receivers making the conversion to cornerback and the difference in mentality of what you get from a wide receiver to a cornerback, and that they just, you go, well, yeah, they're both athletes. They both run really fast. There typically is a difference in just their mindedness, much like there's just an overall difference in mindedness from offensive players to defensive players. They're kind of playing two games. And with Woolen, he has more of, I think, the offensive mindset and what he brings to the defensive side of the ball at times, which can work well with going up and making plays on the ball and getting his head turned around for the ball and understanding route concepts. And there's a lot that helps him to that side. But then the tackling, the getting off blocks, Julian Love at the end of this game on a play where you have 3rd and 26, you're trying to keep them out of a 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2, where it becomes no doubt about it, they're going for it on 4th down. You know, if you can even in there maybe press a little bit to maybe get them to go to punt it there and try to trust their defense. You want to try to do that by putting them into 3rd and 26. Oh, they gained 12 yards. We've got them down now to a 3rd and 12. They know 4th and 12. They know there's not a good chance that they'll just punt or whatever. Maybe they would have just gone for, with whatever happened there. And the Saints are driving now down to the 23-yard line into Rams territory with 13-14 to go in the 4th quarter here. Rams are up 14-6 on the Saints. So you then have Julian, they throw a pass across the field to the running back who's wide open in space out in the flat, and no one's around him. And he's running up the football field, and eventually somebody rallies up to tackle him at a bounce. But you have Julian Love just barking at Tariq Woolen in that moment saying, what the hell? What are you doing? What's going on? What? And that's, again, one of those, there's obviously some confirmation bias on my part, and that as I walk in and see that moment, and I'm thinking going into that a little bit, this has been an issue this year. This has been a bit of an issue for him here going back. Teams are attacking it. Teams are aware of it. I don't know that it is some issue that would just completely make him defunct as a possible option here in the long term, because there's a lot of skills that he does bring. But I think that it does bring it into question a bit, Zombies. And I think that there's more than a little bit of smoke to this particular fire. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. And thank you for your earlier don't know today. It says, Jay, hard crap. Don't need him. Hard crap today, man. That thing was more solid than, nice throw over the top there by Carr. Touchdown, Saints. They're going to go for 2 probably here and try to tie this up. Beautiful throw by Carr. Beautiful. It's tough to understand a little bit on why you didn't stay with Izzo. And you new coach, you want to let him have a chance to build his staff. Obviously, he has familiarity with Harbaugh. This wasn't a blind hire to bring Harbaugh in with his time being there at Michigan. But Harbaugh was a college special teams coach who hadn't necessarily produced special teams units in college. So a guy that struggles to do that in college now is going to do that at the pro level. Seems a bit of a leap. Very much a bit of a leap on top of it when you go, you pushed and ushered out Larry Izzo out the door, who was one of the best special teams coaches since he's taken over here in Seattle. And you've had a very clean unit across the board. Punt well, kick particularly well, as long as we're not in a Mr. Hyde year for Jason Myers. And you defend and you get good kickoffs. All that stuff was pretty solid across the board. And we've gone backwards in every way that kind of a special teams coach could control this year that we can. How we defend punts, how we defend kicks, how we return punts, how we return kicks. That's despite putting basically $1 million down on Laviska Shenault to be your main guy to be doing that stuff. Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, I don't want to hear anything about the O-line when we didn't score from the half-yard line. Grubb has no plays to get touchdowns and goes shotgun on 4th. Say all you want about personnel, but he's an issue too. He's definitely struggling to find his consistent level here, in the fact that, to your point, Sanchez, there's a regression going on as we're through the last 3 or 4 games here with your Seattle Seahawks. You have a touchdown this week that's on the board that you wouldn't have had otherwise, which basically puts you 18 points last week. The defense also got you a pick 6, or else you're looking at a game that's 9-6, where you've scored 9 points in that game. You go back to the 49er game, 20-17 in that football game. Is barely kind of ushering out what you need to get done as far as points go. If I'm not mistaken, too, the defense got you a short field in that game as well. So defense helping the offense out in that particular game, Sanchez, as well, giving them a short field to get to the 20 points. And then you got the Rams game where you got 20 points, and then you got the Bills game where you got 10 points. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once you leave that Falcon game, since then, the last 5 games, this offense is struggling to produce. Struggling to produce while you're putting Abraham Lucas back in the lineup, who's obviously an upgrade over what you've been trotting out there at right tackle. Struggling to produce with all of the skill position players you have out on this offense to make this go. And the line definitely is out of control a little bit, and they're a little bit rough. And you saw today they wanted to run the ball and get after that wide 9 and get downhill, and they just couldn't get to that stuff by and large, and that it did restrict the offense quite a bit. But I don't think that there's anything wrong with also saying, look, we're looking at Grubb, and he's a part of this evaluation and through this season, Sanchez. And if this continues throughout this year where your offense can't refine or regain any kind of footing, I don't think that an offensive coordinator is going to be measured as a high-value offensive coordinator when you need everything right for your offense to go. And even if he has the offensive line rolling, to your point on that, the play calling down inside the red zone and the strange lack of motion and mobility, the not getting very creative at all, just kind of trying to run. I mean, the fade ball to DK, the slant into DK, that stuff has never really worked in the past. Why does it suddenly work now? Especially when you have Sauce Gardner out there, which take into account that just a little bit. We're really good press cover corner. It's going to be impressed on DK. DK can't just do his normal, I'm going to beast up on a 5'11", 190-pound dripping wet cornerback. It's not that kind of case there in that moment. So running that kind of route doesn't make a lot of sense. So the team's struggling to score, struggling to put points on the board, and they should be putting up more points than they are, Sanchez. even with the offensive line and where it's at, that does not excuse completely regressing as you go along through the year. You were putting up more points even with the worst offensive line play early on in the year. And so I'm not going to excuse it. And like we've talked about in recent weeks on this is a point of evaluation this offseason. And if it continues through the offseason, it's not going to be one where I'm going to just simply give Grubb the free pass on it. He's got to do more when the defense is giving him touchdowns every week. And I know he's trying to find it in the run game and he's searching it out there, but it's not an end-all be-all excuse. I agree with you there. Chris says, your stream was almost as crazy as this game. Well, thank you for the $2 donation. And yeah, you want to talk about frustrating for me is I get 17 of those a year. And those are our chances and times to really pick up the new subscribers and the new watchers. And that's when I want the stream being run. I want YouTube having everything clear on its end. But as you guys can see today with how smoothly we're running right now, YouTube had some freaking dumb glitch at the wrong time. And I bet what it is, you got all those 10 o'clock games winding down. And YouTube's just not prepared probably on their server for the overload they're probably getting as far as the sudden dramatic increase in watch count. I bet if you saw their watch traffic at that point, it'd be like, it goes like up to here. And their servers probably got tested across the board because of it. You got a lot of young early games going on there that just pushed it up. That's my only theory on it. I don't know. Everything was good on my internet. I went right over the Bleacher Report. That one worked really good over there. And thank you to everybody who jumped over on the Bleacher Report for the post-game show over there, as I really want to keep doing that. And it's nice of them to invite me over there. Megan, thank you for the $20 donation. And Megan dropping 100 earlier. Thank you as well for that, Megan. My lady from Dan Enda. Appreciate you. Says, happy birthday to me, I guess. Still stand by the trap game call, though. We played down, not up to the opposition, which is a huge concern to me. Well, I definitely think that the early part of this game was one that looked very similar to the trap game, 10 a.m. game, team not quite ready to roll, some finer details, linemen running into each other when they're trying to both pull into space. Just some definitely general sloppiness across the board early on in that game. I think that the defense definitely played up to it. And that 9 straight possessions, I think at the end, Megan, that you had to stop no points through the last 9 possessions of this football game. That to me is one hell of a tremendous effort to give that offense back. I think there's rightful points to look at with the offense and with the special teams for sure. And whether or not the special team, where the offense kind of came in and said, oh, yeah, well, we got this. We'll just kind of, roll through with it. I did say too coming in though, Megan, this is why I had this as a 3-point game for your Hawks coming into this game, is because of the fact that you have a Jets defensive line with Williams, with Will McDonald, with Clemens, with Riddick. That's very well suited in some ways, Megan, more than even where the Niners are at right now. When you consider really Bosa and kind of Leonard Floyd a little bit is really the only things that make that 4-man pass rush go for the Niners. They don't have that interior guy like a Williams, so that it becomes a bit of a tougher matchup on that side of it. DJ Reed and Sauce Gardner are at least equivalent corners to what the Niners are running out there as well on that side. So they challenge you there on that. As I kind of walked in and how I previewed this game, I said that as weak as the Jets are, the defense is still pretty solid, and the Jets are built defensively to attack and go after where we are weak, being that they can get after the offensive line. They got the corners that can hold up on our wide receivers. And so there's a way that they can give us a little bit of a long day at the office. There's some things that we did to make it easier, though, Megan. There is. The atrocious level of the special teams play today. Some of the play calling with Grubb, not the greatest. And still inability to create anything in the run game, really, by and large. There's still some cracks of daylight there. There are more moments of hope in the running game in this one. We've been in the darkness lost. Just where do we find the 3 yards in a cloud of dust? I can't see anything. At least today, you actually popped a couple of runs. There are legitimate holes. There's legitimate space there for the running backs to work through. So maybe there's something to build upon with that. But I think with this too, Megan, is that's a team that may be a team down and is lost and has been out of sorts, but that's a team coming off a bye, had 2 weeks to prepare for you, playing at home, 10 a.m. Rodgers definitely looks as healthy as he's looked all year from the legs as far as that goes. He's definitely not moved around like that in prior games this season. So you got kind of their best punch is what I'm saying. You didn't get a team that just sort of packed it in. They're heading to Cabo in a week. They were in this game fighting. They were chippy. They were after it. But we got it through, Megan. They knew it was your birthday. So they pulled it out at the end. They knew what was up. Radu Turkan, thank you for the $2 donation. He echoes Sanchez's sentiments on this. Says, where is the creativity from Grubb? Boring as F offense. Very boring offense. Very stagnant offense. There is no real use of, again, we ran one fly sweep 2 weeks ago for 8 yards. We've never gone back to it again. The tunnel screen still works relatively well. We had a little success in one play that we came very close with Walker, I think, early on in this game, busting. But we probably go to it too much because we don't have anything else that's really working. The passing attack, though, is very strange. I would honestly say that if you, at times with this passing attack, it seems really predicated upon pushing the ball up the field more than it is on being a spread system, where it's supposed to be a spread system that interworks some working of the ball down the field. And this year, it's been a little bit of the inverse of that, which is run counterintuitively to what you do on the offensive line, where you don't hold up in pass protection particularly well to make those long developing plays work. Why they're doing it, I don't know. Why there's not more creativity, I'm not too certain. There's been some moments. He's showing out here and there, just some moments here and there and here and there, but just not going to it on a real creative basis, and especially Radu. To your point, to Sanchez's point on this, on the goal line situations, goal to go. It's almost like Grubb has had 80% of his playbook torn out. There's only 20% left. And definitely none of that stuff. Marty McFly, thank you for the $12 donation. I hate not feeling confident on the 10, 5, or even 1 yard line. It's wild. There's far worse teams out there that can simply punch it in. I don't understand. You saw him do it on that Charbonnet run where, bam, one block, Charbonnet downhill. That's all it takes. 5-6 yards down. He's in the touchdown. Boom, there you go. But they just can't do that consistently. And I don't know. I don't have a good reason for it either. I think there's a lot of conservativeness in how they go about it, where there's a lot of these goal line situations, and a couple times in this game where you're 3 tight ends, you're going full heavy, you're doing everything but leaning into every defensive player's ear, Marty, and saying, it's a run. And they seem to be able to read by our alignment where the running play is going to go. This comes back to a little bit of the question from Radu just a second ago of where is the creativity? And it's hard to say exactly on that. I mean, I don't feel confident in either, and I don't quite understand it either. I get it a little bit from the angle of, they say, Marty, if you're going to kind of be a team that's going to score a lot of points, you might throw in between the 20s, but you got to run the ball inside the 20-yard line. And that is the one place on this team, maybe even more so, and that's saying something, than the pass protection, or at least on par with the pass protection, that you just can't rely on it. There's no consistency to it. There's too much penetration. There's too many negative yard play runs in there. It's hard to understand where most teams, like you say, are put in that position, and it's really, they've got the defense at a disadvantage rather than it feeling the other way. I think some of the turnovers in some of these games down there too hasn't helped matters. Robert Jimenez with a $2 donation says, I hope they cut D. Williams tomorrow. I've been saying it since week 1, man. So you will have nobody more, in agreement with it on that than me on that one. I feel for the kid. I know he's trying his best probably out there, but I don't want to get down the home stretch of these games. I certainly don't want to get into a playoffs and you're in the element. It's colder. It's harder to catch the punts. And now D. Williams ends up costing you a playoff game because of something that you could have seen as an issue in week 1. That's really why I bring this up, is not to rake him over the coals, but to say, okay, Houston, we got a problem. Our back booster's blown out, Houston. We're flying through space, spinning like a top. Can you give me anything we can do here? Roger, Apollo. Why don't we just go ahead and send D. Williams out into space? Now, so I just want to make sure I'm right on this. Did you just say we should send D. Williams out into space? That's correct. We've got to stem the rocket fuel that's leaking out the back of the booster, Apollo. Advise, NASA, do you have a way we might get that done? Paulo, did you watch the original Alien? Yeah. All right. I want you to do, get him in that lock, the time lock thing, and pull it like Sigourney did. Like Sigourney shot him into space through the airlock? Yeah, do that. Roger, Houston. Hey, what's going on, guys? What you doing? Don't. I'm just saying, Robert, it's the way at this point. We've got to do what we got to do. They've tried multiple chances over. Maybe he's a marvelous returner in some practice field that no one's ever seen, but not anymore. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. Assuming the offense looks the same these next 5 games and any playoff games, do you give Grubb another season? No, I've said with this, and this is a little bit in conjunction, Cameron, to Sanchez's point below on this. First, let's start from the top. You're not under the same pull for giving coaches necessarily a lot of time period that you are with a head coach. With a head coach, you need to establish culture, you need to establish the ways. I mean, all that stuff can take time, especially if he's got to clean up stuff from the prior. But it doesn't have to necessarily be that way with the offensive coordinator. And with Grubb, the regression is disconcerting. You want to see as the OC goes along and starts to learn himself in this league, what works, what doesn't work. Okay, rough footing early on. I start to get it better as we go along. And instead of that, it's more of rough footing as we go along. And now we're going to go even rougher a little bit, where even early on, you weren't exactly a juggernaut. Yeah, you're passing for a lot of yards, but you're also, through the early part of the season, leading the league in passing attempts to get to those passing yards because you couldn't run the ball. And beyond the numbers, beyond the points, beyond that, this goes with the both of them, where you're weighing the points, you're weighing what you're seeing in the game and how the games are playing out offensively, and then you're also looking at your offensive talent. And while the offensive line is not in great shape, the receivers you have on the outside, the tight ends that you can bring into bear on the team, the running backs that you have in your back pocket, the lack of using Laviska Shenault, who should be an exact kind of puzzle piece worked into this offense, especially an offense if it is struggling to find typical footing by, typical, but use that word like, I think I'm going to say typical 5,000 times in this one. But that's what you're running into. And if it's going to continue throughout the season, and it's going to continue to be in a regressive form, understanding that it's been here for 5 weeks, it's going to be hard to necessarily stay with Grubb going forward. I do think that it's also a part of it with where the offensive line is at and how much it holds back the offense, and that this wouldn't be just purely an offensive coordinator not getting the job done, that there's a part of this that you've got to take into account too in the evaluation of it. But at the same point in time, are there other things that it feels like he could be doing throughout this period of season to better put this team in a position to success, to manufacture some things? The high quotient of 7-step drop type plays where you're just looking deep down the field over and over again when you don't have the offensive line, the lack of creativity, the lack of pre-snap motion, the ineptitude when it comes to playing in the red zone, keeping Geno under control in some of his decision-making in the red zone. As it doesn't seem like that was a point that was brought enough into bear on him early enough on the year in the way that it needed to be. All of the stuffs are points that you want to get into in discussion, I think, this offseason and thinking about that, and everything's got to be on the table. The only thing not on the table is we got Mike Donald. He's the right guy here, but everything else in consideration, it's got to be out there and put out there. Some of it's got to be in their evaluation of how much this thing is impacted by the line. But again, the Grubb critique is valid, in my opinion, on this as well. I wouldn't push back on it. And yeah, if it keeps going this way, Cameron, I'd have a hard time on saying that I have confidence with him going into another season. You should be getting more out of this offense. Henry Diesel, thank you for the $5 donation. Is there anything more American football than a big man pick six? No, there ain't. No, there ain't. Especially when it's an 80-yard pick six. How about that? Somebody said earlier, Henry, I don't know if it's true, that was the longest pick six return for a man over 300 pounds in NFL history. I want to believe it. I want it to be the truth.
But it was wild. He was awesome. He caught that thing and he wanted it. He wasn't just doing, because sometimes the big men will catch it and they know they're not going anywhere. They'll make a show of it. They'll do some, but then as soon as the guy comes up to tackle him, they're like, okay, I'm going to quit playing. But Leonard caught that thing and he's like, got the sideline, had an envoy, got upfield. As I said on that broadcast, you see in moments like that, you see it when the way you rush the passer, but you see in moments like that why they call him the big cat. Truly deserving of that nickname. Truly deserving that nickname. But it was a beautiful thing to see, Henry. And boy, what a game-changing play. They're on our side of the field there. I believe they're up by a couple touchdowns at that point. They could extend the lead out to a place that just puts you into a pure one-dimensional state with almost no ability to go in the run game then going forward. Would have been trouble town. Leo saving us from trouble town. The Saints are driving right now. Got 6:53 to go in this football game with the Rams, and the Saints are down by 7, but they are on the Rams side of the football field. Radu Turkan, thank you for another $2 donation. Grubb cut next year. Who would you want replaced? Good question. Very good question. Who would I want replaced? That is part of the process, right? Who you bringing in? Who you bringing in to make it happen? I'd have to give that a lot of thought, to be honest with you. I don't have a good answer off the top of my head, and I'll try to think of one because I just haven't thought of much about doing the replacement thing Rod do at the forefront. But I'll try to think a little bit more about it on a guy that might stand out to me. I think I would lean into more of a balanced offensive attack. And I would lean into a guy that has a creative running game. I mean, Arthur Smith would have been, I think, in a lot of ways an ideal kind of hire, and the team tried to. He was their number one guy. I think a type like that's not the worst way to go. I don't want to look for an archaic offense by any measure. But I do want to make sure that we're keeping the run game going with the balance, I think. I think that would be smart. But I'll try to think of some other, I've been trying to think through some guys off the top of my head. And nobody's jumping out. Coaches that we've had fired feel like they're so far basically defensive coaches here. Dennis Allen's out and Salah's out. Can't think of a lot like bright minds that are on the open market. All right, so Taysom Hill's going to go get the first down. He just stuck his head in the butt of the lineman. I think he gave himself a concussion. He just slammed his forehead into the butt of the lineman to get the first down. And yeah, I think he's concussed. Oof. He was doing the direct quarterback from shotgun thing, and then he's going to run with it. He didn't hit the butt. He just hit the shoulder pad. Boy, he was bearing down, though. Maybe just caught the elbow. Just an elbow upside the head. Brutal. Radu, give me some time though, man. I'll work through my mind, and I know there's probably somebody I'm not thinking about that's on the open market out there. There'd be a guy that I would jump on. If the Colts let go of Shane Steichen, or the Browns gave up on Stefanski, those would be two guys that I would definitely be looking at if they didn't have head coaching opportunity somewhere else. Baby More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. How can a 300-pound guy go 17 miles an hour? That's insane. It is insane. And that's why you earn those nicknames. And that's that's why I love those nicknames that are just perfectly applied to guys, where it's not forced on them, or somebody's trying to make something that's not a thing on a guy with a nickname. But with Big Cat, much like you got with the big unit and Randy Johnson, it's just perfect. It's perfect. And he's got a moment in his career, if it is a record, like some people were saying, that is as a highlight of that as you'll get, where D linemen just don't do that. They don't move like that. That's 320 pounds. I mean, I think about that sometimes. If you ever go to the gym and you're a 190 pound guy like me, go over to the weight rack, and then you pick up you just pick up, for instance, like the 25s, just to hold on the side. And then you start kind of, maybe like carrying it, or let me put on an extra, let's grab the 50s on each side and put it on top. And then imagine juking or trying to run full speed. And they're big men. They're built to do it. They've got the power and strength, but you really appreciate when you got those weights in your hand, you kind of, yeah. What if I was a 240 pound back? I wouldn't move very well. I would not be able to get from point A to point B. But it was insane play, feed me. Kale Lively, thank you for subscribing to the channel. And folks, if you haven't already, please hit that like button. Maybe sub on up just like Kale has. We are on the road here to 20,000 subscribers. I know I mentioned a lot, but I just want to put it out there again. Is once we get to 19.5, I'm doing a 24-hour stream. We'll be doing a 24-hour stream for charity. So getting up a sub today, getting us closer to that mark, getting us ever closer. We're going to get inch in, bit by bit. You're helping us get there. Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. It says B, Eagles, Ravens, Super Bowl. I'm going to have a hard time buying into Mr. Lamar Jackson right now in the playoffs until I see him doing it in the playoffs. I'm not saying he can't get it done out there. Very well, he might be able to. Maybe they can just lean on their running game with Henry there in a way that they haven't been able to in prior lack of playoff success that he's had at times. I don't think their defense is as strong as it was last year, but still strong. And so I collectively go, I don't feel like they're going to have quite enough. Still a very good team in the AFC, but to me, it's more of a Bills, Chiefs. I would put at the forefront of having more of an inroads here before I would give it to the Ravens. Eagles absolutely have a type of team that's going to play and work in December, and their ability to run the ball and their ability to be so tough to defend. Wouldn't surprise me if they were there. I think that the Lions feel like a well-oiled machine. The Lions also feel like they're starting to get some injuries mounting up. Wow, another nice hit there by Cameron Curl. Boy, he stuck him. Kamara there looked like he was ready to go get a first down, and Curl just came up and said, no. But I would go probably Bills, Lions if I was making the guess. And if not that, then it would be Bills, Eagles would be the offshoot there, Hand Grenade. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. How about hiring an offensive Leslie Frazier to help Grubb? If we're stuck with him, get him a mentor. I love the idea, Sanchez. That's brilliant. Brilliant. Truly. It's a creative way of going around like, hey, let's not change it all over and try to flip the script back down to zero as far as the reset button and relearn a new offense and new terminology. And we know we got a team that's really close and ready to contend. So let's bring the guy in that can be a little bit more of the consultant type to him. And I love that idea. Go get a guy like, Frank Reich. Does he want to be an offensive coordinator again? Does he want to go really back in? Is he going to get another head coaching job really again? Could that guy be the kind of guy you could bring in for a guy that could kind of go, okay, settle it down here, Grubby. Settle it down here. I'm open to it, Sanchez. I think every option at the end of the season's got to be on the table a bit here. What's the solution to the offense? Certainly offensive line's a part of it, but I think you're right to say it's not all of it. And what we want to do is deal with all of the solution, not part of the solution. Let's capture it all. How do we take this thing to the best state? And that means evaluating all. And as you stay with this trend of it, you go, look, the offense has way too much talent on this thing with what's got going right now to be averaging through the back, at that point, 10, 11 games of the season, 19 points a game or something like that. That's not good enough. And the line can't take all the heat for that. Brian Kennicott, thank you for the 15 months. And Sanchez, thank you for all of your donations today. Appreciate you, brother, as always on that. One of our big-time donators on the channel. Brian Kennicott, celebrating well over a year as a Hawks Nest member, says, Grubb equals Alabama quarterback. Both quickly find out everyone is better than you in everything, every time, every Sunday. Figure it out, Grubb, or you'll be gone. Definitely looking over a little over his head at this point. I thought it was a very encouraging start for him out the gate, finding some productivity and working through the offensive line struggles. But it does seem like cumulatively over the season, the creativity's been dialed back more and more and more. They're more simplistic. They're more predictable to these defenses. 3/4 of the time they're running the ball, the defenses are running to the literal hole they're looking to run to. So they have some kind of pre-snap indicators, be it on the film that they've put out or what their guys are showing in their stances at the line of scrimmage, what's going down. And that's the part we talk about that can't work in the long term, and that there's going to need to be that solution for that. And I want Grubb to be here for the long term and be that guy. But at the same point in time, if McDonald knows in-house at this point, that's just something he doesn't have an ability to find the adjustment to, or that his response and going to where it's going is not necessarily the best response or an answer for that matter, you got to make the hard call if that's what's up. I think that's why we do give it through the end of the season. And you wait to see if he can find some more of that footing and see if more cohesion comes to that line. We had another day today where another new starter out on that line. Here's another rookie 6th-round right guard now out there. And Lucas just coming back. And Oluwatimi trying to find his footing in there too as well. So give it that time. Maybe we'll find a little bit down the stretch of them securing themselves. I mean, if they do find the last 5 games of some offensive consistency and put 25 points up a game down the stretch and get in the playoffs, then, well, we feel a lot better about it then. And we're not in the same state as where we're at right now. But once we get the final point of the year, if it maintains, then that's where I will push the discussion too. Y2K says, with a $2 donation, how dirty was the hit on Trevor Lawrence? It's as dirty as it gets to me. The quarterback is in no more of a vulnerable position to me than that moment, because they're sliding down. You hit them, you're guaranteed to concuss them. If not the front side hit, then the back of their head slamming off of the turf is going to cause a concussion at that speed. And the officials on this one have given the defense room on this one where they say where he starts his slide is where we're going to put the ball. Meaning that there's no reason for you to try to drive into the quarterback to prevent him from getting an inch going forward, because we're going to pull it back 2 whole yards, like significant yardage back to this spot. And that's where we're going to set this up. And so when a defender comes in on those plays and actually, lights the QB up, especially in this day and age where we're beyond just this rule just initially being implemented, where the defenders at first were like, they can slide now and we can't decapitate him anymore. They used to call me the guillotine, man. I got to dump my nickname, man. Man, I'm the guillotine, bro. I even say it in French and stuff. Like, I'm like, le guillotine. That's what they call me, man. Man, NFL, no fun league. So we're here. We're years removed of that, Y2K. We're at the point where that's blatant as it gets. I mean, we've got defenders that are holding up on quarterbacks that are running out of bounds, for God's sake, that are standing upright. And the defenders are like, I want a $50,000 fine, $50,000 fine, $50,000 fine. So to do that in that moment, the ballsiness of that, pretty bad. Rodney Turkan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, can Travis Hunter not pull a Taysom Hill? He's going to insist upon it. Hunter wants to play both ways. I'm guessing what will happen here in the placating of this is that you'll get Hunter playing all of his time over on the cornerback side of it, and then the coach will work in some package plays for Hunter as a wide receiver. But I would reckon to guess you're not going to see Travis Hunter running both ways 24/7. That would be, I would not recommend it. I don't think that your body can take it in the NFL. It's too many snaps. You're going to get too tired. I know he wants to, and he can find maybe some effectiveness. He's got wide receiver ability to kick over to that side. 4th and 3 for the Saints here. 1:13 to go. They're down 21-14. They're knocking on the door, but this is it. Dropping back to throw. And that's a fumble. And that's game over. Rams are going to get the win. Strip sack at the end. Rams able to keep pace. Carr sitting in the pocket there. That's the throw right there. Carr he was looking to the left and he should have been looking right. It's like Byron Young bearing down on the backside there. They had Byron Young matched up on a tight end, and he thought he could hold the ball. There's Derek Carr with a stupid play. So you have tight end trying to hold up on their number 2 edge rusher, and Carr sits there and sits and trying to find the back. Think he's got time for the backside throw a bit there, which he didn't. Very interesting. Jackson Nilsson, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you for that, Jackson. Thank you for answering my call, helping us get a little bit closer to that goal. Appreciate you. Sorry, Jared Verse got that sack. Let's go, Jared. Having one of the monster years we've seen for an edge rusher in recent memory. Damn it. Rowan G, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Rowan, I appreciate you for jumping aboard. Members of the channel, keep an eye on your community posts. We'll be getting out PFF scores from the Seahawks game tomorrow, Monday morning. We got the Thursday stream for members only at 5:15, and we've got the call-in show that we just did this Saturday. We'll be doing another one at the end of the month here in December. So be on the lookout for that. I have a great time always being able to put some faces to names and being able to talk to people on that. It's always good. So thank you, Rowan, for joining aboard as a Hawks Nest member. Michael Senalonza. I'm going to say Michael. Right? Let's not butcher your last name, okay? Thank you for the $5. He says, fire Grubb. Frank Reich, future offensive coordinator. Well, I think that's really the important part of this, more than is the Frank Reich was. Frank would be fine, I think, Michael. I think that'd be a very popular choice as a guy, but I think that's along the lines of the nature of what I'm talking about here, where you are looking, what a run there to finish the game. Boy, Kyron Williams just finished this game with a beautiful run. Rams took this one, man. Hard fought win for them on the road again in this one, and they took this game from the Rams or from the Saints. Did just enough offensively, but defense came to play against Carr and company, and they did enough. I think Saints lost an offensive lineman in this game, made a big deal. That was a big loss for them. But I think the Reich, whether it's Reich or whether it's that kind of guy, Michael, if it's just that kind of dude, that's what you're looking for, is somebody that knows how to coach in this league. They know how to create a functional offense, a functional running game. You're going to give them a reinforced offensive line. You're going to give them awesome targets on the outside to work through and work with. If that's the route they go, then you want to go with not necessarily the big swing for the second level deck. You just want to knock it over the fence. And I think with the Grubb hiring, it was more of, let's see if we can put it in the second deck. That there was a big boom factor to that hiring, but there's also the big potential bust factor. And hopefully he can turn it around. But great minds think alike, I guess, Michael. We're thinking along the same lines there with whether it was a consultant or just want to bring on an OC. And as my cohort out there at the B&B, Brendan, has mentioned many different times, Frank's probably not getting a head coaching job anywhere. So he's going to probably have to settle if he wants to come back into the coaching circles with a couple of lost head coaching jobs of no success, to being probably an OC once again. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. Surprised at the fight from the Jets. Lots of attitude. Felt like a division game. Wonder how much the players wanted to beat their former team. Well, you certainly look like, to my eyes, that you had a Leonard Williams that was turned up in this game and was feeling it and was ready to roll, and he wanted it. And hell, you get that pick six, you knew he wanted it there. But yeah, this felt like there was a lot of attitude out there. I was surprised at the chippiness. I was remarking it was a little bit like a divisional game as far as the amount of back and forth. There was a couple of close call fight moments in the game. Maybe it's that Ohio State Michigan game got all the players a little turned up. They saw all that and they're like, it's gonna be brawl of the day, But it was very, very feisty as this game wore along. There was a lot of chippiness out there, which I liked. It just amped up and ramped up that level of intensity that we saw from both teams and what they brought. But good hitting too in this game, I thought. A couple of good licks out there. But yeah, those former players, right, Keon? DJ Reed wanted to get it done on his side against the Seahawks. Though I don't think he has any bad blood. We tried to sign him. Jets just paid more money than we did. We wanted to bring him back into the fray. But yeah, Leonard saying, hey, yeah. How about that? Gino, he wanted to make it stick. I think Gino's undefeated against his former teams. Is that right? I could have that wrong, but I want to say Gino has beaten him every single time. If it's the Gino Revenge Tour. Thank you, Keon. I appreciate the $5 donation. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation. Brando, I was worried when Megan gave up on the Hawks near the end of the first quarter. Luckily, I hung in there with most fans to see the Hawks strangle a victory for Megan's birthday. Well, they had to reward her for her birthday today. You know what I mean, Garth? They had to reward her for the birthday. And she had a sense. She wasn't alone, Garth. I'll say that. There was a lot of folks in the chat leading up to the week, during the game, before the game. This is some trap elements to them. I'm not a big trap guy myself, because I tend to be a guy that doesn't want to use that unless I really feel it's applicable. And to me, you're going to be a team that's going to be able to be caught into a trap game. You have to be good enough to be allowed to be trapped, so to speak. And to me, I had a hard time. Hold on, let me close my window. Hearing neighbors talk, it's throwing me off. But I think that I just, to me on that with the trap games, I say you got to be good enough. You have to be a team that's kind of riding high, you're a 4 or 5 game winning streak. Not you've been kind of searching for yourself throughout the whole year and you've kind of found yourself for a couple games, sort of, if just but on one side of the ball. But they overcame. They overcame in this game. And I think certainly the defense wasn't caught in the trap element. I think they played from hard start to finish. They showed up in this game. They were tackling. They were strong in the running game. They took that away from them. They didn't make things easy on Rodgers. They didn't have to blitz. They stayed back with a real certain pertinent game plan that was different from the prior game plans that they've applied in recent weeks. And so I feel like they really earned that side of it, Garth. But thank you for all your donations. And luckily they were able to reward Meg with a wonderful birthday gift when we all like to have our Seahawks win on our birthday. Probably would have taken a more comfortable multi-touchdown, but Garth, you kept the faith, brother. Way to keep the faith. Way to not worry about it. We're not gonna trap. We're gonna be good enough to be trapped. Start winning one game like, yeah, we're great. We're fine. You got the Jets next week. Yeah, we won last week 16-6. We're good. That'd be disconcerting if the team was like lowering their guard that quick. It's possible though. I'll tell you, in the end, especially long NFL season. That's the other part of this is the long NFL season, the caught sometimes in the bit of the malaise of it. And one particular week, you're just not quite amped up to your right level of energy that you need to bring. That's the week you're going to get took. You got to match it every week. You got to get up to that spot every week, hit that line every week. And if you don't, bam. Appreciate you, Garth. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. You think the Steelers make a big playoff run? Do you think the Steelers make a big playoff run with Wilson? Wilson has been looking really good for them. Teams that can do really well when it comes to playoff football are those teams that can overcome elements, because you're likely to be dealing with elements in the playoffs. You're likely to be dealing with cold, wind, wet, snow, maybe even a little bit mixed in, but at least usually the cold and the wind. So the brand of ball that will travel well in the playoffs and will get you through in the playoffs is good defense, front to back, can stop the run, but just good all the way around. Steady special teams unit. Offensively, you can run the ball, and then you have the capability of a quarterback that can hit the throws over the top deep. Because sometimes in playoff football, it gets a lot more simple real quick than it will in the regular season. Some of the bag that you can reach into in the playoffs is removed because of that just intensity level, for whatever reason, it just is. And so let's take the Ravens, for instance, in recent years with Lamar. Have the defense, have the running game, but don't have the ability to hit you over the top. Defenses can put that Ravens offense into a bind by forcing then Lamar to be pushing the ball deep down the field. And then you can stifle them, like last year with the Chiefs. That's how they stifled Lamar. We're going to take away the ground game. We're going to take away the short passing. We're going to control his legs, and Lamar didn't use his legs as much in that game. But then we're going to try to bait him into making those 9 route throws down the field. Even the game against us and the Ravens last year, as bad as that game was, he was still in that game unable to hit those throws down the field when you forced him to make those kind of throws. So Wilson on the other side of it, Cameron, has that ability to make those big throws down the field and punish you. Why is it so important? Because in playoff football, if you can establish a ground game, and with Arthur Smith, he's so creative in his ground attack that you can't just, like you can with us, you can sort of pinpoint with us where we're going to run the ball. With Arthur Smith, he's attacking you everywhere, and his offensive line's not going to show a lot of tells, and he's got some creative blocking assignments in there and how he blocks it up to where it makes it very hard to defend the run just by the structure of how he sets it up. It's the one great thing he really did in Atlanta. So he challenges you with the running attack. There's a draw from defensive coaches that then take the safeties and put them up in the box to help deal with that problematic issues that will be created by the ground game. Now you get one-on-ones on the outside, and you have a guy in George Pickens that can absolutely feast in those moments when you give him that on top of Russell, a guy that can throw that ball down the field in that way. So the Steelers going to the playoffs and making noise. Steelers getting themselves to a Super Bowl with this type of team that they built. With Mike Tomlin and his track record and having understanding what he needs to bring in playoff football, I absolutely could see them having success. They're built and structured very well to go get it done in the playoffs. And Wilson's not being asked to carry the world on his shoulders here, but just do his part within the structure of the team, like he did the last 2 times he got to the Super Bowl. He kind of had to in the second Super Bowl put him a bit on the back with throwing it a little bit, but even that game, Marshawn ran really well. So he's shown in the past, you give him that, and he can take you up to here. And yeah, he's older, and yeah, he's not quite as mobile, and the legs part is another thing that helps you a little bit there with Russ, and that he brings that component too. But I think that they can make some noise. I certainly would give more of the Bills and the Chiefs the forefront here, but I think, I think I would say I'd probably trust the Steelers in the playoffs at this point more than I would trust the Ravens in the playoffs at this point. Because I think you're going to play a good defense if you're the Ravens, and we've already seen multiple times over in the playoffs that good defense can sort of clamp up Lamar, especially get to the end of the year, and maybe he's not as quite quick, jumpy, he's, probably dealing with a little bit of wear and tear stuff, We'll see. Catalyst, thank you for the $5 donation. How sweet it was for the defense to shut out the Jets in the second half, especially after that horrific special teams performance in the second quarter. It was either 8 or 9 possessions. I lost track on how many it was, but it was 8 or 9 straight possessions by the defense to close out this game without a score allowed, where you just clamp, drive after drive after drive. And you figured out what they were doing. You shut it down. You allowed them no opening after that. Their offense was struggling all day to find footing and figure out what to do at that point. Game over. Game over. You put it to bed. It was an outstanding defensive performance. Even more importantly here, Catalyst, it's about the 4th one in a row since that Bills game, which is a tough one, but absent that, onwards from there, this defense has been playing some outstanding football, some of the best football in the NFL over the past few weeks. Take a collection of the past 3 weeks. I don't think there's been a better defense in the NFL. And it makes this win very sweet for me, being that, it's an ugly win, and the special teams performance and the blunders there are horrible, and the offense still can't find any consistency, but it's a wonderful, beautiful win to me because of the fact that your defense is locking in like we hope they could start to lock into this year. And they're just rounding further and further into shape, and they're repeating these performances and replicating it and showing you that this isn't just this against that opponent or just this against this stylistic matchup. You're getting this done because they're going to be just this good. And that just gives me so much encouragement for both now and the future. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, are we the ugliest 7-5 team of all time? Yuck. Maybe so. Maybe so. Definitely not the prettiest 7-5 team of all time. We're not the supermodel of 7-5 teams of all time. At the end of the day, they're 7-5 pretty, our 7-5 ugly. It's all 7-5. It's all top of the division. Thank you, Keon. Appreciate you. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, the only traps I've experienced were in Thailand during my service days. I don't think I've overcome what those traps taught me. The bigger the trap, Garth, the harder to overcome, as they say. Hey, look at Xena making a little appearance in the bottom right-hand corner. How about that? See, she's slowly making her way up the cat tree, Garth, bit by bit, bit by bit. I got some new lighting today too. I got off the Black Friday sale on Amazon with some new lighting on the background. I hope you guys are gonna like. I'm gonna set up on the next stream, so getting that rolling too as well. But good to learn those lessons. Some are harder than others, Garth. Some harder, deeper lessons than other. You know what I mean, Garth? Just gotta roll with it. And be wary in Thailand. Be very wary in Thailand. Thank you, Garth. Craig Miner says defense is looking great. Grubb needs to figure out red zone woes. Harbaugh might not be the guy. Special teams, yeah. Well said on all parts there, Craig, and thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, but well said on your part in addition to that. Defense is awesome. Grubb's got to find some more answers. I'd like to see him going to more different answers than sticking him where he's been. The shotgun runs, I think he got a little bit more under center in this game, but I'd still like to see even more of it. I understand that that's not necessarily where he wants to be, but you do it well, and I think it can be very effective, especially in forcing the defense to be more balanced in their approach, less of going all out for the running game and more of let's hold it a beat and make sure this isn't play action. So I think that there's room for adjustment across the board, but the red zone is definitely a place that they don't have any answers at all they can lean on. At least between the 20s, you can kind of go to the tunnel screen and you got some creative concepts within there. But when they get down to the red zone, it just doesn't seem like inside the 5, 6, 7 yard line, there's much there. Eric the Seahawk, Brandon, what are your thoughts on replacing D. Williams with Kenny McIntosh? I think that anything would be better than what we're running out there right now, Eric. I also think that this is where we got to take stock of where our team is, not where we want it to be from a coaching standpoint. We want our special teams to be a weapon. We want our special teams to be a part of how we go and take football games. Great. I love that too. This is a little bit of the same messaging I'll be trying to get across to Grubb. I understand what you want to be, but there's a difference between what you want to be and what you are and what you can feasibly be in putting this team together. And that stuff's just not in play. Right now, your special teams unit is pretty effing far from being a weapon. Right now, it's being a part that's bleeding every week, and you've got to bring in the defense to give you a blood transfusion because of the offset of what they're doing. That's got to stop, and that's got to stop immediately. Much like the red zone interceptions from Geno Smith. It's got to stop. It's got to stop immediately. Cannot be part of these games. It's controllable. It's impossible to excuse. You get that when a special teams unit in this day and age where so much of the special teams has been marginalized down. Punters kicking it to the moon. Punt returners always in a position of more often than not fair catching it. Kick returns that more often than not go through the back of the end zone. Special teams reduced down more and more every year. Its ability to have the weaponized impact on the game also removed. So weaponization part, getting great punt returns, the days of the Devin Hesters are over with. Done. Shot. So you might want it to be a weapon. You might still want to live like it's 1995 in your head when it comes to the special teams unit, but it ain't that way. And so when on the other side of it, it is failing and failing constantly and failing in the worst way possible as to give the ball back to the opposition, then you need to realize that when, I don't know, you gotten 12, 13 effing weeks into the season and go, okay, we're now going to have Myers kick it through the back of the end zone every single time, and we're going to let the ball bounce and roll into the back of the end zone every single time on the kick return game. If they pooch it, if the kick returner wants to get cute with it and squib kick it and they set us up to do it there, then fine. Anything short of that, you stand to the right, you watch the bloody ball land at the 1 yard line, and you watch the bloody ball wind out of the back of the end zone. I don't really care about this. Well, we want to be this. We can't. You got to be what you are. This ain't changing. You're not going to wake up tomorrow and suddenly D. Williams is comfortable catching punts or whatever. And then when it comes to D. Williams, yes, anything but him. But the plays you can control. I can't control whether the guy's hands are shaking like he's got a monster coming down the corridor at him. You can't control that, so that is what it is, I guess. But you can control kicking through the back of the end zone. No more 45-yard returns. No more 36-yard returns. I think, if I'm not mistaken, DJ Dallas had a big-time return last week. So no more of that. And then no more of your kick returners fumbling. You had 3 of those today. So no more of those. This is controllable. This is what you can do something about this side. We'll see if they do. I'm not going to hold my breath, but we'll see if they do. Phoebe More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Leo, oh, that's right. Leonard Williams also blocked that extra point. And John Schneider more peeps to pay his OS. More peeps to pay the... I kicked and John, more peeps to pay. I'm not sure what you're saying on the backside there, Feed Me. I'm sorry, man. But I totally forgot about that. Add the block kick into it as well with Leonard Williams. Boy, as great a game as he had last week, you might almost say that this game was better. The more I think about it, now that block kick, he got the block's extra point too. What a game. And again, folks, just think about this. 4 tackles, 2 sacks, 3rd sack taken off when he had the slight face mask. We grabbed it up here. 3 tackles for loss, a pass defensed, 2 quarterback hits, an interception, a touchdown on the interception, and a blocked kick. That's certainly the best 2 weeks for a defensive lineman in Seattle Seahawks history, I'll tell you that. Nobody's put that kind, not even Tez put up a 2-game run like that. Or besides, there's any chance Grubb loses his job? Not after this game, I don't think in season, not as you're heading down the home stretch, but after the year, it's on the table. Brian Meyer says the Niner game will be crazy. Snow everywhere. That is crazy. I will say the Bills haven't always played well in their own stadium in the snow. So, not at all times. Nicholas says, hell, sign me. I promise I won't do what D. Williams does and cough up the ball constantly. Flag, I hope Buffalo absolutely beats the brakes off the Niners. Just nailing the coffin shut. Yeah, let's put the Niners away. We got the Cardinals lose this week. Yeah. We get the Niners out this week. They're done. Out the playoffs. We got them eliminated. Then we just got the Rams to deal with. Good. Chris says, how long do you think McCaffrey will last in the cold before his hammy tightens up? Probably, he's going to probably make it. They're going to need to lean on him here, Chris. They got no Bosa, I don't think, today. Trent may or may not be out there. I don't think he's not going to be 100% if he is out there. You obviously have no Ayuk. You're going to need to lean on him. Heavy amount. But that's how I'd be like, it's cold out. It's a long year. My Achilles, both my Achilles. My Achilles and my hammy. My Achilles and both my hammies. It's horrible. Oh, Hans, thank you for gifting out the memberships, my man. That's awesome of you to do that. So BLM, Ben, Jack M, Radu Turkan, James Ryland, Chad Hart. You've all been gifted memberships by Hans. Very kind of you to do that, Hans. I really appreciate you for that, man. Thank you so very much. It was great chatting with you the other day on the live stream show. And you guys do keep an eye on your community post if you are a member of this channel, because within your community post, you will find those membership benefits posted on in there. And I really appreciate you for doing that, Hans. You're the man. You're the man, Hans. Let's go. Let's go. Megan, I think Hill got elbowed in the head. Dwyer, the guards are the biggest problem so far by far. Walker is getting hit behind the line of scrimmage nearly every play. He is. Charbonnet too, for that matter. Both of them are kind of dealing with it. If reminding me of that, Nicholas, please do hit that like button if you could for me, folks. On the road to 20,000. 20,000. And I appreciate you guys for all the donations and support today. Amazing on this channel as ever in that way. Hawks goal. The quarterback can't crumble his legs to reduce the impact, so he has no choice but to take all the force in his neck and head. Yeah, that's where you want to suspend guys who come up and hit guys like that. You could literally paralyze a guy. You hit him right with that kind of play. And I've seen some of the most brutal hits in my life on some of those quarterback slides when that goes down like that. You know what you're doing as a defender. They've seen it for years. They've been trained in it for years. We have all these other instances of these defenders holding up on quarterbacks and not, going ballistic pretty much. I don't think you can excuse. I don't think you can go, well, it's bam, bam there. It's the blink of the eye moment. How's he supposed to know? Slow motion. And he's just like, quarterback's head just. O'Dwyer, did McIntosh do any kick returns in college? If he did, I wouldn't mind him trying it. A little bit he did, yeah. He's got some history with it. They've had him out there before, aligned to do it. He doesn't have quite necessarily the open field speed you want. So, typically you'd want probably about a 4.4, 4.5 guy out there. He's more 4.6, 4.7-ish. And so there is a little bit of, from a timing angle of how you want that play to hit, especially with the new blocking schemes where I think that's what's made them hesitant to put him out there. But I don't care anymore. Put him out there. James Peters says, Grubb is a good OC. He literally called 2 touchdowns, one to DK underthrown, and then another one to Fant. Geno panicked and threw it into the ground with Fant wide open from 5 yards. Now I don't understand no quarterback sneak. That's true. Those were good play calls, and you're right about the DK one where if Geno puts it out in front, DK's got an easy peasy touchdown, but he's trying to kind of just make sure he gets it completed in there. And the Fant play, he is open there. He is open. And Geno did seem like he kind of did throw a little bit wider than he needed to rather than putting him on him. He's a little scared about the undercutting guy on the route rather than just getting it right there. And part of that you go with Geno, you understand there where you go, okay, well, the interceptions in recent weeks, you want to tell him as an OC, tamping down the red zone picks, that's got to stop. And so he's trying to widen that throw out probably a hair more than he wants to. But those are good points. Dude Moose says, man, I'm in the guillotine, bro. I used to say it in French and stuff. It killed him, man. He's like, man, that was my thing. You guys are taking my custom move. That's my custom move. It happened to a lineman, too. They had a guy that used to call the kneecapper. They were like, no more cut blocks, bro. No more cut blocks. No more. I'm the kneecapper. I tombstone kneecaps. I'm known for that. Jack M. Anyone else watch the replay on NFL Plus and have the last 2 full minutes taped over with commercials and then it just cuts out? Had to watch the condensed final 2 minutes to see the outcome. Oh, wow. Maybe the whole internet was having some kind of problem then when I was doing it. Maybe it was just a YouTube thing, man. Maybe the whole internet was like, somebody's cutting some C cables or something. Stream the 49ers game, Brando? I'll put it on here. Yeah, we got an hour. I'll probably put it on. I could do that. Michael says, you said my name correctly? Oh, good, man. I'm a bad butcherer of last names. The more syllables you get, the more treacherous of my pronunciation. So I'm glad I caught that one okay. James Peters, 2 catches of the 9 targets to DK or 1 read plays. Drop back and throw the ball out front and let DK run under it. Agreed, James. I mean, that's where I want him on those deep balls to throw it like that, is put it out in front. If you're going to miss deep in front of DK. Don't miss with it on his body. I never liked that quarterbacks do that in the modern era where they used to be taught to put it out in front. And I like that a lot better. Because when the guy gets it, it's going to be a touchdown when he catches it. He's the only guy that gets an opportunity to make the play on the ball. You don't get some situation where you have like Tyler Lockett got injured on this kind of play. Paul Richardson got injured on this kind of play because Russ used to do this too on the moon balls where you put it up on the guy. He's jumping back to the defender. He's jumping up and selling out to go catch the ball. But now he's putting his body basically up into the air for the defender to just land on him and at times land on his legs. It's not the best of ways, in my opinion, of throwing that kind of ball. Put it out in front. But I know what Geno is. Again, I understand where like that throw to Fant there with Geno. You go, okay, I get what he's doing though. These are getting more and more important as the game goes along, having these deeper throws down the field open. And as much as you want the touchdown, you also want to make sure from a quarterback spot that you're just making sure you're completing the ball too and getting it in there. I can turn the pull on Geno there a little bit on that moment too. But it was underthrown. O'Dwyer says, I think Grubb deserves at least another year. It's his first year in the NFL, and he's inherited one of the worst O-lines in the league. It's hard to be an OC when your offense can't run block. Very well could be the final conclusion that McDonald comes to on this situation too, O'Dwyer, and one that I would understand. I'm not going to be sitting here banging the drum too hard on the let Grubb go thing. I do think that there's some things he can do that were better, but I also do think that the offensive line's performance this year has been completely miserable in pretty much every single game. Maybe the Falcon game is maybe the one that stands out that it was actually pretty consistent throughout. Other than that, it's been atrocious throughout, by and large. Robert Jimenez says Frank Reich would be a better choice for OC. I really don't want to go to the college route again. No, I guarantee if they did move off of Grubb, there would not be a college route. They'd be going at it. John Thompson says, Brandon, I have definitely lost my grubby chubby. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I was 6 o'clock to midnight at first initially with him as well, but we're back to about, it's like 3:30. The grubby chubby is struggling like a 58-year-old man in the bedroom. Mako Frayne, dude, I wouldn't just write off the Steelers as a first-round exit. I don't know what you're talking about. If anything, Seattle will be a first. I guess you're responding to somebody in the fact that wasn't what I said, of course. Oh, you're responding to Monsoon there. Yeah, I see. I got a lock on. Make sure too, folks, if you're looking to have me respond or question, Brandon, HawksNest, HN. We obviously, these post-game discussions have a lot of chat, more than ever in the chat. So I got to pull out the questions in there. I got to make sure I'm watching close. Herbicide says, shit. I had us at 12-5, still have a chance. Hey, I had us at 11 wins. I ain't looking bad there. Bottom line, though, is I told you all at the start of the year, the good money was on that 7.5 win total from Vegas. You knew it was wrong. You knew it wasn't right. You knew there was easy money to be had on that one. I told you all true then. Jump on that one with 2 feet. Vegas is giving you a rare inroads on that one. Mr. Allo, Julian Love is an effing baller. What a player at safety. We thought he'd be the perfect fit for this defense and McDonald coming in. He's played in it prior. We knew he wouldn't have a real long transition state to feel comfortable within it. He was all over the place on the field today. That fumble that he caused on that 8-yard run, I mean, that puts the Jets in 2nd and 2 if he doesn't get that fumble there. Almost as timely or every bit as timely as that Leonard Williams interception. Leonard Williams is more timely, but very close. And he's been really good throughout the course of this season. He's playing like a Pro Bowler out there. Maybe not quite all pro level, but definitely a Pro Bowler. And definitely a guy that you feel great about having him now and in the future and what he brings to the table in that secondary. But yeah, he was great all over the place in this game. Making plays on the ball, ripping out fumbles, tackling in space. You saw him all the full skill set of Julian Love today. Ben says, yo, whoever gave me a membership, I really appreciate it. That's my man, Hans. Hans is getting it done out there. Very much appreciate it, Hans. See, Lord Bravo says, Garth Knight needs to come clean and admit he was wrong about GSN. Sean Edwards says, how's Christopher Walken feeling about the Seahawks win in New York? Can't get enough of that cowbell. Sean, I'll tell you, Sean Edwards, I said last week, roundtable discussion, I said, guys, I know somebody, Manhattan, a deli guy, and he knows Rodgers, and he said to me that Rodgers not ready to go anymore. He's done, kaput, game over, by AR-12. No more bullets. He said, really? Deli guy?
just want some roast beef. He said, no, I know. You need to know so you can tell them. I said, okay. So now, listen to me here. Seahawks fans, Sean Edwards. The win was guaranteed. The deli guy knew. Aaron, every night, ayahuasca. T, drinking it down high as a kite. Game day. Look at the turtleneck. The turtleneck was too big. You could tell from the gate. I'm going to lose the turtleneck. That shitty turtleneck. What he's doing? What are you doing with that turtleneck? Everyone knew right then it's a loss. Game over. But I knew Tuesday, deli guy, roast beef, Rogers, high, no win, guaranteed, yes, game over. Try to tell them they laughed at me on the round table. They're not going to be laughing so loud. It's Tuesday. Mr. Hollow Hawks got a good one, a rookie Tyrese Knight. We just keep hitting on the late round defenders. Boy, do we ever on these guys. The recent guys have been doing well, and yeah, Tyrese Knight. Tyrese Knight, again, another solid game out there again today. He was rolling. Yeah, we got to fix the offense. It's all over the place, especially in the red zone. Yeah. We're still without any kind of identity offensively. We have no kind of consistency in the red zone, struggling to put up points in general overall. Thank God Myers has got the big leg he does, or this would look even worse than it does. And we got to start to find some answers here with this. Figure out what's working, what isn't, and start to lean on to what's working. See, Lord of Bravos, I couldn't watch the game live. I recorded it, stayed off the internet so I wouldn't get the results spoiled. That was quite a game. Laughing out loud. You are not wrong there, Sea Lord of Bravos. And I know you just dropped a donation, so let me catch up onto that there with it. I'm a little behind again on the dono. Sorry. So bear with me, Sea Lord. I'll get your dono there just a sec here. Actually, no, let me get right off the rip here. Sea Lord, you are amazing. Sea Lord of Bravos comes in with $140 donation. You guys are unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable, my chat. I really appreciate the love, and it's right back out to you guys. I can't do it with the dollar bills, but man, I thank you so very much, Sea Lord of Bravos. This isn't the first time I know you've dropped $100 plus on this stream, on this channel. I really thank you for that. You're amazing for doing that, Sea Lord. Awful, awful kind of you. He says, events prevented me from watching the game live today, so I recorded it and stayed off the internet so I wouldn't get the results spoiled. Finished watching the game about 30 minutes ago. Synced up to your great play-by-play. Thanks for all you do for us, Brandon. Well, it's all you guys do for me, really. This is more of a one-way street than anything else on that side of it, because for me, I'm a kid in a candy store out here, Bravos. I get to have the time of my life whenever I get to go live with you guys and just chop this up and talk Hawk football and get to the depths. So, you know, this is an easy day at the office for me to roll through. I love doing this. But your guys and your support and all you do for me and allowing me to be able to do this and setting the stage, it's your big time donations. It's those donations to the channel. It's the memberships to the channel. It's all of these sort of little inroads, these little tiny roads in themselves that all make the big road, that allow me to do this full time, allow me to do this day in and day out for you guys, and try to kick as much, you know, content and stuff that I can to you guys, go as live as much as I can, to try to make sure I'm showing the love back to you guys for doing that, because you guys are putting that trust and faith in me by putting that love out there, and I need to bring it back in that way. So I love what I get to do, Bravos. I'm really blessed. I have the best job in the world. I truly, truly do. And thank you, man, for the donation. In regards to the game, this was an ugly, mucked up game. This was one of the weirder games that I've seen in recent memory. It was weird. You couldn't get a feel for how it was going. There was sort of a trend that it was feeling like this way and then a trend that way. I can't tell you how many games in the past that I would have felt like this, where right before that Leonard Williams interception, you're just feeling all but this thing's just about closed down. This is drifting outside of our grip and drifting outside of our grip really fast. But then you find some way to kind of pull yourself back into the right range and find some footing in that resiliency, which is maybe beyond anything else on this team, is the one word I keep coming back to, Bravos, as an identity point for them. And that it isn't the greatest thing that you can say, you know, we're a powerhouse, we're a juggernaut. We're resilient. It doesn't have the same bluster, doesn't land with the same sort of exclamation point like effect, but it is the identity of this team. And they showed you that again today. And what they can do, and even when it is dirty and bad and shouldn't look like you should get the win, that they can find a way.
They can make it happen, and they're not going to give up, that they're going to keep fighting. And that we've seen teams in recent years here, even in Seattle, and certainly you see throughout the NFL, that will get in these games and these moments, and a part of the team will roll over and show their belly. Say, not today. Well, it wasn't meant to be today. We tried, gave it a swing, gave it all we got. But you just feel it's not that way. This team's got none of that in their DNA, which is very cool to see, Bravos. And beyond maybe the defensive performance, which was outstanding again for another 4th week in a row, that resiliency of spirit that has been a bit of an earmark of this team throughout this year is continuing. And maybe that's something that they can continue to lean on, because especially when you get in the playoffs, you're going to face adversity. It's not going to go clean and easy for you in a playoff game. You're going to have some troubles. Things can go bad from the start, and you got to search to find that footing. But this team will search. This team will look. This team's not going to give up in that moment if you get into the playoffs in that kind of game. And that is something that I think is certainly a bit of just the general team and the nature of what they bring here. But let's also give this as a bit of, I think, a tip of the cap going back even time with the Coach Carroll and the pushing of the 4th quarter, and can't lose it to the end and stay in it. And I've said with the Coach Carroll stuff, and there's a lot of times where I can be rough on Coach Carroll with what Mike McDonald's had to inherit here to fix and right that wasn't right through last season. But there are certainly things on the good side of the column that carry over from Carroll, from the positive atmosphere of these players, feeling like they can be themselves and empowering the players in that way, which sets the stage for leaders to emerge in the ways that I think that they have this year, but also that fight and that staying on it, and that we're not giving up. We're not sliding into the negative emotion here. It's not about the negative that just happened. It's about the positive that's just about to happen. And that's, I think, an easier said than done mindset to get into on any field, on any sport. Because I think there's a bit of a human nature, especially when things go so wrong, especially when the special teams unit's doing everything it can to lose you the game throughout the early part of that game, to go, okay, you're long and deep into the season, your body's aching, your body's tired. There's a lot of a pull, I think, there, Bravos, to go, oh yeah, it's just not today. They didn't do that. And when this team gets in the playoffs, you can knock them for not deserving to be there or being the ugliest playoff team ever, but part of the reason they deserve to be there is that resiliency of spirit that's allowed them to get back on top of this division and get a little bit firmer into their control after this week. But Bravos, see Lord of Bravos, my man, thank you so very much. You're the man that sits on the Iron Throne. You do today, my man. You and Megan dropping the $100 dono drops. Appreciate you for that. Very, very kind of you for that support. And you are what makes this channel grow, brother. You guys with your support in that way are what makes this channel go. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. Have you thought about reaching out to JD and Mike about a tryout for the return of the Legion of Boom for a turn job? I'd rather have Sam Adams out there drunk on Sam Adams. You guys want, I can start posting some videos of me returning. I've got hands. I've got almost zero athletic ability left in my mid 40-year-old body. Okay. So I ain't going to lie there. I ain't going to give you I'm no dead legs, no jukes. Okay. I will catch the ball. I will catch the ball. And my damn hands won't be shaking in the process of doing it. I swear, if they slow-moed on D. Williams, because it's HD, but you can't actually see their face with the face mask. If you got in on his face like this in his hands, you'd be like, that's why I call him the Muff Man, because the Muff Man can not catch a ball nor prevent himself from fumbling. He's the Muff Man. Keon, you're onto something here, though, man. I think I need to reach out to the Seahawks. Like, you guys need a returner. Look at these big oven mitts. I've got the hands of a 6'5" man, okay? The football couldn't get through. Look what happens when I put those together. Look at that. I can take the whole screen up. Look at that. The whole screen. Okay? Do you think a football is getting through those fingers? Do you think I'm going to let some drop through there? Say nothing. I've got all this here. I got all that. All that. Easy. It's easy. Give me some swirling wind. Make it harder. Give me a cyclone bomb. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. And thank you, Keon. I think I'd rather have Sam Adams out there as well. Sam probably had some good mitts on him. Garth, thank you for the $5. Big Cat went James Harrison Super Bowl return. That was insane. Go Bills. Hans, Brando's going to send you something weird for Christmas. I am. I have to send Hans something weird for Christmas. I will. After that donation drop, after gifting those subs out. That was a great reference. Yeah, it's a little bit like the James Harrison Super Bowl return against the Arizona Cardinals, where he came back 99 yards in the play, and you almost at the end had Larry Fitzgerald able to tackle him right at the end. I mean, Big Cat went in untouched, But that's the impressive part of it is Harrison goes out there and does that, probably weighing 260, maybe, maybe 265. Big Cat does that at 325, and nobody catches him. It's a very impressive play right there with a guy able to do that. He's taking it from the middle of the field, getting it to the sideline, then getting up the field on an 80-yard return. There's receivers sprinting up, and props to Witherspoon on a couple of the returns this year that you've gotten. The fumble return with Derek Hall, this block here down the stretch where he was in position to block the one guy who might have had an opportunity at Leonard Williams. He's been that hustle guy in a couple of those moments as well to help make these situations pay off. He was even on the block last week, wasn't he, on the Kobe Bryant return, where there's the whole funny play last week on the return where he gets into Kyler's face, forces the throw. He then pushes Kyler off the field on the throw. It's a legal hit, but he just decks Kyler off the throw. Then he's sitting there flexing on Kyler as Kobe Bryant's returning back his interception. Then he realizes Kobe Bryant's picked the ball off. Then he starts running, getting back up ahead of Kobe Bryant, lays a key block at the end of that play to spring Kobe Bryant to go and get the touchdown return. And once again today, part of that envoy to help Williams up the field. But it was an absolutely insane play, Garth. That kind of level of athleticism from that guy to grab that ball and get there. And he was flying. Somebody said 17 miles an hour, Garth. He was going 17 miles an hour for that big a man. I couldn't go probably 13 miles an hour. It like 140 pounds less. Bravos, man. Thank you again for that huge dono, Garth. Thank you for all of your support today as well. I really appreciate you guys for that. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the $5 donation. It looks like John Schneider is going to be busy this offseason. You got to pay EJ, Kobe, with the rest now, and you've got the O-line to fix this offseason and other GM duties. He's got some work to do. He does have some work to do. I think that there's some parts of this that have made it a little bit easier on him, Feed Me. I don't know that Kobe Bryant is necessarily going to be eligible for a contract extension unless Kobe's going to take a little bit of a lesser deal, because safeties have a hard time getting paid, number one, Feed Me. You have the fourth-year option for Kobe Bryant, so you can put him on the restricted tag where no other team can sign him. You put like a second-round tender on him, and you have him under contract for another year to make sure that he can continue this performance and still keep him on kind of a cheap last year of the deal. With EJ, you are going to have to sign him, of course, because there is no club control, and I would expect them to get him outfitted. But if Kobe comes back on the restricted tag, if you re-sign Ernest Jones, Feed Me, and I would expect them to probably try to get Joe back in here as well, you have a potential here where all of your defense is basically set for next year, with the exception of going and finding a value nose tackle at that point, getting a good nose tackle from somewhere. So then the concentration can really be specified over to the offensive side of the ball, and beyond that, really locking in on that offensive line. Because, of course, you're still going to have probably the receivers. You're still going to have your running backs in play. You should have at least a tight end, at least, to lean back on. So there's a lot more lesser needs, but he does have a lot of work to do as far as getting extensions done. Ernest Jones, is the Geno Smith going to deal or not? DK Metcalf, Kenneth Walker, Charles Cross. What are you going to do with Woolen? Yeah, there's some decisions to be made there, Phoebe. There is. But I think it's workable. It's not like the impossible offseason where it's just there's only so much you're going to be able to deal with. I think they can address all the parts that aren't right on the team and work to get those truly solved, rather than saying, well, this is a 2-year process to get these things all corrected and fixed. Especially with Lucas sliding into right tackle and potentially steadying the ship for you over there. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I'm guilty of thinking JSN was worthless, not unlike many level-headed fans 2 weeks back. JSN has played well, but he's no Zay Flowers for sure. I'm guilty of thinking Jay was wordless, but not only like many level-headed fans 2 weeks back. JSN's played well, but he's no Zay Flowers for sure. I don't know, man. He's, I think he's kind of outpacing Zay this year, isn't he? So 56 catches, 789 yards for Zay. We got 66 catches, 755 yards. They're basically about the same spot this year in their productivity. Both are pretty good receivers. I take JSN at this point. But I'd get going. Flowers is good too. William Leonard, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. Everyone in the fan base is aware of what's happening with our offense. It will be a big topic for a while. Some reporter will get the actual answers out. Yeah, I think so. Especially if this is the particular point of the train that's going to cause this to not be able to get down the tracks. And that's hopefully not the way this is going to play out this year. But yeah, you're going to want more answers on this the more that this is a growing issue. And especially with the sort of stagnant, regressed way the offense has played the past couple of weeks, it's going to lean more and more into, okay, what's going on here? What needs to be done here? I think, as I said a few weeks ago, that you have reached that point with the offensive line from John Schneider's perspective, no matter what you do with Grubb, that when it does come to the offensive line, and we may have some people that agree on Grubb or disagree on Grubb or want to give him the other year or want him out, wherever you may stand. But when it comes to the offensive line, I think we're all in unanimous agreement here. And this is where I think it's literally smacking him in the face at this point, Schneider. And you've got to go and address this offensive line in a major way this offseason. You've got to stop with the approach that you've approached it with now for multiple off seasons again and again and again. And that's not to say you fully ignored the position, but you haven't done enough. More needs to be done. And if you ignore it this off season, as I said with Schneider, it's just about tantamount to, it is neglect at that point. I mean, it's completely then his blind spot that he just can't correct at that point because it is holding it back. But that's the big part of it. Will we come to learn and understand maybe a little bit more so that the play calling hasn't been as great either on the other side of it? Maybe so. Maybe so with that as well, William. Hopefully so. Holy Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, you're going to need that spatula one more time, B. Oh, you mean this spatula? Yeah. Got to bring it up for my first place Hawks that have extended their first place lead this past weekend. Are you guys still behind us in the division? I can't see you in the rearview mirror. Of course, objects do appear closer than they might appear. We got it here, bro. We're rocking it. I want my steak with a little extra searing. I want a little Seahawks searing on my steak this week. My filet. My cardinal filet. It's not too meaty, but it's succulent. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Big Cap was so good. They're going to give the NFC Player of the Week to Julian Love. Ski's making a joke because last week we thought for sure it's a no-brainer, no doubt about it. Big Cat's getting that Defensive Player of the Week. And then they gave it to Kobe Bryant, which it was a great pick six by Kobe, but it was also played. There was an overthrow and he's playing over the top where he should, but it wasn't him jumping the route or anything. He played a good, solid game, but Williams was a game wrecker, of course. Similarly, this week, Big Kid's out there game wrecking, and yeah, they might just give it to Julian Love instead. Hopefully he can get some love this week. I mean, what's he got to do with his, especially going back to back with those two performances, but that's a good joke. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Woolen's effort on 3rd and 26 is bench worthy. It's a place, that I've gotten some pushback from on some fans that haven't liked me saying it. But I've pointed to it for a reason because this is a point of evaluation on Woolen this year. You have to make a decision probably after this year whether or not to pay him a contract extension or not. I don't think you're going to be able to run him out on a 4th year like you could with Kobe Bryant, because Woolen can come back to you and say, I've given you 3 years of starting effort. I've given you 3 years of really high quality level of play. Okay, I can't maybe tackle, but I've been great in coverage and I take the ball away, and that's valuable in this sport. But I don't know if long term you can roll with a guy whose tackling ability is a bit restricted. No matter what he's bringing on the coverage side of it, I don't see the gains coming forward from Woolen. And you mentioned effort, which I think is a rightful point. Julian Love is screaming at him after the play. You know, people like you and me, Sanchez, people go, well, fans, how do you question his effort? His teammates questioning his effort on a play where it looks like to us he could have done more in the play. And that's a big confirmation moment there of something that we're seeing. And we know with a guy like Julian Love, there's no questions of whether or not he's going to be hustling or getting to the spot right. And he's going in that moment. Your lack of effort almost gave them a first down on 3rd and 26. And I can see your effort. And I think when I go back and watch that all 22 play, I think I'm going to see the same thing that Julian Love saw, because he's coming in from center field. He's looking at Woolen. He can see the angle Woolen's taken. He can see the effort Woolen's given. And that's why he's shouting at him there. And if Woolen wants to be paid at one of these high points as far as a corner in this sport, I don't know how he can expect that unless he's able to snooker a team when he's such a negative at times as far as tackling goes. And it's not merely the tackling effort, it's the getting off blocks. It's the route to the ball carrier he takes. It's how willing and much want he has to tackle when he does arrive. Or does he just try to kind of do the bare minimum and get the guy down? And you're 3 years into this point with him at this spot. So beyond even the contract extension, it comes down to, you know, where is the development coming on this? Where are the steps forward of you getting better in this area? And it's a little stagnant. And it's harder to give out that kind of contract at that point if you're knowing that every week your defense is going to have to kind of get around that. It doesn't make it impossible. And maybe the team's willing, and McDonald has a different view of it where he says, look, the coverage stuff he gives me and his ability to take away the ball is just too good to where I can overcome the lack of tackling on the other side of it. Might be the way they look at it with it. But I would think he would want his guys to tackle. I would think. Garth, thank you for another $5 donation. He says, I'm loving the sneaky cat tree on your right. I've seen Xena scratching on the Largent jersey frame. I feel like this is top tier content. Oh, we're going to get her working in. And she's on the bottom level right now. Maybe I'll just have to lower down the camera angle on this one, Garth, so we can get her into frame. But we got her on the lower rung. She's slowly climbing up there. She'll be top side before we know it. And for the record, by the way, Garth, for the record, Black Cat was kind of lucky today. I brought the Black Cat out right around after halftime. I said, here we go. We're going to reverse the bad juju. We're going to reverse that bad stuff going that way. You know what we got to do? You know, you got to fight fire with fire. Black Cat with the bad juju. Game 1. You guys know the math I was doing on this one. Proved right. But thank you, Garth. I'm glad she's making a little bit of an appearance in the background, showing herself. She's a very pretty cat. She's a Bombay, I guess, is what they call them. A Bombay. I didn't know. I just got her from Petco, but I guess she's called a Bombay. Thank you, Garth. Appreciate all your support today. Alan, thank you for the $5 donation. Great to see you in the house, Alan. B, at Seattle Fam and Seattle Fam. It was a bit messy today, but nonetheless, great win 100%. How about them Hawks? Aaron Rodgers looked like he wanted to cry. We got one of those great moments at the end of the game after Leonard Williams sack with Aaron Rodgers. You know, the awesome moment you get where he's got the chin strap up along his nose, you know? It's doing this move to him. It's like game over and he's picking himself off the turf and his nose is pulled up like this and he's got this look. He's kind of got that geriatric, I'm ready to retire kind of look on his face. It's time sort of look on his face, Alan. But yeah, it was an ugly, messy win. And it was an emotional roller coaster that was not always fun. Like there's times we were going upside down and our seatbelts were starting to slip off. We're having to hold ourselves in by our legs underneath the seat. Might have almost got decapitated as we were coming up on the side with the sign. Had to duck under the sign. But we were able to duck. We were able to hold with our legs and get to the end of it. And as ugly and messy as it is, Alan, to watch, it comes out at the end of the day as this flawless, sparkling, perfect diamond of a W added to the win column, to that victory column. And getting ourselves a little more extended in this divisional lead as well. And what has been a very, very grindy year for all of the NFC West, where wins are hard to come by across the board, and it's any man's game. These wins are very, very important because of that. So, yeah, messy, but ultimately the most beautiful thing. The most beautiful thing. Megan says, I get the Grubb hate B. I do, and I join my voice to the growing chorus. But if we're giving Mike Mack more than a year, shouldn't we give Grubb the same at the Hawks Nest? This is a little bit of where the industry standard is versus what we might think. I think that there's nothing wrong with to say you got to give Grubb another year. The offensive line just was in such a bad state that you give him the year with a decent offensive line, then see what you got with him. Go down that route. I completely get it, Megan. I think to people's point on moving off of Grubb this offseason, though, is that there is a history of times of coaches moving off of offensive coordinators and that they don't have to be as stuck on that, give you a couple of years, that there's more of a feeling it feels like within football that you sort of sink or swim as a coordinator. And that as a coach, you've got to establish culture. You got to establish the mindset you want in the building. You got to get all that in there. But as a coordinator, sink or swim, whether that's fair or not is another discussion to be had altogether, Megan. Is that fair? Maybe not. But is that the way of the land? Yeah. And you have the success stories at times, Megan, where Dan Campbell comes in his first year. I've referenced this as an example. Campbell comes in his first year, trying to establish his culture. He didn't even wait through the full end of the season to get the OC out the door before he transitioned over to Ben Johnson. And that is because he knew you could do that kind of move, that's what you have to do as a head coach, where if you don't have the right guy, you don't just wait around and hope he becomes the right guy. You move to the right guy. And sometimes you don't know that you have the right guy until he's in the building and he's run the plays and you're in the moment of doing a full season of game and you go, oh. But this is where we'll have to all collectively, Megan, lean back on Mike McDonald in making this decision, where if he's going to run with Grubb another year, we understand the reasoning. And if he were to let Grubb go, we understand the reasoning. That's not to give blind allegiance to Mike's decision-making, but to be that you understand either way you go, being that teams have taken both pathways in the past. Ben says, thanks, Hans. Can't at you for whatever reason. Well, Hans, you're very much appreciated, man, for all of the donating of the gifting of the subs. Brian says, Brandon, were you surprised at the lack of tempo on offense as compared to its use in previous games? A little bit. I think part of it is that they're trying to slow things down to make sure that all of the details of the play are on point, or maybe things are feeling like they're getting a little bit rushed when you're getting into the up-tempo stuff. Maybe they're trying to eliminate some of the pre-snap penalties with the less up-tempo stuff. I'd reckon to guess that a lot of, for instance, our false starts and whatnot, Brian, have happened at times off the back of the up-tempo. I think the fact that you've been running this up-tempo in recent weeks, Brian, and this offensive problem has been kind of one that's been carrying over in recent weeks, and that has been in recent weeks when you've been running up-tempo. So I think once you start to lose some of the productivity behind it, maybe once it starts to feel a little bit like we do this thing good, but we're doing it too much now because we can't lean on any of these sort of staple aspects of the offense. It's a little bit like the tunnel screen, where it's a good thing, but too much of a good thing. Too much sugar. Get that head rush. A little bit in the same way, I think, here with the up-tempo maybe. Did seem like you're just starting to run almost 24/7 at times. See, Lord Bravo's, I have no issues giving Grubb a bit more space than Brandon has given him, but I understand the thinking. And I'm not calling for firing Grubb, Bravos. I'm not. I'm just saying I understand both ways, and if this was to fit out, I'd understand going that way. I'm not going to be a big pusher, though, on this of saying Grubb should be let go. I'm done with Grubb. I've seen enough. I'm disconcerted by some things, but I can understand why there'd be an explanation for him. This is one where I'm not always an appeal to authority guy, but when it comes to McDonald on this decision, I will go ahead and appeal to his authority. He's got skin in this game. He's got dog in this fight, and that Grubb's success is part of his success. Grubb's failure can bring him down, especially as he's got his defense rounding so well into shape. So I trust in him to make the right decision on this. He's going to be advised correctly on what to do with this, and we'll be good. We'll be good long term, I think. Cattle says Barkley's a monster. Give the MVP to him. I think you got to, man. If it continues on like this, who else are you going to give it to? See, Laura Bravo says there were quite a few critics of the Leonard Williams trade. Another episode of Where Are They Now? Where are they now? Knocking the Leonard Williams trade initially. Angry as hell for the second round pick. Megan's here. She owns it on that. You look good today, Megan. Thrillhouse has just put Lockett back at punt return from now on, laughing out loud. Amen, man. He's being used less on offense anyway here. You used to not want to put him back at punt return because you were worried about injuries, but with how his use has been on the offensive side of the ball as a pass catcher, why not? I don't even need him to return it. Just secure the catch. Mr. Allo says Charbonnet seems like he's eating up some of K9's workload. He might be the best backup in the league. Maybe. Yeah, they give him a few more carries here today. Good change up back from Walker a little bit. They do things a little bit differently from one to the other. Benjamin Duvelson, HawksNest, do you think JSN or DK will have more yards this year? Well, I think it's going to be probably JSN. I'm not sure if DK is 100% right now. And he already, I think, was having some issues with that knee, and then he's got the foot jumping up this week. I wonder how much he is at 100%. And JSN's really locking in the past weeks with Geno. He's becoming that security blanket for Geno. When stuff kind of goes wrong, he can just kind of throw it out there and trust in JSN, and something good's probably going to happen. Has Lockett scored a touchdown this year? I think he has not. Lockett's at 59 catches for 500 yards, 2 touchdowns. He's got a couple. Trent Sybots, the Hawks Nest. Is this what a football game on ayahuasca looks like? It does, yes. They gave all the players, they put it in the Gatorade, little known fact. They microdosed all of the Gatorade jugs, both sides of the field. The NFL wanted to run an experiment. In fact, I understand it to be maybe a CIA experiment today. Players are not aware of it. They all just think they're just a little bit, maybe like, from the Hawks standpoint, they're like, man, are we just jet lagged? Is that what this is? I'm seeing the clockwork gnomes. Are you seeing clockwork gnomes? I'm seeing clockwork gnomes everywhere too. Wild. Must be the lag, yeah. And the Jets were just like, it's been a long year. Of course I'm seeing clockwork gnomes. Of course. Of course. They're building the football in front of me right now. Eric says, yes, walking. Thank you, guys. Yeah, big ups to C-Lord. You're the man. Nicholas says, no, they sure aren't going to be laughing on the round table, B. No, I'm going to have a lot of smirking, frowning, angry faces this week. This Tuesday. I already had it last week. I was right. Jesse was mad. Jesse upset. I get it, Jesse. I've been there, man. I've been at the end of a nice run. I've been at the closing of a Super Bowl window. Hurts, don't it? Stings, don't it? Hurts. Ooh. Ethan Tech World, Hawks Nest. On the roundtable, you should say the only reason the defense allowed the first touchdown was because they were just initially traumatized by the turtleneck, then got it together. I like it, Ethan. I like it. I might use that even for my wrap-up video tonight when I put that together. I might steal that. Zach says, should Seattle talk to Emmanuel Forbes, who probably clears waivers? Mike McDonald would be his best bet to ignite his career. I mean, I'm sure there's probably going to be a team, Zach, who is higher up on the waiver wire priority to make a claim on him. So I think it'll probably be null and void in that some team that's a bad record team that needs a cornerback who's willing to take a flyer late in the year, especially a bad team, Zach, like Raiders, probably are the team that puts a grab in on him at that point. I wasn't a fan of Forbes coming out. So, this is that thing where he may still have some upside on it, but it also to me is that he's a guy that I just didn't like. He's 160 pounds. He can't tackle. He's going to be taken for a ride at the point of the catch because he's giving up by and large at times 10, 20, 30 pounds. A guy like DK Metcalf is giving literally like 50 pounds up to the wide receiver across from him. It's hard to get by on that. It's a little bit of shades for you older Seahawks fans. You guys remember Kelly Jennings? When you think about Emmanuel Forbes, think Kelly Jennings. And he's got some athleticism and quickness, but 160 pounds, you'd expect him to be fast and quick. So I think that's an issue. You already got one cornerback that's a problem as far as tackling goes. I think the team would much rather Zach go with like a Nehemiah Pritchett long-term that they've been developing. I think Forbes just got overdrafted. And that was a bad pick in the moment where even draft pundits in the moment went, really? Forbes over Christian Gonzalez? I mean, if you go back and watch my draft stream coverage of it, I probably called them high. I said, this is going to get Rivera fired. It was an awful pick. He was like a third round. I think I had like a late second to a third round grade on him. Erickson Spoon is a star. Sanchez says, B, do you get kickbacks for the Bleacher Report? Yeah. So it's really, if you guys can, and I put the description link section below. There's a link to the Bleacher Report post-game show. I do ask you guys, obviously it's me asking you to download an app to do this. So I'd love it if you guys could download that app, click that link, even if you just watch it to watch it and you just have it on in the background or whatever. It is big time for me because that shows them that we're getting a good poll over there, and then I get to do more shows over there. And yeah, it's a paying gig for me, Sanchez. So it's why I want to keep it going, because it serves a lot of different purposes. It gets me onto eyeballs that don't normally see us. It allows me to do some of these guest spots, which I think are really helpful too, just in general, but it's also a paying gig. So helps to keep the lights on and that type of thing as well. But yeah, they're very kind to the Bleacher Report in that way. And, I do appreciate it. I'm going to be over there all month as well. So you want to get that app downloaded, because I'll be doing post-game reports directly following every single game for the rest of this month at the very least, and maybe throughout the whole rest of the season. But I do indeed, my man. Benjamin Duvelson. Brandon, where can I watch the roundtable you do? Yep, that's another guest spot that you guys can catch me on. I do the NFC West weekly roundtable. So if you type NFC West roundtable, that should be the one that pops up. You should see a little cartoonish looking face of mine. It's kind of okay. I'd like a better cartoon face, frankly. I see cooler cartoon faces. You know, I got the low rent one a little bit, but you'll get my cartoon face down in one of the corners there of the four guys. It's the NFC West weekly roundtable. We do 2 shows a week. So you got the post game we do on Tuesday at 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, and then we've got the Thursday preview show, which is a little half-hour show we do. So I will be back over there on Tuesday of this week, though. But the NFC West weekly round table, Benjamin. Garth Knight. Pat McAfee will pardon Aaron Rodgers Tuesday morning. Probably be like, you did everything you could, dude. Dude, you did everything you could, man. What else could you do? Nothing. You're carrying this team on your back, Aaron. Zach says JSN is better than Addison and arguably Puka. He just doesn't get Puka targets. He's emerging, man. And this last 4 weeks, it's been a different player. I mean, this is the guy that we're getting. If this is the guy that he's going to become, I think that's every bit where he's heading. He's the Onion Knight. Dude Moose, I hope D and Laviska were given game balls by Coach Mack in the locker room. They lost him on the field and hopefully can keep them in the locker room. That would be kind of a low-key, passive-aggressive, awesome way, though, to like kind of just have the whole team just like in that moment, get it together, MNFers, right? Where Mike's like, first game ball, D Williams. And then you thrust the ball aggressively into D Williams' stomach. That's where you catch the whole team just mad dogging him. And Laviska Shenault. Where's Laviska? Where's Laviska? Where is he? Oh, there you are. Didn't see you on the return that D. Williams stole from you. Glad we're paying you that $1 million. Underhand, just an underhand, you know? That's it. That's just how I see it. It's just how I see it on that one. Teeny Turtle says, you know what they say about big hands? Yeah, baby. Yeah. Hell yeah. There are ultimate truths in life, Teeny Turtle. You know, there are those things that are cliches or not facts or wives' tales, whatever you want to call it. And there are those things that are very true. Ultimate truths in life, as we call them. Nicholas says, I have great hands. I don't know about my speed anymore. Either way, I'd be better than D. Williams. See, Lord of Bravos, I actually felt bad. I hadn't donated to Brandon for quite a while, so I felt I had to compensate. Man, it's all good, man. This where the economies are at across the world right now. If you don't have the ability to donate, I understand. Or if there's no build up, there's none of that. You're watching, you're hitting that like button. You're doing right by me. It's only if you can afford it. I would never want people out there stretching because it's tough times, man. Inflation and stagnant wages, and it's brutal. It's brutal out there for a brother. I get it. Herbicide, Brandon would blow a hammy so quick. I'd catch the ball, though. I could blow both my hammies, both my Achilles, blow out my ACLs all at once, all in the same play. I'm catching the ball. I'm like Jerry Maguire, where he's like, F my body, catch the ball. I guarantee you, you might have only a carcass left, but once you uncurl the carcass, you have a football there beneath him. You know, like they find those people that like protected the child and they died, and like they covered over the child. And then they're like, he gave his life. And then they pull the child free, and the child comes up with like dust and smut on their face, you know. And then the person's just there dead. That would be me. Defense could rack me, just send me 20 yards flying that way. Carcass closed around the ball. You know, I'd have the death grip thing that they do too, you know, in the movies where they got to like peel them back one finger at a time. In that gross way where they're like breaking the finger to pull it off of the thing. It'd be like that. And then they get it out. I wouldn't drop the ball. I will die in this field, but I will catch this ball. Misfit says, Big Cat, elite shape, great conditioning. Yeah, you got to be to do that. And he got back out on that field pretty quick, didn't he? He got a little bit of the oxygen mask, but he wasn't like laying on the side of the... We see some of those DTs, right? Where they get that oxygen mask and they're just like... Yeah. He was just over there, it's like... I'm good. It's right back out there. Yeah, Leonard Williams has got a key on be defensive player of the week. 12 tackles, 5.5 sacks, an interception, a touchdown, an insane amount of pressures, something like 6 tackle for losses, a pass defense, a block kick. That's all 2 weeks of production. Sonny from the north. Josh Jobe is bad. He's not horrible here, Sonny. He just got attacked today. And they were definitely, I think, attacking with some adjustment routes when they got him in press and they got a mismatch out there with Devontae Adams or Wilson, and they were going to go after it. And he gave up a couple completions to those really good wide receivers. But later on in the game, when he had Malachi Corley trying to run the same route on the same side adjustment, he held up well there. And he's held up well throughout the season overall in that, but they definitely tried to pick on him and go after him in that way. And those are tough guys to guard, especially you're going to be in press. A guy like Devontae Adams, and I've got one-on-one coverage with him out of press with his releases. Even at his age, that's a tough draw for a defender on a play. New Blacks, Addison showed he was a number one with JJ out last year. This year, he has only 50 targets going into today's game. And that's going to be a Vikings offense that's going to be pretty balanced too, New Blacks. They also have TJ Hawkinson out there. So there's for a team that's going to be balanced and has a variety of targets, there's only so many catches to have. And they're going to feature Jefferson quite a bit. Bravo, so I'm cautiously optimistic about what I saw at Lamea too. That was a crucial block on the touchdown with Charbonnet. He got the guy peeled out of the hole for just enough time for then Charbonnet to hit it and get up there, and that's a 6-yard touchdown run. That was a real important block at that time of game. But I didn't have to call his name a lot today as far as, he got whooped there. He got whooped there. He seemed to hold up relatively well on the inside. Certainly, for me, always Bravos is going to take that second look on the all-22 with the line play. But to my eyes, I think he played pretty well. Sean Hess's Big Cap better get Defensive Player of the Week. He can't get robbed twice over, right? That's just, you can't do it to him twice over. Come on. JM Fishing says Grubb's got to go after this game. Need him to go back to college. Yeah, you're not alone on that. Some feel that way with this one. Dude says Barner's our best tight end. I love that our best tight end's on a rookie contract. Me too, especially a 4th round rookie contract. Man, those are the high value deals. If you get really good player, at least league average play out of those kind of deals is very nice. Like Tyrese Knight, if he's able to do it on his 4th round contract for a couple of years, that helps you out in load balancing out the way you build the rest of the roster and the resources you got to invest. You know, you can sign a guy like Jones to the contract because you know the other linebacker position is going to be dirt cheap for probably a couple of years. Steven says, can't make an assessment of the O-line until the end of the season. Let the young guys play. Agreed, Steven. And that's where I'm definitely responding to people talking about Grubb, and I'm trying to give a little bit of an inroads to those folks and not just trying to shut down and say, I'll wait to the end of the year. I'll give you guys some insight into where I'm standing on it, but I do kind of go to where Steven goes to on the bottom line of this, is that all of these big high level assessment points are really to be made once we get to the end of the season. And then you make your cold-blooded decisions at that time, if there are cold-blooded decisions that are needing to be made. And that very well may be the case. But I think giving at the end of the season is a smart way to go, Steven, because as I was sort of talking about earlier, you could be in the place we are with this offensive line, right? With Lamea having his first start, with Lucas only back for his 3rd game. And we might come to find that Oluwatimi only starting his 3rd game of the season. And we find within 4 to 5 weeks from now that by the end of the year, we're getting some cohesion, that the pass protection is starting to get better bit by bit, that there's starting to be more run holes opened up, that the offense is finding more productivity down inside the red zone. And if we finish strong in that way, then that adjusts our outlook on Grubb and outlook on the offense for the offseason and what we want to see the team do. So I think you're right. Got to give it that full time to play out. Can't get jumpy or antsy in the pantsy on it. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Was Woolen actually to blame for the 3rd and 26 play? I can't say for sure, Keon, and certainly can't say for sure until I see the all-22 shot and I can see what's going on in the secondary during that play. Something that's for sure is that you have somebody's busted something for the guy to get 24 yards on 3rd and 26. And he's untouched until you tackle him. To the moment of contact and you tackling him out of bounds, he is untouched. So somebody blew their play. And we also know at the very end of that play, that Julian Love, the second they get that guy to bounce, is right in Tariq Woolen's face, checking him. And so, I mean, I'm putting definitely 2 and 2 together on Keon, but my math on that comes out to 4. And then somebody blew a play. Julian Love jumps up right in the face of Woolen. Woolen probably didn't bring out the maximum effort he could have to stop that play earlier than they did. And I think that in the case of Love, the frustration you see from him in that moment to Tariq ain't just on, oh, this is a one-off I've just seen you do in the moment, but that this is something that we've maybe talked to you about. Something that's been brought up a little bit. I don't know for sure. It's math on my part, Keon, but I think it's solid math. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $10 donation. As funky as the O-line play calling was today and the heinous special teams play, the defense is genuinely turning into a serious crew. P.S. Where's McIntosh? Let him run returns or the water boy or me. The water boy be great. I'll take just about anything at this point, Wu-Tang. McIntosh seems to be stuck in a bit of the same doghouse that Christian Haynes seems to be residing in. And I think one of the many questions that I would have of Grubb this season in his play calling and his approach, why not as much misdirection? Why not as much of the trick plays? Why so much of a predilection to trying to push the ball deep at so often of the times rather than lean more onto the contextual side of what you are offensively being a spread system? These would all be individual questions I would ask, and I'd love to have an answer too. I think that another one of those questions I would have is, why not the gadget guy within this offense? You've worked in JSN a little bit on the bubble screens and tunnel screen game, and he's done some good stuff with that. But why not the fly sweep stuff? Why not work Laviska in there? A guy that should be, well suited to be able to handle that type of stuff and go, or if you don't want to go with Laviska, go with the McIntosh who can run some of that same sort of stuff. You got Walker in the backfield, McIntosh lined up as your slot. McIntosh comes in motion, takes the fly sweep, or you fake the fly sweep to McIntosh, you get the defense drifting wide, you come back to an outside zone play, back to Kenneth Walker. Those are the kind of plays that we thought we were going to see this year. And instead it's been more, no, what you see on where the play is going to run to is where it's going to go. And this is what has afforded the defenses so many opportunities to be able to key in, especially the run game, of what we're trying to do, where we're trying to attack, and how to take it away. So I don't know why they're not using him more on that. I can only surmise there's some kind of doghouse he's gotten into, that he doesn't do something right that they like to see. But this is stuff that Grubb was running in college as far as the gadget guy kind of being in the offense. Different guys suited the role at UW. Sometimes it would be Polk, sometimes it would be McMillan, sometimes it would be Odunze, but somebody was always filling into that role and playing that kind of part to the offense. It has been a bit removed here, though, coming to the pro level. And yeah, you're right about the defense, man. They've turned a corner. The last 4 weeks, this has been legit play on their part. They haven't lucked into these performances. They've taken it to these offenses. And it's purposeful. It's beautiful to see because you're seeing McDonald's defense unfurled in all of its potential that it brings to the table and what it can do, and it can shut offenses down. It is not a bend but don't break kind of defense. It is a shut you down kind of defense. And it's a difference from what we've had here recently for a long period of time. And I love that. I love that philosophy and outlook from a defensive side of the ball. We're not coming out here to limit you. We're coming out here to stop you. And you can fall a little bit into that let's limit them side with how offenses work in this modern era and just let's give up ground. It's going to be hard to stop anybody in this point. No, you can still stop offenses. Make that the point of emphasis. Get yourself out of 3 and outs. And what do we have to finish off this game, Wu-Tang? Like 9 straight defensive stands of no points. 9 straight in New York on the road. Jets with Wilson and Devontae Adams out on the outside. Thank you, though, Wu-Tang, for the $10 donation. Eric Michelet, thank you for the $2 donation. B, what are our options for return men? Yikes. Probably few and far between at this point in the season. If there's any guys off the street that are available, they probably could have been signed by now. You got to almost estimate that there's maybe not much of anybody that you could ask to go and do this. I would like to see if maybe the potential here is if Tyler Lockett to do it, if he can be sure-handed in it. Maybe it's been a year since he's done it and he's not comfortable in doing it. I think that there is somebody stable out there that you can sign who can just catch the ball and you know you're going to be able to count on them to catch the ball. They don't need to return it, just catch it. That you go and find that guy and bring him in. As far as kick return goes, I would put McIntosh back there as a kick returner instead of Williams. I'd have Laviska Shenault be my returner. Your job's back there to be the returner. Sit back in the middle thing. They'll kick it off. Return the ball. Or just let the ball go through the back of the end zone too. I'm okay with that at this point, Eric. I think they've got to get to a point. Mike said a couple weeks ago, sunk cost. Well, you might have to get to the point of sunk cost on this special teams unit and just stop, as I was saying earlier, trying to make it a weapon and understand that Dixon, weapon. Myers, weapon. The rest of your special teams unit, not a weapon. So don't act like they are. Limit the damage that they can cause on your team on a given Sunday rather than looking for how they're going to take you to the win. I would not like to have this mindset on it, but is what it is this deep into the season. And I've seen too many bad special teams units through the years on NFL teams to know that you don't just suddenly reverse course week 13 and become good in that way. If you're bad, you're going to be bad, and you're going to be that bad throughout. So smart head coach realizes this, says, hey, it's a problem we're going to have to fix this offseason. We'll address it this offseason. But for now, right now, we got to limit the damage done. That's just my outlook on it. Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Jamal is going to cost the Lions a Super Bowl. Jamal. How is Jamal going to cost the Lions a Super Bowl? Not sure what you mean on that hand grenade. Sorry. Thank you for the donation, though. King Prodigy, thank you for the $2 donation. Brando, Grubb's got to go. First Hawks game, though. Hey, congrats. Hell of a game. Looked like a pretty cool environment out there to be watching the game, and it looked chilly. But you're not alone, King. I think there's been a lot of folks that are kind of a little bit frustrated with Grubb, and that the frustration is going to continue to grow if these performances continue to stack up like this. And he has some measure, I think, of explanation for what he's dealing with as far as offensive line limitations go, but it's not the end all be all. And there's some stuff that goes beyond the offensive line that's not as easy to explain away to just being a problem of things. He's not being given the right elements for success. He should be getting more out of this unit. You should be finding more productivity, more points than you are. But we'll see what they do there. It's possible, King. It's possible. Alan, thank you for the $5 donation. And thank you for the double donation, Alan, at that. I'm still here for the Niners' downfall. I don't care if they have injured players on their roster. Remember when they laughed? Now they're crying later. Oh, yeah, they laughed at us. Boy, they were so mad about Geno beating them a couple weeks ago. And we might have started to put them to rest with that loss. That might have been the downhill trajectory point. That might have been the flash point for that Super Bowl window to slide shut. And I hope it does. I truly do hope it does. And them finishing it up tonight, I'll take a look at this game. Them finishing up tonight would be just the perfect side of that. Lose tonight, you're done. You check out. You look forward at that point. And boy, that would feel good. I feel real good. It's good watching it though, Alan. It does feel good to feel like, hey, this is finally about to close up, hopefully, on these guys. We do have a kind of a snowy day out here with Buffalo on a 3rd and 8. They're going to get a false start. Appreciate you. Ski Nation, thank you for the $10 donation. Just got back to the stream after sitting on the game for a while. It's an impressive win. We came back from 21-7 and shut them out in the second half. Geno didn't throw a pick. 10 a.m. Huge road win. Props to Geno in this game, playing a clean game. It's something that we all want to see our quarterback do. It's easier said than done, especially when you have no ground game, yet you're still wanting to be effective offensively, and the best thing you do is throw the ball. And the more that leans in that direction, the more that there's more of a chance at that point of having an interception go down and it playing out like that. And Geno kept this clean. And I said this on the Bleacher Report post-game stream, in that he throws one interception, and this is a game you probably lose. One mere interception, this thing's a loss. He had to play a clean game all the way through this thing to come out with the win. Your special teams basically used up the true turnovers that you had maybe to supply, when it was said and done on that. So props to Geno for playing a clean game on that. It wasn't an easy one. And overall, he didn't play bad, I wouldn't say. It's an impressive win. Resiliency is the team-defining trait that we've seen so far from them. Be it offense, defense, overall as a team, resiliency, and that's what you had to show today. That defense, when they're driving down there and they're going down and you got the ball and they're just about knocking on the door of another touchdown, and it's looking dark, it's looking bad, and you get the pick there with Leonard Williams and then come back and get the interception on the pick six to flip the game in that way and to keep yourself back in within shouting distance, within reaching distance then of that Niner team. That was such a massive swing of a moment, but it was also a moment that you drove and made happen. It didn't just occur because the Jets threw up on themselves. It occurred because you forced them to make that mistake. And that's that resiliency component that I think just does sort of define this team. We may want other components. I want a dominant team. I want the juggernaut. I want to, this and that as far as your identity goes. But this is what it is. That's their identity. And it's overall a great identity to have because you can never count them out. Be it in the season, be it in a game. Plenty in my chat were counting them out early on. And I was on that line myself. I ain't going to lie. But they kept the faith. Most 12s kept the faith. Team kept the faith. It's a huge win and a huge road win, Ski. Let's not forget. Out there in New York, 10 a.m. A team that hasn't won a lot of games, but this is not your typical 3-8 team that's bereft of talent. That's a Hall of Famer back there still slinging the rock. That's a Hall of Fame wide receiver out there that he's had his whole career next to him on one side and a very young, one of the great young up-and-coming wide receivers on the other side. There's a defensive line that can get after it. Quinn Williams is a top 7-8 defensive tackle in the sport. William McDonald is a rising player in this game. Hassan Reddick is a very, very functional pass rusher who can get it done on that side. I look at it as an impressive win, Ski, as well. Nothing but an impressive win in my outlook. King Bomber says, Reek isn't getting a contract extension here. He's getting traded. I've long wondered if that's going to be where we're going with it. And the snow is really starting to come down in Buffalo here on a 3rd and 1 for the Niners. Monson says, I don't see Woolen getting a long-term contract. We have so many others. Yeah, I could see it being the case this way. Way it goes. King Bomber, very sloppy start to the game. I expect Chenault Williams to be off kickoff duty. Well, with Chenault, he's got a guaranteed contract, so he's not going anywhere. But Williams, Jay Howland says, I was at the game and the muffed kicks made me go nuts. Thank God we came out with the win. I'll just say that because we would be very much in frustrated point of saying, oh, well, special teams lost us the game at this time of year in a game that matters this much. The timing would have been horrible. To lose that way would have been worse. And you might have been in some trouble if it went down like that. Boy, McCaffrey looking kind of explosive on that run. Alex says, Leonard Williams making history, laughing out loud. Yeah, he is. Mike Thompson says, I just love that you're seeing some leaders starting to hold guys accountable. That's huge. We've got some moments in this year of that happening. We do, Mike. And yeah, you're right, it is. If you want to take that step, it's that final step from being a very good team, from being an ascending team, to being an elite team, to being a true contending team. The final step in my eyes, Mike, is the leaders in-house really emerging in full force. Not in that you've got one or two guys here or there that's kind of saying something, but that the vets in that locker room are speaking up, that are unified in their messaging to the young players, and they're getting those young players in line. And that's what it takes, getting in guys' faces. Sometimes that's what it's got to be. Kimara thought Lamea played well and had his rookie moments at times. Yeah, that's accurate. I think that's accurate. Niners got a little bit of a drive going here against the Bills. 1st and 10. They're all the way down to the 19-yard line. Buffalo territory. Ryan Myers says, Woolen made a dumb decision to expect the receiver to run out of bounds. He needs to hit that guy. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. James Peters is going to come down the wire. We have a hard schedule remaining. Cards and Rams coming up. Yeah, Cards game on the road. Looms large next week, James. You get that win, you put the Cardinals away at that point. I think that's 3 straight losses for the Cardinals. They're probably out of it. You potentially have the Niners, seeing how this game goes, potentially out of it at that point. And then you only have the Rams game as far as a remaining division matchup left. I think that definitely would set up in that way where potentially, and with the Rams winning this week, they might be ready to kind of roll this thing as well. I think that they have I don't think they have we don't have a hard schedule, but they got an easier schedule, I think, down the line a little bit. So they've got the Bills next week at home in LA. They got the Niners on the road. They got the Jets at home. Then they're at home against the Cardinals and at home against the Seahawks to finish things up. So I don't know, debatable if they have the harder or we have the harder schedule. I think you could probably say almost they may have the harder schedule. But we do have Vikings and Packers. So I guess that you could say maybe that's a bit tougher, but Bills, Niners. It's not easy peasy either for them. Especially because they just got to, I think, 5-5 now. So we technically have it could come down to that final game of the season. That's the bottom line. Alan says, I feel like Grubb has been better than Shane Waldron, at least with 2-minute drill plays. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think some of that's Geno, too. He's always been pretty good in 2-minute situations, but better this year than ever. Niners are going to have to take a field goal here. The kick is up. Somebody threw a snowball at the kick. If a snowball hits a kick, what's the call on that? Is that fan interference if a snowball knocks the ball out of midair? Somebody legit almost hit the ball in the air with the snowball. It was kind of close. That was impressive. I'll be right back, folks. 1 second for me, please. If you can for me, folks, please do slam that like button. It would help me out a ton. Helps this channel grow. Helps us just keep on motoring on. As, of course, we are on the road. And, boy, we're getting closer and closer here. I've got to start fleshing out that 24-hour stream I keep talking about because we are getting ever closer. We are 18,150. We're almost 1,000 away from that 19,500 mark where I will be doing that 24-hour stream for charity. So you can help us get there a little closer. Day by sub and on up. Ooh, Washington Fist Quest in the house. What's up, Washington Fist Quest? Thank you for the $5 donation. I'm a fair man. Is it too late to resend our second rounder and give the Giants a first for Big Cat? Just wanted to be a little bit more even. Go Hawks. Indeed. You gave up a high price for him, and you might have snookered him. You might have took him. You might have gotten the steal. You paid the money, and you still might have gotten a steal, Fish Quest. He's been a game changer for us in the defensive tackle position since coming in here. He's been consistent almost game in and game out since arriving. You can see that he's hungry to win. You can see that he's willing to be a leader. He's giving you everything you could want from him as a player for that. And he's just put up two of the best games, I think, of his career. I think that certainly is indicative of that you see this kind of performance. And something that I've talked about when we first brought Leonard Williams in Washington Fist Quest is what happens when you take this guy who for years has been operating in an environment where he's not one, where Jets lose, Giants lose. And I think we can pretty much succinctly say in retrospect in both of those organizations that they weren't losing because of Leonard Williams' presence. Those teams lost before Leonard Williams was there, and they lost after Leonard Williams was there. That was the case. It's not on necessarily his shoulders that it wasn't that way, but then what happens when you take that guy who's not had a lot of that and none of that success and put him in a position where now you are competitive, where now you are playing for something, where now you're not just grinding through these games where week after week you're losing and just trying to muster up with the effort when you know your team can't get it done. And do you get that best version of that player when that does occur? And last year, you bet you did. And this year, you bet your ass again you are. So yeah, that second round pick looking nice, mighty tasty. You weren't going to find a guy in the second round at the defensive tackle position who could give you the impact Leonard Williams has. There is a reason this guy is a former top 10 pick. Hell, I think he's a top 5 pick in the draft. He's that dude. He's that guy. We got 2nd and 9 here for Josh Allen. He scrambles around. He's looking. He's going to try to get it late and can't quite fit it in there. Sloppy game there. It's tough with that snow, man. This is going to be a low-scoring one, I think, which probably works in the Niners' favor. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I've been drinking my face off in honor of Megan's name day, but Bravos brought up the most important thing, and that's how well the Samoan kid played. He played good. On the road, first NFL start. You're going to get a good amount of Quinnen Williams. You know, I'm sure we look at the tape that there's going to be some matchups there with him and Quinnen. But he held up to my eyes. One moment of a penalty, sprung that key block on the Charbonnet run for a touchdown on the 6-yard run. He was the man right there at the point of attack. But I thought he played pretty solidly today. I thought he stood up, and that's a great point, by Bravos. And I think that this is something that maybe we can build on. And if you can, that's that potential steadying of the ship that we could see occur over the next couple of weeks. Does Olatimi fit into bed? Does he get more secure in the center position? Lucas round back into shape as he's just trying to get into shape. The guy's had no training camp. He's just been rehabbing up until this moment, really, and training on his own. And then, Salatoa, can he prove to be maybe an answer in there at the right guard position where we don't need sterling play? It'd be nice to have. We don't need dominance. It'd be nice to have. We need just get us up into more of close to that league average range in how you play. Can you get us there? And we'll see out of his performance in this game. I didn't have a chance to lock on him as closely, but we'll see on this after this performance a little bit more where he's at with that, Garth. But glad to hear you're celebrating Megan's birthday. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Sean Proper, Woolen has some issues, but this team is awfully thin at corner these days. Job, RFA, Trey Brown's a UDFA, and no other cornerback currently on the roster has much upside. We'll see with Nehemiah Pritchett, Sean. I think the team's got some hope with Nehemiah Pritchett a little bit. I don't think that if you move Woolen that you're going to stand still on the corner position at that point. You're going to definitely go to make a move for somebody else. And I would expect probably you end up adding 2 corners when it's all said and done after this year. So it's not clear on what they're going to do with Woolen exactly. And it may be that they are going to keep him. I think part of what drives you on this is I don't think you're going to get away with saying to Woolen, we make you play in your rookie contract. I think he's going to say, look, I've done enough to earn my contract. You guys have paid these contracts in prior years for these guys that have outperformed their rookie deals like I have. If you're not going to pay me, then trade me. And that's where, to me, the rubber meets the road on this situation with Woolen, where if the team is driven by him to sort of say, I want to actually be paid now, you need to pay me first, I'll play out that rookie deal, that final year of my rookie deal. That's where the decision may get a little bit tougher. I'm going to pay 16, 17, 18 million a year for Woolen on an extension. Do I trust in that much? And I'm not saying on that one, Sean, I have a good answer to that one way or the other, but just I think that's the question at play here. That's the hard question on Schneider's plate. Gabe 2166, the toughest thing for an offensive lineman is to put them in obvious passing plays. That's why cross another lineman don't look like they should. Yeah, it's when you get predictable, when you can't run the ball, and when you're not just only can't run the ball, but you're running the ball so badly, where it's not even the 2-3 yards in a cloud of dust, but it's the negative 2-yard play, it's the negative 4-yard play, it's the negative 5-yard play, because there's so much penetration. And you become one-dimensional. It does make your line look worse. And I think our line already is naturally, Gabe, one that is going to be a bit problematic when it comes to pass protecting on their best days. I think you put them into knowing passing situations and you just exacerbate that issue even more so. Nate says, this team is horrible close to the end zone. Why is this? Why not fool the defense and run the center at fullback and fake it to K9 or Charbazard? Well, I think you in many ways answer some of this at the end. I think that there's, Nate, a lack of creativity. When you get down by the goal line, it seems like there's a lack of pre-snap motion. It feels like they lean at times onto, once they get inside the 4-yard line, into a lot of heavy goal line looks for the defensive line. Or for the offensive line, where you almost sort of remove the run game angle of it a little bit. And I think that's I think that's a part of it. The misdirection part you talk about, that's another part of it. One place where you had some success a couple weeks ago, to your point on this. So you had the Sundale lined up at fullback, and it was a play that really jumped out to me where you're showing that goal line look. Okay. They know it's coming. They know the run's coming. You know, the defense is keyed on that run coming. You know, as an offensive coordinator, they're keyed up in that way, but you put the fullback at center. You have your offensive lineman aligned at fullback. That's going to make all the defensive eyes go to that fullback because they're going to go, yeah, they're going to want to run behind that guy. They're going to have that big meat stick get into the hole and try to drive the first guy out so that they can just ram the running back behind him. So we're going to key in and flow to that fullback center post snap. And then you ran it to Walker the opposite way. So you had the center go this way. You had Walker go that way. The defense flows with the center out of the fullback position. Walker's actually got a pretty clear lane to just pop it in there to the left side. They haven't gone back to that call when it worked initially a couple weeks ago. I'd go back and do that same kind of thing. Last week, they tried to actually run it behind the center. And again, defense was keyed up on the center at the goal line. They flow to where the center's going. So go back to the other thing. The misdirection is what we come down to. You got to be more creative. You got to be able to be less predictable from what you're showing the defense prior to the snap. Because when it comes to run game, there's some reasons with the run game that include multiple things like inability to run block, but there's also the predictability of it, and the defenses seem to know what's coming before it's coming. Nate says, I wish I had merch and I'd buy it. Nate says, I wish B had merch, I'd buy it. B is a real one. I love this stream. Sorry for being out of topic. Much love, brother. Well, Nate, I've actually got a merch shop. So if you look beneath this YouTube video, I've got my merch shop connected to this YouTube video. So if you're looking to get a TheSeahawksNest shirt, mug, cup, we got this lovely bad boy right here that I drink from. My Hawks Nest keeps it cold 24/7. Yeah, that's cold. That's extra cold. But you can get my merch now. Got the shop open and it's connected right here on YouTube. So just right beneath the description section of this YouTube video, you can find my shop, my merch. But no worries, man. See, Lord, if only the Rams would have lost, today would have been near perfect football-wise. It would have been great if they did. Yeah, there's still a scary team working in the background there, that's for sure. Their background, they're back there lurking just a little bit. Lurking. WZ9 says, I saw Kenny McIntosh miss a tackle on the kick return touchdown we allowed. And it's hard for those running backs to turn into tacklers, but that's why you're on the roster at that point. You got to be relied upon to do that. Jeffy J says, remember when everyone thought the Saints would be the #1 seed? Laughing out loud. They started hot, but they cooled off quick. Mako Frayne, will Hawks fans take over Arizona? I would reckon to guess, yeah. Arizona has started to see maybe the season twist and turn a little bit on them as it stands right now. And we always tend to do take over that stadium just in general terms, and especially with the Hawks playing as well as they are being in first place. I would think that that would have us with a heavy contingent of Seahawks fans in the stadium this next week. Well, Dallas Cowboy, what time is it? Rush hour. Hey, Brandon. Great stuff as always. Good when y'all win. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Hey, congrats to your Cowboys team. Got the W, too. I know it's the Giants, but, you know, still. Teaser, the tunnel screen is already being recognized by defenses. Grubb has to be more creative. That's the way he's labeled a little bit with the offense, Teaser. We got something that works, and he just hammers it like a drummer that's just working off one cymbal. You know, well, that worked. That worked. And this is a little bit of, I think, of an indication of how much they're searching for what will and won't work offensively and how little is kind of working consistently when it comes to the offense. And they're trying to lean on it, but you're probably right. It's getting to that point where defenses are starting to get closer and closer to keying up on what's going on, and you're just not catching them off guard as much as you did earlier. Mick says, Brandon, have you seen the Jets players whining about the refs in this game? DJ Reed especially has been real vocal about it ever since the game ended. In my eyes, and I think that this is what you get from the Jets secondary anyway, and that is that the Jets secondary is going to play on that same kind of line that the Niners do. And the way that this works, in my opinion, is this. It tracks back where Niners, Jets, Seahawks defenses from the 2013, right? How was Brandon Browner and how was Richard Sherman? They were very physical corners. They were corners that were going to play on that line of physicality between the hold and the PI and getting into you in that way versus playing just cleanly and trying to stay with you in coverage. And the Niners play that way too. I tried like hell. Tre'Davious Ward, who gets away with that stuff as much as anybody in the game. Grabbing. Hell, he was just called for a PI in this game, was Tre'Davious. They grab, they tug, they pull, they grab, they tug, they pull. I see it all over the All-22 tape. And so what do the Jets run? They come off of the Niner system, which comes off of the former Seahawks system in many ways, which is going to have the front four up front trying to get home on their own. And then the corners on the outside got to kind of hold up. And you're going to ask your corners to be a little bit extra physical with the wide receivers on the outside. And if that's the case, fine. Then there's going to be a cost of doing business. We had to suffer that cost of business as well with Brandon Browner and Richard Sherman, where we had more penalties from those guys during that time than just about anybody else in the league. But there was an offshoot to it, right? There was a good side to what you got. Yeah, you got some penalties here, but you got the dominance on the other side of it. Jets likewise get a lot of good play from those cornerbacks, a lot of productive play from those quarterbacks, but they are very physical. They do get very handsy. And when you're going to be that way, you can't be surprised then when you play a game where the officials are going to call it the way that it's supposed to be legislated in the playbook. There was a call in this game, Mick, where DK Metcalf got just knocked off his feet while the ball was en route by a linebacker who wasn't looking back for the ball. That's a blatant PI, as blatant as you get. Didn't get called. I mean, does DJ Reed recognize that play? Does he reference that one? You're going to play that way. You're going to want to be physical. Then you can't, bitch and moan then when you see it go down like that. You go, well, we're going to catch weeks like that where the officials are going to call it that way, especially when we're being extra grabby, especially when they're pulling in there. That's just my outlook on it, though. Yeah, the snow's really starting to come down that game. Make a frame. Why not put Tyler Lockett or Njigba or literally anyone to return? I don't know if Njigba would be very comfortable doing it. He hasn't done a lot of it in his career. Lockett, I don't see why you wouldn't do that. Say, Lockett, look, just fair catch everything. Catch everything. That's all I want you to do. But we'll see if they make a choice on that. Malachi says, where's Godwin Gabuki with right now? I don't know. Is he in the league? Yes, he's not with anybody this year. That's a great call, man. Maybe we go with Godwin. I'm with it, Malachi. Great suggestion. See, Lord, I'm actually worried that the snow factor will help neutralize the gap between the Bills and the Niners. It can do that. Bills were able to get a touchdown here, so they're up 7-3, but we've seen at times that it can be a leveling of the playing field. Heavy rain, heavy snow, heavy winds. It can kind of equalize even a talent difference that might occur. It's part of the fun of the sport, I guess, Zombie, I'm in the minority of the Seahawks fans that generally impressed with Grubb and McDonald. I figured this team would be 6-11 win team with flashes of potential, but nothing earth-shattering. I think it's a fair outlook, Zombies. And I'm not pressing one way or the other on Grubb, and I certainly have McDonald's got my full support at this point. And I see that there's good conversation between Megan and Nicholas on the Leonard Williams, and that's cool. Just as always, super. Make sure we're respectful. We're going to have difference of opinion. It's okay. Greg B, this defense looks real good. What do you think we could do to make it even better? Thanks for all of your insights. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I do have a theory on this a little bit, Greg. And that is that when I think about it, this defense and what would be nice if you could bring it, which would be, in my opinion, a potential real game-changing type edge. I don't know if we could find one. I don't know if there's really a way to make it happen. But getting one of those real upper crust edge guys, like you could find a way to make, Cleveland Browns, for instance, if they are at a point where they know they've got to turn this thing over and they're stuck in the contract with Watson, and let's just start to bleed this out and get this to the place where we can turn this back to the right place. I think Myles Garrett's got to get his feet that need some surgery, and I don't know what the cost would be, but you could bring in a guy like that and find a true game wrecker off the edge for this defense to add in. I think that could be huge. And boy, McCaffrey having a good game here for the 49ers. He's running really well. Catching the ball well, running well. He's looking a little bit more explosive this week. And he's getting right through that line of scrimmage. I think that'd be the way I would lean. Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation. The variability in PI calls between games is bad enough, but I'm seeing just as much variability quarter to quarter these days. Do something, NFL, or people will stop watching. The NFL's playing this game right now, and they're one where you're playing with fire a little bit, because this sport is only ever going to be as good as you know that there's not some shenanigans going on in the background. And when officiating comes into play so very often, and you see so many poor officiating moments throughout the course of the year, and you know these guys aren't on as full-time ref Sanchez, that's right there one of the easy peasy ways you could correct this, and at least you could remove the, hey, maybe they're not working enough on their craft to be good enough at it. You got 60-year-old men with their old-ass eyes trying to look at things because for some reason you don't ever want to let the young cats come through here. God only knows why, since it seems like this variance we get, Sanchez, is coming from, by a large part, the old guys. Because that's the thing the NFL would say is, well, we don't want to retire the 55, 60-year-old guy that can barely move down the field and stay with the action because he's been doing it so long. He's kind of a master of it. Well, he's a master of it. Why do we get so many effing bad calls game to game? And I agree with you. One of the big places, and we got an interception here by, it looks like, DeMar Hamlin. One of the big places you see that variability is not just staff to staff of referees, but quarter to quarter, where you have an inconsistency from how you're calling it from the first quarter to how you're calling it in the fourth quarter. And that part makes zero sense because you can't assess that to old eyes. You can't assess that to different crews. You go, look, you're setting the stage of what you're saying is the mandate for how we're going to play today, and then you change the mandate later on down the game. I hate that too, Sanchez. I don't have any appreciation for that either. Do they call a penalty here? Oh, they called a penalty. Wow, they bailed the Niners out on that one. Look like guys just ran into each other. But as Sanchez, I think the same thing at times with the holding calls too. I think that a lot of these penalties, there's just a lack of consistency. And on top of making the officials full-time, I think that the NFL would be served well to streamline some of these rules. Uh-oh. Christian McCaffrey is very gimpy coming off the sideline after that carry. What just happened there? Uh-oh. Oh boy, that's not good. He just was running and came to a stop and laying down. Ooh. Yikes. 2nd and 15 here. But I think Sanchez, if they don't address this and they just sort of hands over their eyes, fingers in their ears, if that's the way the NFL is going to play this and keep business as usual, you're going to lose eyeballs. And I think they've already lost some eyeballs. I think that there's a bit of an impact where they're like, well, whatever we lose domestically, we'll gain from the international audience. But rather than taking that approach, why not keep all eyeballs? And there are a variety of steps that they can take to make this better. Nothing is ever going to make it perfect, but you can make it better. And there's some very straightforward methods of approach to get it to that better state. But the NFL's got to accept the fact that there's a problem here. And for the love of God, can we stop helping the Chiefs every single game? Can we do like every other game we help the Chiefs? So it's almost like a comedy special at this point with the Chiefs. How will the officials save them this week? That's the little bit of extra on top of it. Sanchez is that little bit. But consistency, man. I've referenced it back to the strike zone in baseball. Ump by ump, you will have a strike zone that differs. Until we get to the robo-umps, that's the reality of life. So you get that as a player. You step up to the batter's box. The zone's a little wide early on in the day. You know the zone's going to be a little bit wide later on in the day. It's a little bit high later in the day. It's going to be high. It's going to be a little low. It's going to be low. It's going to stay consistent to that umpire. He's going to stay within the margins of how he calls it. But with the officiating crews, they don't do that. What's a low strike in the game becomes a ball later on in the game. And it gets hard for the players to know where the line exactly is at it. I will say, I don't think that's what's happened to the Jets in that, they got hit by like thinking that they can get away with murder early and then they started calling them on it later. Jake Moody setting up for a field goal here. Wind's blowing. Snow's a falling. Jake's been a bit dodgy for him already this year so far. Snap down, hold down, kick up. No good. Huzzah! There we go. Jake Moody with the miss. Buffalo Bills will maintain the lead. It looked like a good hold. Laces out. Kick had a chance. Just drifted to the left. That wind, baby. That wind. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Pumpkin is knocked out like Dennis Hopper in a David Lynch movie. Is Xena responsible? I think it's the salmon. You know, I think it's the salmon sweats that she gets. It tires you out. You know, once you eat that good, tasty salmon, it's like, you know, and it's victory salmon, Garth. You know, it ain't just normal salmon. It's a little bit sweeter. The meat is a little more succulent when you got that victory salmon in your mouth. You know what I mean? A little less fishy. It's like, they kind of smoked that a little bit, didn't they? Like she's literally doing that. She kind of eats it and kind of closes her eyes when she's eating it. Yeah. I got some smoke flavor on that salmon. And then she look over me and she's like, is that a little lemon? That's some lemon in there too, huh? Lemon too. All right. I'm liking that. That's me. Yeah. Here we go. But I like the reference. A little, what was it? Red Velvet? Is that the movie there? Nobody puts baby in the corner. I think that's for a man that had so many unhinged performances in Dennis Hopper. I think Red Velvet is probably the most unhinged. That was the one where you went, okay, Dennis. Maybe a little less cocaine between takes, huh? Maybe just a half a line, you know? You know, he's like, I'm going all in. Appreciate you, Garth. Thanks for the donation. You too, Sanchez. You guys have donated multiple times over today. I really thank you for that. Brian Myers says the Williams trades look better now with Mike McDonald as a coach with his philosophy as opposed to Pete. Yeah, I'd agree with that. McDonald's able to get more out of Williams because I think he can drive more of the single block, single team, less of the double teams that Williams might have gotten under the old scheme. Yeah, that's a great point. James says, hopefully we fire Schneider and bring in Baltimore general manager and his offensive line philosophy. Probably not on that one, but you never know. A 3-hour can't fix everything on the line in one draft. We could have signed Zeitler over re-signing Fant. That would have solved the right guard problem. Indeed, you could have 3-hour. That's where I do believe that this is the part we come down to where some people push back on me and saying, okay, Schneider's really kind of neglected this position for the past about 10 years. And they say, well, no. The past 3 years, you've drafted all these guys. And McCaffrey heading back to the locker room. He is walking, but he is walking a little bit gingerly with the way he's moving around out there. Looks like he might be done. Just might be. But that is where you come down to, and we got James Cook in the open field here. James Cook is loose, and he is down the field. I don't think the 49ers are going to catch him. Touchdown for Buffalo Bills. There we go. James Cook. Fantasy looking good today. Kinda. But that's where 3-hour, it's indeed true that they've drafted a much more in the 10-year period here over the last 3 years. You've drafted much more heavily. You've drafted much more higher on the offensive line. The other two ways you can deal with, and it's intimated a little bit in your comment, where you can also go into free agency and try to find true value in free agency, not bargain basement cost, but value in free agency, which you've been unwilling to do as a team, and then making a trade for a guy. There are two other ways to get this done, and I think those other two methods can help you 3-hour to getting this a little closer to fixing this line, even into one off season. It just is, can you make it a point of emphasis? Can you make it that lead priority? And I think as Lucas comes back and starts to look healthier at right tackle, you go, okay, left tackle, right tackle, good. Interior 3 line places are the 3 that we've got to develop in and take a look at. Haynes at least gives you some depth in there for the long term, you'd hope. Maybe you got to move into center. But then I think you can address those other 3 if you need to address all 3 of those. But you do need to use those other 2 points to get it done. It's definitely not in good shape. And there's nothing you can do about it right now. 3-hour to your point on that. Zombie Central. It might be a little too early to start talking the draft, but I would really love to see Tennessee's James Pierce on this D-line. Hawks Nest. Never too early, man. Never too early. I'm already starting. I can't say that I'm super deep here, so I'm definitely working my way through, as they say on this. But if you want to look at this, here's kind of just an early little peek. These are not going to be obviously final grades, but here's a little bit of my early board I'm working on as far as the draft goes. Offensive line, you can kind of see here a little bit. I was doing some scouting last night, looking at Emory Jones, looking at Wyatt, Milliam, a couple of those guys out there in this draft. Some interesting interior offensive linemen. Not loving the tight end so far, as you can see on that. But James Pierce, to your point, a guy that I have looked at, him and Abdul Carter are two of my early guys I've taken a look at that I have with first-round grades. Currently, Mason Graham, Travis Hunter, Will Johnson are my only blue chip first rounders on the defensive side of the ball. But you get kind of a snap, quick peek here at the view of my my big board as it develops. I got about 45 names, something like that right now. We'll get up to about 320 by the time of the draft. But I'm into it, man. I'm already starting to go myself. You got to get out ahead of this stuff, Zombie, quick, because it comes fast. You end up with a month to go and you've got about 150 prospects to look at, and you start going blind. So you better do it early and you better start fast. But James Pierce, very impressive pass rusher, very interesting edge guy, probably a first round guy like I showed there. Let me get to my notes a little bit. I was looking at him just the other night. The Tennessee guys have definitely developed out some pretty athletic linemen in recent years with your Darrell Taylor and Byron Young over there with the Rams, who's had a pretty good start. I do think Pierce has got some elements to his game, in my opinion, that sort of look a little bit like Jared Verse, 6'4", 245, good all-around edge, so good against the run, good as a pass rusher. A little bit more of a hand-in-the-dirt guy, I think, than he is a stand-up guy. But a very competent guy, and he's got a wide variety of pass rush moves, good counter inside, really active defender, plays with a lot of heart. I think that he can still add about another 10, 15 pounds and not lose any of his quickness or speed, which is part of where that upside is that I think teams are going to see in him, Zombies, and why I think he's going to go in the first round. But a guy that could very well fit and be a guy that they look at for sure. You might end up in that stage where being in the 20s in the first round and finding that the high value guy on your board is an edge. C. Lord says, yeah, the more I think about it, I like the idea of moving the guard competition to the left side with Tomlinson and Haynes. You try there. I don't think Haynes is going to be able to push Tomlinson. I don't. I think Haynes just needs an offseason to get stronger, better. He needs to just develop, and he's just not ready to go right now at this point. And I don't like Tomlinson. I don't. But that's where I think the position is where it is, and I think if they had a point of improvement to call upon or go to, I kind of think they might have gone to it by this point. Boy, nice run by Mason. Running game for these teams taking over a little bit here. Sweet Lord says, laughing out loud, someone threw a snowball at the football during the field goal. They did. That was awesome. That's a true fan there. That's a true. Do you know what a hero you'd been? Like all the Yankee fans that wanted to get up on that donut who tried to pull the ball out of the player's glove in the playoffs. Like they all got proud of the guy for doing that. You're no more badass than I threw the perfect snowball to knock the extra point out of the air, and it was no good. Like wouldn't it be a great moment where the officials start getting all close together and they're like, what do we call? They're bringing out the playbook and they're like flipping through the playbook. Snowball, 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 snowball hitting player, snowball hitting ball. Where are we? You got anything on that? I'll call New York. Call New York. I feel like a little bit of that would have happened on that kind of play. Dwyer says, hopefully this upcoming draft. Ooh, Fred Warner heading now to the sideline. He's walking gingerly back. 2nd down and 6. Deebo Samuel with a bubble screen. Nowhere to go. Jason Tudor says, last year's offense under Waldron was actually quite a bit better via EPA. That makes sense, Jason. That does make sense. Teaser says, thoughts on acquiring Zach Martin, or is he too old? I think he's just a little bit too far gone there, Teaser. I think that that's just a little bit too much of, as I say with this, to fix this and to correct this situation, we've got to recognize that the last 10 years, the approach has been kind of the same. And the approach, although it's been improved in recent years in the drafting and that you're drafting more, which if you look from 2015 to 2020, it was a bare minimum draft positional group. So that part's been improved upon. But the other part that's got to be improved upon is the looking to the aged lineman who's really on their last legs, that you're just kind of signing on a 1-year deal flyer kind of thing or a 2-year deal flyer kind of thing, but it's really a 1-year deal. Mike Iupati, Gabe Jackson, Luke Jokel, this year Lincoln Tomlinson. It's kind of one after another, Austin Blythe, then Evan Brown. Brown wasn't super old, but you're just not really signing quality per se there. And with Martin, he is just kind of at the end of his road, well into his early 30s. Played a lot of football. He's definitely been a really good player, but I just think he's probably getting up there. And I think I checked back on him earlier this year. It looked like his performance was starting to dip there for the Cowboys. Where you don't have him, on top of the fact you're getting close to that cliff if you did bring him in. But to me, that's part of that pivot to the new strategy thing, where that's something you would have done in prior years, where now you got it into a different direction. 3 Hours says, I'd look for a guard in free agency or call up teams with guards and trade for one and not just a mid-old vet, someone who can elevate the line. And you can, yes, use a high draft pick on a left guard. There we go, man. That's how I'm with it too. Use those other methodologies of approach to improve the position, not only because trying to just utilize the draft only reduces your ability to maximize out the positional group. It narrows your capacity to be able to onboard talent, but also because of the fact that you want to get this line up to snuff as quick as humanly possible because you have a team that looks pretty damn close and ready to compete. And this is one of the single main factors holding back that ability to become a contender. Brian says, Haynes had a crap week in practice last week and Mike McDonald chose to start Lamea. Haynes may be back in sooner than later. It's possible. It's possible. Niners trying to make it happen here, and that's going to be a sack. Game might be starting to slip away from the Niners here a little bit. James Peters says, the right guard from Utah will be good pick. 4-year starter at Utah are rare, and Utah always has well-developed linemen. Well said, man. What I like about that lineman is linemen coming out of Utah, James, is that they do run smash mouth football out there at Utah. They're not part of this spread concept. We're going to just patty cake our way up the football field. Like, they're going to get after it. They're going to be physical. They're going to be tough. They're going to run the ball. He comes from that background. Can we get a mediator for the Meg and Nicholas dispute? Let's call it truce, guys. We got truce. You know, we're passionate in our outlook of stuff on it. So we're all good. You know what I mean? Let's call it peace. Let's call it ceasefire. Three-hour Booker, Donovan Jackson, Ohio State. You can see here on my offensive board here with both those two guys. I've currently got, for Booker, I've got him set at a second-round grade right now. And then when you look at, I have looked at the other guy you mentioned too. Who did you just mention? Donovan Jackson. I've got him down with technically a 4th-round grade. I might put him up to a 3rd round when it's all said and done, actually, with Donovan. I got him a little low, I think. Even Tate Ratledge wouldn't be probably bad. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Should run tush push with Charbonnet or K9 under center? It's down to try it, Randall. You know, if you're having a hard time short yards, try some different things. You know, and you've been trying kind of some of the same stuff, and it's not really been working. So maybe time to push for a little bit more of the advanced stuff, and or at least just some different things that you work in. That's mainly what I want to see with Grubb. Is that I'm not saying that this answer you call upon is going to fix that, or that answer you're going to call upon to fix this. But if you are just trying to kind of bang your head up against the wall and going a certain way, like, you know, shotgun runs that don't really work, adjust and try some different things that might be outside the box a little bit. So I think what you have to do as an OC if the traditional stuff isn't working. Randall with another $2 donation. Thank you for the double dip there, Randall. He says, Williams get any love for Defensive Player of the Year if he gets 12 plus sacks? Probably not. Because you need to be more of a start to finish dominator. And he had a good start of the year, but, maybe a little bit quiet midpoint. You probably got to be more in that mode. He had that kind of fractured rib at one point, I think, that he was dealing with. But as well, I guess who this year defensively is really that dude as far as separating himself, Randall. Currently, Trey Hendrickson is leading the league in sacks with 11.5. I don't think anybody's looking at him or any of the guys below that as being really Defensive Player of the Year candidates. Xavier McKinney's got 7 interceptions. If he finishes with like 10 picks, he's played really good football for the Packers. But I don't know there, that still is one where you go, does he feel like the Defensive Player of the Year though? Probably be hard for him to pull it off, Randall. Probably would be pretty tough to get that one pulled off. But again, I will say, Randall, and looking at it, normally this time of year, you'd have much more of a guy who was like 14, 15 sacks and was kind of running away with it. A TJ Watt or a Myles Garrett or Micah Parsons type. And this year it's a little bit more, the sack production is a little bit brought down a bit. So maybe there's more of an inroads for a guy like Leonard. If he can continue to dominate like this, Randall, through the back half of the schedule, if he has a run like this, he might end up with that 12, 13 sack season, and he might be that guy. At that point. So I guess check back in with me, Randall, once we get through the, wow, what a throw by Josh Allen. Holy hell. What a throw. Damn. Making it happen, Captain. So it's possible if he could finish out just amazingly, I suppose. But he's going to have to climb the hill a bit here on this one to make it happen there, Randall. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $2 donation, says, what's your opinion of Rourke from Indiana? Can't lie, wasn't really big on what I saw from Rourke. My comp for him would be sort of a poor man's Matt Hasselbeck type, quick delivering veteran passer with extensive starting experience. Much of the passing attack for Indiana's worked off the RPO game from shotgun and was heavily scripted. He shows decent RPMs when making intermediate or middle of the field throws, but outside of the numbers, there is a real lack of arm strength. Mobility is also limited. Nice feet as he sets up when going through his reads, but when things get messy and when he must move around, it gets dirty for him. It gets harder for him. His accuracy dips, his velocity dips. He's got sharp ball placement. He does have a little bit of a smidge of what I would call anticipatory throwing ability, but I would not call him an anticipatory thrower. It's here and there, here and there. But the further down the field that you get with him, the more the arm strength wanes. And I see a lot of these quarterbacks come out time and time again, especially the guys that tend to be more around the 6'1" mark, 6 foot mark. Those tend to be the guys that are a bit like that. Now with Rourke, he's 6'5", he's 223, but he's just not a natural athlete back there. And that's part of the Matt Hasselbeck kind of comp and kind of gangly a little bit back there to a degree. Does not have mobility and does not have upper end arm strength. So from a prospect status, you're missing upper level arm strength. Well, you better have that mobility to move you around to overcome that. But if you're missing the mobility and then you're missing the upper level arm strength, all of the in-between stuff between those two things is all well and good, but you're going to get, I think, exposed at the NFL level as a prospect, that you've got to have something you can lean back on. So I just wasn't a big fan with him, Thomas. I gave him a 5th round grade. I think that he's got good arm talent on those short and intermediate throws, and he can get through reads pretty well, and the anticipation throws are pretty nice at times, and the ball placement's good. But I just kept coming back to, I feel on a few of these throws, going back, rewinding, watching his throws on to the outside of the numbers, and when he's pushing the ball up the field, then there's limitations there, and he just can't get away from anybody. And I don't know how that will work in the modern NFL if you were signing up for that guy to be a long-term guy that you were going to try to ride with. I wanted to like him more, Thomas. I'm sorry, man. I did want to like him more. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. And for all of your support today. Garth, you are amazing, brother. I forget who said it on the round table, but Lyle looks like a guy who will paint the interior of your house, but you'll end up with 30% missing. You wanted that wall too? I got those. Aren't those enough? You need the back wall as well? I thought you were going to just keep that blank. Fred Warner back on the field for the 49ers. Returned from the locker room. Must have got the magical shot. The magical love shot. But yeah. Old poor Lyle. Another run here by James Cook. Nice run by him. Bills trying to work this final possession with 1:53 on the clock left. Up 14-3. Up around the midfield stripe. You get a touchdown here and you start to feel like in these weather elements with just a half of football left that you're putting this Niner team to bed at that point. They're looking done. But well said, Garth. Well said. Kyle Shanahan looks like the guy who will paint the interior of your house, but you'll end up with 30% missing. I think that's certainly what many Niner fans would say. They would echo a lot of that, I think. Boy, James Cook is feeling it. Another 11 yards right there. Nice run there. He's starting to get comfortable in these snowy elements, I think. Picking his way through traffic. Stay with it. Stay with it, OC. You got 3 timeouts. Stay with it. 15 carries, 140 yards for the Bills in this game. 9.3 yard per carry average. Hard to stop the run. Remember, we saw a couple years ago in the same environment. It's like that really heavy, snowy game between the Eagles and the Bills, where Shady McCoy was able to just go off in that game. Maybe it wasn't the Eagles. The Bills were playing somebody. Just remember it was like 4 feet of snow fell in one game. Oh, they're going to go with a quick throw here and a completion. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Is it safe to say K9, Woolen, and Noah Fant probably all get traded this offseason? I don't see them paying K9 or Woolen, and Fant isn't working out. Noah Fant is going to be part of a collection of guys that I think will be part of a crew of guys to be released to save money. And I don't know how John can validate giving him another deal going out the final year of that contract when you can save as much as you can in the Noah Fant deal. And I think John structured it that way purposefully so that if Noah was finally in this third season not able to realize what John thought he could be, that they would pivot and go a different direction. So that one's easy. With Woolen, it's a question mark, and I think the question becomes very much, this is what's at play in Mike McDonald's mind. Does the coverage ability, does his ability to take away the ball from the corner position, is that good enough? Does that overrule? Does that supersede the limitations of him as a tackler? Then him as helping out as a rally to the ball defender? And that's a one that I can't answer with as much confidence, Cameron, because I just don't know what's inside of Mike's head on that. He could come both ways on that, in my head, with that. So I think if you're saying leaning away, if I had to make a gamble bet, I'd say you probably would be moving Woolen versus this. I don't think Mike wants to try to overcome that limitation. K9, I think that I would expect that he's not going to be, and that they would look to maybe more move him. John may really love him. John has signed running backs in prior years to good contracts. So he's not one of those guys that operates from the standpoint of, I don't want to pay I don't want to pay running backs ever. He will if he thinks he's getting the value, and he may look at Walker and say that we haven't done enough to help this guy out to put him on his best display, and he's worth that money. I think the other thing that could help is if you could find a little bit of that middle tier market deal that some teams are finding with their running backs. Aaron Jones found this with the Minnesota Vikings. Josh Jacobs found this with the Green Bay Packers. Swift with the Chicago Bears, where these guys are actually getting paid now a little bit, but they're not setting the market rate kind of deals. They're not making the 14, 15 million a year. It's not like the running back market's driving high up. You're more around that 7, 8, 9, 10 million a year kind of price tag at that point. So maybe Walker will be in a place of being willing, understanding the market, and what's at stake, and that the Seahawks technically do still have then that season of club control underneath him, that you can come to a common market kind of deal on that, Cameron, that makes sense for both player or team. But Fant's the only one that's a real clear situation right now as it sits. Everything else is a little bit foggy with those other two guys. Thank you, though, man. I appreciate the donation. Thomas Cox, he says that with the $2 donation, he says, it's all good. I'm more of a fan of Milroe. Well, that is a guy that I do have higher up on my spot. So you can see there right now with my current board, Thomas, I've got second, third round grade on Shador and Cam. I've got third round grade on Jalen Milroe and Garrett Nussmeier. And a whole bunch of other guys in the fourth round. But that's one of my guys I've got up at that spot. He is an upside tools guy. He's a guy that you're going to have to develop. I don't think that's a guy you want starting immediately. But you want to take a guy that you're locking in on the upside that he can bring long term. There's a guy with some upside. And that part's definitely undeniable when it comes to Milroe. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. This is really appreciated Gino today. Outside of the goal line debacle, I actually thought the offense made strides. Pass pro was good. Saw new looks with the run game. Well, and I think you did have some more consistent runs in this running game that were good runs, legit runs where you got the field, almost 10-yard runs, 8-yard run, 9-yard runs. There were more of those runs sprinkled in today, Randall, with the penetration, with the guys at times feeling like they're somewhat living in the backfield in the run game. So that's that part that you speak to on the sort of moderate increases that you get there a little bit from this game a little bit, to your point. I think that like you had in the Cardinals game, in this game, it's a bit of the same way. When it goes wrong, it still looks like at its worst that it's looked this season. But when it's right, you see it corrected in a much better state than it's been this year when it was in bad state. How many times last week did we have with Gino where he had 7-8 seconds in the pocket to set up back there and everybody's dropping back into coverage and he's very comfortable with that. And this game, while there was some moments of the quick pressure and quick sacks, there was also those same moments from the Cardinals game, Randall, like you're talking about, where he could kind of set up back there, really assess, really look through what's going on back there, and the line was giving him a long period of time. So there's some signs of life. There's some cracks of sunshine through this window. We just now need to open up all the windows and let all of the light in. Let the light in, right? Let the light in. And that's where we get to maybe this team can find more of that consistency by the end of the year. The offensive line gets more cohesive. They get more on the same board. Grubb starts to learn more and more what can and cannot work, what his players do and do not do well. And that allows you to maybe be able to play your best offensive ball by the end of the year. But they need to put the brakes a little bit on what I think has been a bit of a regression here as a bottom line. I think you're right in that Gino played mistake-free and played to the defense a little bit this week, Randall, which is what I've been asking him to do. I think, though, that the offense does come out of this in a game, again, where you go, okay, 26 points in this game, but one of those was a touchdown that was provided by your defense. 16 points last week, but one of those was a touchdown provided by your defense. Go back to last week against the Niners. You score 20 points, but the defense put you on a short field in one of those points in the game. So I think it's very fair to say the last 4 or 5 weeks here, even since the Rams game, that the offense is struggling to find some footing. And are they playing purely bad? No. But I do think that this is the part where I think it's fair to come back on and say, Randall, with this amount of talent that's here on this board from this team, you can't average 19 points down the stretch over the last 10 games and say that that's good enough. That's not good enough. I don't care how bad the offense is playing. This is not an offense that should be putting up in the teens on a weekly basis as far as their points go. That can't be acceptable to me. But I think I agree with what you're saying, and that there was some cracks of light in this game, some signs of life in this game. And see, we can keep building on it, man. Just keep refining it, keep making it bit by bit better. More of those good moments come to the forefront, less of the ugly moments, more of the cleaner level of play, a little bit less of the pre-snap penalties, learning more of what works and what doesn't work, letting that kind of be the refined process we see as we go down the line of the season, because we need this offense to play well. We need it in tandem with the defense, and we've been saying this all year. What happens when we get both sides of these ball playing well at the same time? We really haven't had it this year very much, maybe with the exception of that Falcon game, which they dominated, but we certainly haven't seen it by and large consistently over the course of this season. Nicholas B. Just said you weren't going to find a guy in the second round. I rest my case. Leonard Williams. Sorry. Megan and Nicholas having a good talk. And always remember, guys, it's okay just to say we agree to disagree. We can always rely on that place. I got a call on that myself at times. Ever called Ron? We should sign Smith to rebuild this O-line, then draft a left guard, and we should be good to go on the interior. I could see us going that route with it, Ever. And you might be in a better spot at that point. I think you might have to do a little bit more than that, but that's a great beginning place on that line. I think I would like to still address more to the center, more to possibly the right guard, but it's a great beginning place. Go sign a Tevin Jenkins in free agency and just build off of that. That's your starting spot. Brian Blank, here very late today, hanging Christmas lights, cleaning gutters, and doing a dump run after Seahawks win, baby. Big Cat with the game-breaking play today. Anybody bring up the fact that winning ugly? Oh, yeah. It's an ugly win, no doubt about that, Brian. But it all looks beautiful in that win column, man. I'll tell you that. And I was out on a walk yesterday, and we had our whole block at once was out putting up lights. It's like everyone got the memo at once. Tiza, yeah, Zach Martin is a free agent after this year. Might retire, though. I think that's a real possibility as well. He's getting up there. Brian Blank says, games like today is how you get your butts to the playoffs and win ugly in the postseason. You can set that standard. I think it's the resiliency that you need in the playoffs. Things can go bad for you in the playoffs. Things can start to turn askew for me, even from the jump at times. Can you have the resiliency to bounce back? Can you still bring yourself back in the game if that does happen? I think this team has shown that they've got that ability to do that, Brian. But it was definitely an ugly win. Ever called a run? We may move Haynes to center. I think that's a real possibility. Sea Lord of Bravo, speaking of the Mariners, is a lifelong Pacific Northwest sports fan. They are the only pro team in the region I have never fallen completely in love with. I've never been convinced their first priority is winning. Well, you arrived much quicker than I arrived. It took me about 40 years to get there on this Mariner organization. But yeah, they've succinctly proven that it doesn't matter who the ownership is. It doesn't matter what decade you want to operate from within their given history. The one thing that you can count on the Mariners time and time again is they're going to have loyal fans that are going to show up in force, show up as much as anybody in baseball, but they're going to be driven by the profit margin. That is what they care about. Winning is second. And in any sport, when you have other priorities that are not winning at the first and foremost, it then is no surprise that you don't win. We want to win. We want a family environment. I want guys that people can like. Is winning important? It's like third or fourth priority. We get to it eventually. Well, you're not going to win. And it's not happenstance. It ain't luck. It ain't poor luck. It ain't nothing. It's basically purposeful while we've not been in a World Series as the Mariner organization. Brian says championship play still is winning when you don't really deserve it to. That's right, man. Teams that are champion teams find a way. They find a way. You're not going to get through a whole season where everyone's going to be a pretty win. Even our Super Bowl year that we won that Super Bowl championship. I can show you a Minnesota Vikings game that was kind of an ugly game. I can show you a Tampa game that you're down by 17 points in that game with Mike Glennon at quarterback. Mike Glennon at quarterback. Cutting up your Legion of Boom. Ugly wins happen throughout the course of the year. Just get the dub. Thomas says GSN's having a good year for the first round pick. DK is doing good. Plus, Gino leads the NFC in passing. Is Grubb so bad? I doubt all of them would be good enough, especially winning 7 games. Possibly so there. There's some good stuff in what he's doing too. It's not that it's all bad and how we should speak about it. But that's also where we get down to, I think, Thomas, on the importance of, this is the drive that's been in this season at times, I think, from people. And I get so much pushed into it. And at times I get donations. So it's me responding to the donations. And I think people think I'm holding this up at the forefront. And it's where I try to kind of say on this, Thomas, where there's a drive within the fan base and then within modern fandom of sports to get very reactionary after everything happens. React to this, react to that, react over here to this, react over that. And there's a slide to come to a culmination, come to a finality of this thing. Gino's not the guy. DK's not the guy. Mike McDowell's not the guy. Grubb's not the guy. And it's a pull every single game Every single game, there's that pull there that does exist. And it's one that's gotten exhausting at times this season, quite frankly. And it's one where I come back to time and again, what we got to do and what the push has got to be here, Thomas, is let's just give it to the end of the year. Let's see where the stuff stands with Grubb. Let's see where the offensive performance was in totality. Let's see what he got out of him versus where they were at last year. Let's let it all land out at the full end of the season. Why? There ain't nothing we can do about it right now. Coming to a determination about a Geno or a DK or a Grubb or McDonald, and man, we spin these topics through, and I get it. Grubb has not had a good couple of weeks. He deserves to be held over the fire. But the pull, the ultimate pull to come to a finality on this stuff, which I don't get as much as ever within the fandom on this, of why the drive to get to these areas where we've got to get to a spot of determining in week 13 or week 7 or week 4 the finality of this player or this coach when there is no gain to be had by doing that. If we decide tomorrow that Grubb is not the guy, there is not a magical candidate that you're going to bring at this hour to fix this situation in the here and now. There's nobody that's going to make this offense better in the here and now. So while it's worthy of discussion, and it's something that I get driven on, where I must get $50 in donations every stream I go and do this channel. Everything I live, I'm not overstating this. I must get like $50 in donations every time I go live with just questions about, have you reached your conclusion and understanding on this? Have you finally realized on this guy that that's not the guy, that this guy can't do it, that that guy's not good enough, it's every time, every stream. And look, I get donated. I'll respond to it as far as donations, but this is really my opinion in the grand scheme of things. You guys can save yourselves some money on this, and you can save your guys some questions on this. I really want to wait until the end of the year. Many of you have a pull to try to get to a conclusion on this prematurely, and I don't know why, and I've yet to hear anybody explain to me why it's so important to determine, for instance, after this game, that Grubb is not the guy and we got to move on from him. Why can't we just say it of, it's not been up to snuff the last 5 weeks? If this does fulfill out through the rest of the year, then we're probably going to get to the point where he might not be the guy at that point. But some of this comes back to Mike McDonald's assessment, and I think we can trust in McDonald to view it accurately. He's got his dog in the fight. And it's not going to stop. It's going to continue, and I'll keep reading, I'll keep reacting to it. But like I said, I can save you guys some time on some of these questions, where if I've got time to wait to make my determination, I'm going to wait to make my determination. Because you come in today, just like those people that were pushing me in week 4 saying, do you see now why Mike McDonald wasn't the guy? Do you see why Coach Carroll should have stayed here? Do you see why Coach Carroll was a mistake to fire him? Where are those people today? Have we seen one of those people that at week 4, week 5, week 6 proliferated in my chat, pushed that opinion out there constantly? Where do they go? Where are they at? Quiet as a mouse. And it's not because they come back. You don't see them come back in and go, boy, I was really wrong about, not one person on the Carroll should never have been fired that was screaming in my chat up and down for weeks in there has come back in and said, well, maybe I was wrong on that. Maybe, okay, yeah, I can see why McDonald is. Yeah, I guess I do. Yeah. Not one. And this is that reactionary thing. So let's go to the end of the year. Let's get to the end of the year. Geno, DK, Grubb, offensive line, all the way through. Like we're going to deal with all that stuff. We got all the, I don't even mind talking about the offensive line. That's even different than what I'm talking about here, because that's something that we know what we need. That's something that we know we need to address. But when it comes to Grubb, man, let's go for the full season. Let's go to Geno, to DK. Let's get them to the full year. Let's see if they finish strong at their strongest at the end of the season. Let's see if stuff does start to come together by the end of the year, or come together at its best by the end of that season point. But boy, is it a drive. It is, and it's a wild thing because it's not something in the first couple of years of doing this channel that I dealt with as much. It's more of a modern thing the last 2 years, and this year especially, man, it has been turned up to 11. The drive to come to determinations, the drive to come to a finality of conclusion about certain items on this team that should be given the full allotment of the season is there every single week. It's there constantly on my game day stream. Bomb, bomb, bomb. And it's an obsession for folks. An obsession I just don't get. I'm trying. That's why I answer it. And I'm trying to kind of explain. See, I'm trying to kind of get where the point is coming across. And I do address them. And you donate to my channel, I'll definitely address it. I'm not going to just ignore your dono. But guys, we're not doing ourselves any favors by trying to jump to these conclusions. You might only end up making yourself look like a fool in retrospect. Grubb's trash right now. Last 5 weeks of the year, they go on a run and they put up 400 yards of cumulative offense and average 26 points a game. You anti-Grubb people, where are you going to be at then? The I'm out on Grubb people, where are you at then? Well, your mind would probably be changed a little bit at that point, wouldn't it? So it may fail out. It may hold and fit to type all the way through and completely run out of gas, and you're car coughs out on the highway and we're pulling this thing over in week 16 going, Grubb's got nothing left, man, is what it is. But let's let it get to that point. Let's let it get to that point. Or don't. I'm not going to enforce this. If you guys want to keep going through this stuff and sifting through it and churning through it, we can. It does just feel like sometimes, Geno DK stuff that we're just sort of churning through the same stuff. That's like, just churning. Rowan G, thank you for the $10 donation. He says, I would recommend you check out Harold Fannin Jr. from Bowling Green. Highly athletic and lightning fast after the catch. 230 pounds, but loves to block. Also second in all FBS in receiving yards. Ooh, great stats, man. Let me get him down here to my tight end. Harold Fannin Jr. Gotcha, man. I will check him out, Rowan. I need to take a look at him, and I need to look at Colston. Looked a little bit at Colston Loveland, too, out of Michigan. Those are going to be two guys that I need to take a peek at. But thank you for the suggestion, Rowan, and I appreciate the $10 donation. Check back with me if you can on Wednesday on the Roundup show, and I'll try to have him. I'll have taken a look at him by then, if you can. I'll take a peek back at him and check in with me on that. I'll give you a scouting report on him. But sounds like just the kind of guy we're going to be looking at. You got your inline guy, Rowan, with Barner, probably set for the next couple of years. So get your H-back type, get your move guy. And if you can get the move guy that can also block, boy, that's a huge boon to have that, because that's hard to find. Typically, the H-back guys are guys that can't really block much, as we sort of saw with Fant today. It's a little bit rough here with Fant here today, Rowan. But thank you for the suggestion. Second in all FBS in receiving yards. That's impressive for a tight end. It's not easy to do. Not easy to do at all. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $10 donation. Really, thank you for the suggestion. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 dono. Says, I don't know what the F I just watched, but winning is winning. Winning's winning, man. It's an ugly game. It was a weird game. It didn't make sense at all times what was going on. We felt like we were on an acid trip at times. But you come out of it with the win. And that's what matters most, man. The W looks the same in the victory column, whether it's ugly or whether it's beautiful. And that's what we need to do. Is this was one of those wins that was a very keynote win to me, where it's get the Cardinal win, get the Ram win, get this win, get the Bears win on the road. And almost anything can then happen in that Minnesota Viking game at home, that Green Bay Packer game at home. Anything can kind of happen at that point. And you're going to probably win the division, I would estimate. It really just comes down to, I think, just simply that. And winning is winning, man. Especially, again, we come back to first-year head coach, youngest head coach in the NFL, first-time head coach as the youngest head coach in the NFL. And he's got your team on top of the division, outdoing the likes of a Shanahan, outdoing the likes of a Sean McVay, with a guy like Gannon going into his second year there, having a little bit of a head start, let's say, on what Mike McDonald's doing here in Seattle. Very, very impressive that he's doing this in this first year, looking at historically too, and understanding that these coaches, more often than not, don't come into that first year and take off. They're taking over an empty cupboard. They're having to redo culture. They're having to get their culture established while fixing the old. Makes it impressive to me, Jeffrey. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Brando is calling us jokers out. I'm a Russell Wilson apologist, and I'm aware he might not be worth that big money. The character assassination didn't help. No, I'm certainly, the way Sean Payton went about that, where obviously Sean Payton had a little bit of a, he had something he was trying to get done there, and that was more about controlling narratives and his part in that Wilson puzzle, and seeing a guy like Arthur Smith be able to get out the effectiveness in Russell's game that he has, and seeing that, it wasn't really about Payton trying to work Russell Wilson's game. It was about showing that Russell Wilson wasn't going to be the guy. And that it does seem like that was his approach a bit last season, Garth, and that there was a purposefulness to it. And I'm not as much calling people out on it. It's more of just to say, I get that there's a drive to do this, And I have it to me happen as well. And I try to fight it in myself on not trying to get to too many conclusions. It's inevitable, you kind of do. And some of it gets driven out of the questions I get asked, where it's just like pressing you for an answer, Brandon. Answer this. Where you at with that? Where you at? And it's like, I wouldn't like the answers, but look, you drop a donut, I'll give you an answer. But it's just in general and always where I want to be with you guys is give you the full honesty and the full measure of honesty and not BS you. And the full honesty of it is if I'm the GM in this position, and I'm John Schneider, I haven't reached any conclusion on Grubb. I haven't reached any conclusion, maybe I've on DK or Geno where he's decided he will, but I'd be more open-minded to saying, hey, if I'm afforded time to make a determination that's going to give me this much more data to make an accurate determination on what I should do, I want to be afforded that extra time. If I have to make the call today, if we're in the 25th hour, if the end is nigh, I'll make the call then as I do. But we're first place. We're a successful team. We've won more games than we've lost. There's more good in that to discuss and look and take away from than there is the bad. It isn't that we don't need to address the bad and start to get on top of the things that aren't working, but overall, it's good. Overall, this is a very successful season. This is a smashing success of a season. That Rams team, that 49er team, they're supposed to be in the heart of it right now. They're in the heart of their run. We're the team that's still trying to ascend, one of the youngest rosters in football. It makes it a success, and that perspective as we get caught in the heat of the moment is always, I think, important to keep in mind, because you can't get lost, I think, a little bit too much on the concentrate on that negative or the things that don't have to be determined today. But it's a part of the modern day, Garth, it's just part of the fan process in the modern age. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. And Garth, look, you're looking right around that Russell Wilson thing, because he's having a bounce back year this year, and he goes out there and he makes noise in the playoffs. That Steelers team playing the brand of football they're playing. You look right around that end of it with your Russ take with it, though, right? So you got to give this stuff time. You got to let it fully play out. You never know. And football is the sport that can make you look silly and takes when you do it prematurely, because it can kind of switch on a dime, almost without reason at times. Keon Lund, thank you for another $5 donation. It seems Geno has been getting a bit more time in the pocket the last couple of weeks, but his performance hasn't drastically improved. Still shell-shocked? Well, it's an accurate assessment to say he's had more time in the pocket the past couple of weeks. And not only has he had more time in the pocket, but he's had significantly more time in the pocket when he's given that time. I think it still fluctuates the time between quick pressure and having time in the pocket. But by and large, he's got the time in the pocket to get and look down the field and make some reads. I have to go back and look at a couple of these plays on the All-22 to see what's happening. But it does seem like, to my eyes on this, Keon, that a lot of the routes are longer developing routes down the football field. And that Geno's looking down the field, and you have what's going on at times in these plays is you have the Jets run the stacked boxes. So it kind of looks like a blitz. Then they're dropping out of that into that depth. And Geno, I think, is making maybe more of the read that he's thinking right off the rip that he's going to get one or two of those guys coming on the blitz, and then they drop into the zones. And then he's kind of stuck just looking at it and confused a little bit on that play. Or it is that you're just leaning into the heavy, longer developing routes, and guys are just not getting open down the field because they have all those guys dropping into coverage. And I think that's where you got to come to more of the short stuff that you lean on then. That's in recent weeks. This is where because this is also a trend that we've seen in recent weeks here, Keon, like we did with the Cardinals last week when he was given time, where he's just looking down, and he's just back there cooking up a meal. And where you go, okay, well, this is where maybe more from a coaching standpoint of if they're going to drop to so much depth, if they're going to remove away those deep routes like our old Hawks defense under Carroll used to do, right? This was the counter to Carroll's defenses. They're going to drop to depth. They're going to take away those deep shots down the field, but they're going to open up underneath. They're going to open up to the flat routes. It seemed like there was times in this game where Geno drops back, looking, they get to depth. He's looking, and then an extra beat too long where they start to now drive up a little bit. And now when he goes over to the flat, he's a little late to get it out to the flat, and it can't be effective as it could be if he does it as sort of a timing thing where it's drop back, 1-2, head down the field, hold the safety, snap back over to the running back over in space and give him the ball and let him go work. There's a little bit of a timing to it that's a bit off in how they use those short passes to the flat. And That's where I would try to maybe counter a little bit more of that on that way. More manufactured touches to the backs out of the backfield with short throws, because it does seem like some of that's just, I don't know if it's shell shock. I think it's just, to my eyes, it looks like Keon more of we're trying to hit stuff deep down the field. And I think that that's more of the drive within Grubb at times to look to try to push the ball to the deeper shots, down the field, in my opinion. It seems like that a little bit on this one. Three Hours says Lenore from San Fran got $18 million a year, and he's let up loads of yards. He's made a few plays on the ball, hasn't let up more than one touchdown in the last 3 years, and is slightly better tackler than Woolen. Oh, we got a nice return here from Deebo Samuel. Buffalo Bills up 21-3 here as we start off the third quarter. Great return by Deebo Samuel. That's true, man. True, 3 Hour. I do think Woolen isn't aligned to get an extension this offseason. I just don't know if Seattle's going to be the team to do it. They may look at it and say, hey, we can sell high on this guy. We can save the money we'd spend on him, put this over here, get a corner in here that's more just kind of pure fit. Maybe he won't have the upside of cover skills or the upside of being able to take the ball away as frequently, but I don't know which way the team will go on that, but I could see them pivoting in a different direction there. Empower Code in the house. What's up, Empower Code? It's good to see you, man. Cal says Barner has more touchdowns than Fant in 2 seasons. That speaks to his future after this season. Yeah, it probably does. Thomas says, I'm not definitely saying Genty will last to Seattle's pick, but I wouldn't hold my breath and say he'll be a top 10 pick. Yeah, he's not lasting past the top 10 at this point, in my opinion. I could be wrong, and some of this could be determined by, if he goes out Thomas and runs a 4.5, 5.40, well, that might affect it a little bit. If he goes out and runs a 4.37, it might solidify that a little bit more. But I think as it stands, his production is going to make it hard not to be a top 10 pick, even with the way running backs are treated. James Peters says, oh no, Milrow for me. 0 touch, just like Gino. Gino has 0 touch. Definitely got a lot of his skills that needs to be refined, that's for sure. See, Laura to Bravos. If someone like Nussmeier slips into the 4th or 5th, you snag him. I would be willing to. There's some upside there in this kid. Thomas Cox says, Milrow fits Grubb's scheme just like Brailsford, Booker, and other offensive players that played for DeBoer. True. James Peters says this is a down year for defensive tackles apart from Michigan kid. He'll go top 10. Yeah, I think to your point, there's not going to be as many defensive tackles going high in the draft. There are some interesting D tackles, Deontay Corleone, but these are going to be guys, like you say, they're more second, third round kind of guys. Tariq Williams. Haven't been blown away so far. I was watching tape on Cam Horsley the other night from Florida State. He feels a little overrated to me as a prospect. Just a little bit. Brody says, I like a lot of the stuff Grubb does, but I feel like Waldron was a better OC. Waldron getting some love today in the chat. Catalyst, is CMC going to have to retire? Well, yeah, with the end comes for these running backs fast. This feels extra fast if this is the end for him. And I especially think after he signs that contract extension with the Niners that they're not going to be too happy if he's like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and retire now. I don't know if they'd come back for his bonus money, but they'd probably be like, we didn't sign you an extension last year, so you retire this year. Yeah, how about no? But who knows where he's at medically as well. I mean, there's something that could be majorly bad about the lower legs and what's going on down there. AI says, I don't like the way Canine runs. He needs to one cut and go. Sometimes can do a little bit more dancing. Ryan Kennicott says, what about trading DK? Kidding. Stratic says, thanks for the answer. Lockett's years left. It sounds pretty soon. I will miss him when he's gone. Hopefully the Seahawks can replace him well. Indeed. Indeed, I think he's still a guy that even right now is finding some effectiveness in this final season. Oh, we got a fumble at the goal line, picked up by the Buffalo Bills. Buffalo Bills returning it back now up the football field. And they'll take it all the way back to the other side of the field on the San Francisco side, and that's got to be putting this one to bed. I know there's 11:45 to go in this third quarter, but that's a brutal fumble for the Niners, who were knocking on the door to a touchdown there, and the Bills might have just shut it in their face. And you never know, Stratic. I mean, maybe they find something with Lockett where they can renegotiate. I think that they did sort of set the stage for this to be sort of his swan song. And I think he's lost a little bit as far as some of the juice down there, some of the speed, some of the quickness. Still very smart, still able to find and sit down in zones. But I think that that's the one place with him that it's starting to kind of catch up. And it's understandable. He's been in the league for so many years, and he's not a bigger guy that can lean back on having super long arms and super tall. You know, when you lose that quickness and you lose that speed as a smaller guy, it just gets harder and harder because you're always going to have to deal with that physicality. But he's been a hell of a player, second best wide receiver in Seahawks history, and not even having it, still a solid year he'll go out on if this is his last one. O'Dwyer says, the Bills are my local team at the moment. I nearly bought game tickets, decided not to when I saw the weather forecast. Happy to hear they're giving the Niners a beatdown. They're giving it to them, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't want to be in the stadium in that kind of weather. Bless the fans who do, but I don't do well with the cold. Three hours is Hawks Nest. How would you feel about spending money on Trey Smith? I'm good with Trey Smith too. He's been a very good guard for the Chiefs. So there's a couple of guards that I'd be willing to drop into and make this move on this offseason. And yeah, he'd be one of them. I believe he would fit. Great reference there. He's a solid player. AI says the shotgun called on 4th and goal was a disaster. Who goes shotgun from the half-yard line? Stupid. We sort of lose our mind when we get inside the 5-yard line. I don't know what happens to our offense, but they lose the thread completely. Geno starts throwing red zone picks. Grubb's calls are weird. And I don't have an explanation for it. Sanchez says Rams game might be for the division. It might be, Sanchez. It might be, and you know they're going to flex that game out into prime time if it is. Brian Kennicott, how many W's have the Chiefs won in the last 2 years where they were not the best team on the field that day? Quite a few. Quite a few. And the officials are helping them out every which way from Sunday to get these dubs. When you got the officials in your back pocket, it kind of helps. It does aid when you can count on that every single week. Thomas says Waldron freaking sucked, and there would have been no way Seattle came back today. Seattle would have lost 21-7 or something worse. I do like Grubb, I think, more than Waldron. Somebody said that Waldron was more efficient on the EPA game, which I can see him being true, but I myself would say I don't. I'd go with Grubb if I had to pick between the two. Hawks fan, he wants Tyler Booker in this year's draft. Love me some Tyler Booker, Hawks fan. Pure left guard, great fit, second round talent. You want to go take him at the end of the first round just to make sure you can secure his services? Fine. I'm good with it. Megan says, been saying that since week 1, B. Give it time. Got to give it time. That's where I know the poll, and I'm not going to force, I don't want to mandate it, Megan. You know, people, like I always say, everybody's got to enjoy their fandom how they want to enjoy it. If you want to be in the reactive state and trying to jump to those reactions, you're not alone. There are people that drive in that way, and I get it. It's just that from my personal standpoint, you'll see me sometimes push back against it when there's too much of, if I'm sensing too much of a drive for us to reach the conclusions that we got to give that time and let the thing fully play out. Let the seed grow, and let's see where it is at the end of the year. Do we get a bloom, or did we never get to the point it even became a flower? Make it rain, says Niners picked Moody in the 3rd round. He can't make a single kick and costed them the Super Bowl. Might just be so. Might just be so. Yeah, they feel bad about that. They tried to get the 3rd round best kicker in the draft, and it has not worked out in their favor. JL says, nobody loves Pete more than me, but I'm glad we didn't miss out on Mike Mack. Me too as well. Teeny Turtle says people have no patience anymore. So it's a bit of a twist and turn in the modern day fandom. And there's a part of it that I actually kind of like a little bit, you know, where I want my fandom to be in one where us as Seahawks fans are demanding winning and demanding contention and demanding that there's a standard that we want to be set to here. And that, you know, that I like that there's a drive from people in their heart that that's where they're coming from. You know, they're operating not from the standpoint to nitpick a bit of the team, but to say, okay, how do we get to that place? You know, that's what's the motivation. So that's part of where I do get the understanding of it. I don't want to seem like I'm pushing too hard down on it because I get that, you know, and we want the same thing on that. Much better that than having the fans that are just like, I just want to watch football. And if they win or lost, you know, whatever. I'd rather have the alternative than that, you know. Jim Campbell says, microwave fans wanting something right now. I can be one of them. Hey, I can be one of them too. I know I'm talking to myself more as much as I'm talking to you guys on this one. So I ain't floating on high. I do it during the live stream. I do it during the play-by-play. I'm as bad as probably anybody on this, but I am fighting against it. I am trying to, you know, wow, everybody's rocking the turtleneck. Purdy's rocking the turtleneck. See, Purdy didn't get the Rodgers memo that he shouldn't have rocked the turtleneck. That's a loser neck is what we call that. There's never been a quarterback in NFL history that's going to win a football game with a turtleneck. Your badass score goes down by 20 points minimum. Your toughness points go down by 15. You may be warmer, but you're paying a price ultimately. You got to go out there swaggy a little bit with it. Your neck's going to be a little cold today. Deal with it. Batwood King County. I wish I could see the creativity on runs. Something you saw a lot more from with UW and how they'd hit you in the run game from a variety of areas and they would change it up. And it was hard to get a bead on what they were going to do. And less of that here with Grubb this year. And that's not one where I don't have a great explanation for that. James Peters says, rumor was Pete said he was retiring and then not retiring. And I think Mack was Schneider's pick. So once he knew Mack was in the fold, it was done. Yeah, that's the reports that we kind of heard on that one, James, is that Pete might have done it sort of double back to the ownership on that one, where started at the start of the year saying this, and then by the end of the year, he was over here in that way. And yeah, that had probably affected some of the process there to some degree. Freeze, our O-line is Grubb's ceiling. He can't do much with how bad our O-line is. He just needs to not do horrible, and he keeps his job. Certainly an understandable explanation that could come out of this from McDonald's standpoint is that he gets asked at the end of the year, you're retaining Grubb, but the offense performed here at A, B, C, D, E level despite the talent at A, B, C, D, E. Why are you allowing that to happen, Mike? And Mike coming back and saying, look, the line was in such a bad state. It was in such disarray that it's very hard to hold Grubb to an account on that when he was able to, in many ways, overcome where that line was at. That lesser offensive coordinators would have gotten out lesser points from this offense because of it. That could be an outlook that Mike takes. James says Grubb had one of the most prolific offenses in college for 2 straight years. I think he's still trying to learn his roster along with frustration on the inability to convert 3rd and 1s. Probably a bit of it. And there's no doubt that that's got to have an impact when you just can't trust your running game to get you even a half yard. You know, you can have 7 tries inside the 4-yard line, and you don't even look like you're coming close to scoring. Thomas is the same here. It was hard for me to say Pete needed to go. He's the GOAT, but I trust McDonald and his staff. The whole staff is the least experienced staff in the NFL. They will have growing pains. Yeah. And I think that's where some of this comes from on the drive on the fandom at times on this to reach those conclusions, is that you come off the edge of having to reach conclusions on guys. But the thing with that is that those conclusions you reached, the conclusion you reached on Russell Wilson to realize he needed to be traded and you need to move on and it's time to change there. The conclusion we reached on Coach Carroll and that the time is to move on and that we've reached that spot. And I'm not talking about the organizational's conclusion on this. I'm talking about even like our channel, our community, the people that are the Seahawks fandom that were arriving at that stage. With those two, with that player and that coach, You weren't arriving there off of a half a season of data. You weren't arriving there off of, we haven't even let one full year culminate before we reach that conclusion. That was us coming off of years of data, of information, of trends, and it being very consistent in what we were seeing out there to eventually get to that conclusion, which is why I was more into that state with a guy like Carroll or with a Russell Wilson versus where we're at with some of these guys where we're dealing off much more of a sample size as far as comparatively speaking. Jordan says, I'd say keep K9 over Woolen and fix the O-line. Running back is cheaper, and the money you save from Woolen goes to the O-line. I can see it, Jordan. I can see that being their approach. And certainly K9 has done everything he can. Yeah, if there's a lack of productivity from him, it doesn't come from him not doing everything he can. He's made the most of just about every touch he's gotten over the past couple of years. There's been a few times where he maybe have chosen a better hole, but for the most part, he's been very good. Brian, he says, Chuck Knox used to say that when he coached the Rams and the Seahawks, hey, I don't care if we win 2-0. A win's a win, and that's what we're here for. Amen. The NFL is a sport of parity. It is a sport that birthed the phrase any given Sunday. They don't have baseball where any given baseball game, any given basketball game. They don't say that. They say it on every given Sunday. Any given Sunday, anybody can win. Doesn't matter. It's been this way for a very long period of time. The NFL, with its salary cap, with its parity, with its short careers, is more built to be more like that than any sport. And so you just have to weather those games, and you get through the other side with a W, it's all good. It's all good. Holy Stand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. Vegas had us at 7.5 wins. I'm just saying. At Vegas Bet, we talked about it in the training camp preseason. I told you guys that's a juicy bet. Jump on that thing, and hopefully you guys did so because there was some easy money to be made on that Vegas Bet. I mean, you could just see this is a roster that's going to be better than 7.5 wins. The Mike McDonald. Yeah, there's some question about him, and yeah, there's the history of new coaches and where it lands out. But this isn't your typical situation with a coach coming in like that, dealing with an empty cupboard of talent. He had some talent here. Could he get the talent in play? Could he get the culture in spot early on like this? That was really the question. He has, by a large part. And hopefully some guys out there, some Hawk fans, are able to make some money off Vegas with their stupidity on this one. Hawks fan, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Tyler Booker is my favorite prospect in the draft. He is my early favorite interior offensive lineman so far. Typical Alabama lineman. Ideal size with good length, strong as hell. Sets excellent anchor and pass pro, shoots his hands, taking maximum advantage of his length. He gets movement in the run game. He's not a soul taker, but he does get pushed backwards. He's not the most athletic, but he's comfortable moving in space. And if he gets his hands on a smaller guy, he will throw them around. You will feel his power. You'll feel his strength. Probably better as a pass blocker than a run blocker, but we come back to his fit to a Grubb system. Grubb system's going to pass even in the best of times, even when the run game's going really well. It's going to pass more than it's going to run. So having a first and foremost pass blocker who can do the stuff in the run game you need to, who can do the mobility stuff, who's a pretty clean prospect, Hawks fan in addition to that, as I say, we find ourselves, let's say, 23, 24, maybe just, 32 in the first round. Let's just say that. We find ourselves anywhere there in the first round, the later portions, and you want to take a guy like Booker who's more of, let's say, will have a mid-second round grade. Let all of the national pundits rake us over the coals. Let all of the people laugh at us for taking a guard half a round too early. The 12s would do nothing but applaud on their feet as loud as they can, whistling. They would be nothing but happy by making that kind of pick. So if you want to go with Booker, all in favor of going with Booker, I am. And good eyes on that one. He's my early guy too that I have as my sort of favorite guard right now in the draft as it stands. It's certainly still a long ways out. This might adjust with some time, but he's a really good player. Jaden Roberts too, the other right guard, the center, all three of those interior linemen for the Alabama Crimson Tide are all probably players as far as potential guys the Seahawks might look at. He's a good one, Hawks fan. He's a good one. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, not sure what time of day Megan entered this world, but it seems we're mid-afternoon in the land of something deadly within 5 feet of either side of you. It's true. That's how we need to refer to Australia. The land of something deadly to the 5 feet away from you at all times is instantaneous death. And a big happy birthday to Megan. Dropped a $100 donation in the chat today. Dropped a hundo on the round table, our main mod here in the chat. Helps keep things going on this side of it. Happy birthday to you, Megan. I hope you're having a great one. I'm so glad the Hawks could reward you with a nice big fat W. And thank you to Garth for all of your support today too, my man. Always appreciated. Batwood, King County. Still love Russ. He had to go, and I'm glad we got the absolute haul we got in the trade, but who would be saying go Hawks without Russ? He let his ego get in the way of football. Yeah, that's where I've got no hate for him. I hope he makes noise in the playoffs. I'd love to see him go get back to the Super Bowl again, Russ. I mean, certainly doing that would more solidify him for sure into the Hall of Fame contention, where it becomes less of a question as it might be a little bit right now. But he was our best quarterback in our Hawk history. He bought us our championship. That will forever be celebrated in his contribution to that. And yeah, you're right. I think that the ego ended up getting in the way. I think that Russ caught himself amidst what I call the diva age of quarterbacks within NFL history. And then I think we're just kind of leaving a little bit of this diva age where the guys just got a little bit too on high, the Tom Brady effect of things, TB12, this type of stuff. And that the other quarterbacks seek to kind of follow in that role. And, there's kind of only one Tom with that. There's a reason he is the GOAT with that. And, yeah, I think with Russ, that drive to be a high volume passer is a drive that did not do him any favors. That you got to know thyself, know where you're good, know where you're bad, know where you're at your best. And now with the Steelers team, and with him picking the Steelers, quite frankly, that's him having a realization of this is where I'm at my best. When I play like this, when I'm 30 attempts a game and using my legs and working off the run game, rolling out, that's when I'm at my best right now. That's who I am. Maybe I want to be this, but this is who I am. And I can still be a really good quarterback. I can still be really effective. I can win a lot of games. I can still put for championships if I got the right team around me being that guy. And I think, he's had that realization, and props to him because he caught that realization with long enough to still recapture a bit of where his career is and extend it out here. Thomas says, if Seattle beats the Packers and Vikings and Grubb's offense goes off, I wonder where people's head will be. Sheer confusion, Thomas. Sheer confusion. Catalyst left guard still needs to be our biggest need. I'd agree. Yeah. Tom says, blocking matters. I doubt Barry Sanders will be successful with this line. It's improving, but it does take time. Amen. And Power Code, great point, B. We're meant to be here, and we are. That's right, man. You got no business leading the top of this division. Not because you're not a good team or that you're not coming together, but the fact that, historically speaking, you want to look at us 50 years of NFL history, and I dived into this quite a bit. Looking at coaches, looking at first-time coaches in their first stop. Look at the legendary coaches in their first stop that have failed. Bill Belichick. Our own Coach Carroll. That's by and large what you get. That is the general nature of the beast for a new coach. So to get this where it's at, in deference to that, damn impressive. Damn impressive. Cattle says McDonald's shined against offensive coaches of the Shanahan tree. He has. He has. Because so much of the Shanahan offense is predicated upon the pre-snap reads and the pre-snap forcing the defense's hand, dictating to the defense what they do rather than you dictate to the defense, as we've seen a Shanahan scheme do to a Seahawks offense in many prior years. That difference of approach makes all the difference. Gibson, Big Cap, better get Defensive Player of the Week. He better. Megan says, I love this year. Yeah, not always pretty. My great love is proving people wrong, and haven't we done that? Room for improvement? Yes. But we're not the Niners, and we can be well pleased at the Hawks Nest. Great way of putting it, Megan. I agree in every way on that. Every way. Boy, Josh Allen they just did a hook and ladder play to Josh Allen and he scored a touchdown. He's ridiculous. He's so ridiculous. Oh my God, what a play. He throws it to the receiver. It's not even really a hook and ladder play. He throws it to the receiver gets held up by the tacklers, and the receiver realizes Josh is running back into play, and he just sort of flips it to Josh, and then Josh runs it in for a touchdown. Wow. This just might be the Bills' year. I mean, the wherewithal there. Wow. Oh my gosh. What a play. What a play. Ethan says, Hawks Nest, if we decide to sell high on Woolen, how's this quarterback class looking? I know you're still getting going on the prospects, so if it's too early, it's all good. Yeah, a little bit too early for me on the corner. I've looked at Will Johnson. I've looked at Travis Hunter, a couple of the safeties. I've been more a little bit on the safeties early on and taking a look at them, Ethan. And Hunter and Will Johnson are two of your blue chip prospects in this draft, top end corners. Will Johnson's pretty much he's a clone of the guy out there in Denver, Patrick Surtain, and Hunter's just a freak. So I haven't gotten a view of it yet, Ethan, on the cornerback class yet, as far as its depth and fullness. Catalyst says Cards may spiral into more losses if we sweep them this week. You put them out. You win this week, they're done. Niners are close to seeing their season on the brink here in this game against the Bills, and the Cardinals, you win next week. At that point, you're putting the Cardinals, you're sticking the Cardinals down there at 6-7, and I think 7 losses loses you the division. I think it's going to take 10 wins to get the division, and they do have some winnable games down the road here where you can beat the Patriots, you can beat the Panthers still, but then you're facing the Rams and the Niners at the end of the year. Would they be mathematically in it still? Yes. But would they, to the general way of it, I think you're kind of putting them away at that point. And Catalyst, yeah, we're very lucky to have that Green Bay and Minnesota game at home. On the road, I think those are more certain losses where I don't feel very confident about it, but to get that game at home is a bit of a different deal. I think the Hawks nervous about the Packers and Vikings game, but really haven't watched any of their games or who they have played. Packers have got some strong wins of the year. Vikings got some strong wins this year. Both teams, I think, have done enough to be consistent in where they're at, where they haven't just got hot and cooled off. Vikings a little bit cooled off, but they've still maintained overall. And that's a hell of a win today, where I think that they were down in that game against the Cardinals and came back to win it. So there's a team with its own sense of resiliency that they can bring to the table. But, beatable for us at home. We can win those games at home. Thomas says, Genty is gone in my mind, but if he is BPA, I would take him. He's more physical than Charbonnet. Yeah, I would too. If you get him down to 24, man, all day long, if he lasts all the way there, Thomas. But I would put money on it that he's a top 10 pick at this point. And it really is, and boy, Debo's going to have another great return here. It really is boy, Debo's he's got a chubbiness to him. I know he's always kind of got that. Boy, you can just see that belly flopping when he's running. That thing's just going blip, 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 blip. I can see his little rolls and stuff. I guess it's kind of impressive he's still able to do what he does with a little gut. James says, I'm going to be crying about not getting Penix for 15 years. I think the Falcons are going to like that pick quite a bit too, to your point. Who do we play after the Cards? I think that's the Viking game after that. No, sorry, Packers. So Packers on prime time, 5:20 p.m., 12:15. I forgot too, that Bears game on Thursday is a Thursday night game on the road. Ugh. What a game. 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 But then that does give us some extra time to deal with the Rams in the final game of the season. You have sort of a de facto bye then, or extra couple of days there to prepare for the Rams. 28-3, Bills over the Niners here. 5:05 to go. Purdy running around back there looking for somebody. Ricky Parasol falls down. Thomas says, Waldron was an idiot. If he was so great, why'd he lose his job in Chicago? Listen to the JS interview when they ask him about Waldron. Yeah, I'm sort of surprised to hear Waldron getting some love in the chat today. Like, okay. See, Lord says, somebody check on Jesse. And I think he's slowly putting the casket of the 2024 Niner season 5 feet underneath. He's digging the dirt right now in his yard. He's digging it up. Addis the Gamer says, love to see it. I do too. This is a wonderful game of the Bills. Cameron says, the best OC the Seahawks have had the last 15 years was Shoddy, and he was the fall guy for the wild card loss against the Rams. Shoddy schemed a great run game and Wilson's best years. I think that's valid. That's valid, Cameron. I wouldn't push back on any of that, man. Completely a valid outlook on the situation. He did a good job. You're right. He got the best out of Russell, man. He took Russell's game up a notch from what he inherited with Russell there with Bevel. And certainly, I think you're right about the run game. Found a little more consistency there with it. Screw the Niners. James Peters, Lockett separation is still in the top 20 in the NFL. Stats show. That's good to see. Still getting some of the separation out there. And he's not bad right now. It just comes down to what you're paying price-wise and fit to the offense and some of that. But he still is an effective player. Praying Mantis, Byron Murphy's underrated for what he's doing in this defense. Yeah. Good run defense today. He made a couple of plays on the ball carriers, but he's doing what he can, and he's doing some dirty work right now to that nose tackle position. Long term, that's not what you want to really do with him, and you got some, I'm sure, other ideas on how you're going to use him, but for now, you've got to do it this way because you didn't get anything out of Cameron Young this year. The 4th round pick from last year just, I don't think, developed. I think he's on IR right now, so maybe he's still dealing with another injury, but you need Byron to do it. Nick Dox, Brandon, is the window shut for the Niners or just shut on Shanahan or both? I think the Niners window is shut after this season. I can't think of a time in recent history that you feel a team that's at the end of the Super Bowl window that feels things drift away as they have this year, who then come back the next year and they're just able to bounce right back like it's not nothing, considering that they are impeded next year and what they can get done roster-wise, where they're not going to have kind of the freedom that they've had in prior years. There is no, in my opinion, cheap Brock Purdy, and the Niners are able to run a touchdown in here to Garendo. There is no cheap Brock Purdy deal. You're signing him. You're contractually obligated into some bad deals here moving forward, including a Brandon Ayuk coming off a horrible knee injury. Christian McCaffrey looking like he might just be sooner than later being done. Trent Williams maybe retiring this offseason. I mean, there's a real factor. If those 3 things come down, you got to cut Deebo Samuel. Niners could be sitting on something like $50-60 million of dead money this offseason. Not to mention they've got some of those guys deal like Williams where it's guaranteed money. So it's like dead money this year, dead money next year. I think that they're going to be looking at having to spend a couple of years to get this right. That's why Jesse said probably 2027 would be the next time that they would be ready to compete, because there is so much work that needs to get done to get yourself back around. It's an aging roster. Place Hand Grenade says, Jesse, stream raid? We might just have to, man. We might just have to do that. I think that I like that idea, Thomas. So maybe we're going to set the stage for that as this game wipes down. I don't think he's live right now. I don't think he does live play-by-play. I think he just does wrap-up, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look. Oh, Jesus. Oh, is it getting dark? Is it getting dark for our boy Jesse? Oh, Jesse, I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to laugh. All right, check this guy's out. Like, I got to check his thumbnail.
So I got to check Jesse's thumbnail. He's got his preview show on deck. And here's his thumbnail. He's got a tombstone. Shanahan era 49ers. And he's got December 1st, 2024 as the end date. What a great thumbnail. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Well, he's reached the acceptance stage, folks. Our resident Niner fan has reached the acceptance stage of the process. Oh, Jesse, that's awesome. Oh, God. Sanchez says, it's weird that you stick with Geno since he's proven himself, but stick with Grubb, who's proven inept. Are you talking about me? I don't know if you mean me. I haven't said I go one way or the other if it's to me. I've said I just want to wait till the end of the season is all. There's no answers to be had right now. So maybe you're reacting to somebody else in the chat on that, Sanchez, but I'm very clear on this and saying it's just give me the end of the season to make my assessment. I feel the same way about Geno, though, too. You know, with Geno, I'm not at a point with Geno right now where I've made a full determination on what I would do exactly. I want to wait till the end of the year. You know, I want all of the games because I'm afforded to make that decision. There's no rush to make the decision right now. I know there's a rush from some fans to make the decision, but I don't know why. I still haven't seen a good reason as to why I got to make these determinations right now when there are no other answers to call upon. You're not going to fire Grubb tomorrow and find a better answer. You're not going to put Geno down the bench and find a better answer. So you just wait till the end of the year on both accounts. But I have not reached on this one. I can say this succinctly, and I'm trying to be clear on this, Sanchez, as much as I can. And maybe I'm sorry if you're reacting to somebody else in the chat you're responding to. I'm sorry on that, but I just want to let things play to the end of the year, and then I'll be as harsh as you could ask me to be if I find that determination to be what it is. If Grubb's trash, if Grubb doesn't improve, if the offense is going to regress, I'll be more in that lane of saying this guy doesn't build me a lot of confidence to believe that this is going to work or that he's that guy. But I do want just that full year to get to that spot. Hawks fan says, what are your thoughts on Charles Cross so far this year? I think he's fulfilling himself to becoming the player that we thought we could get with the 10th pick in the first round when we took him. You never thought you were getting Orlando Pace or Walter Jones. You hoped you were getting a Laramie Tunsil type in the draft. A guy that could be basically a top 7-ish left tackle in the sport as he grows. And he was a very young player that you drafted. And I think that he has proven to be that. And that he's sliding into being about the 7th best tackle in the sport this year. 7th, 8th, 9th best tackle in the sport this year is about where he'll land. So he's fitting to type. There are some moments still that are some rough moments. He had a bad sack in this game. He doesn't always get a lot of push in the run game. But in the overall stance of things, you knew you weren't getting a guy that was going to necessarily be like Penny Sewell that they get with the Detroit, but you were going to get a steady guy that you, for the most part, know what you're going to get every week from him. I don't know about slump on Cross. It's a step forward this year from Charles Cross, and where those bad moments can kind of stand out to you a bit and sit in your mind, where you have a bad sack from Cross, and it sets up, and you go, man, that sack from Cross on that one play was just, man, that's a brutal play. Boy, he's having maybe kind of a down year, but when you do go back and you look at, I'll bring it up here for you guys. You look game by game at him, and you look at what he's done. Yeah. Here's your PFF grades right here for the season for tackles. So Charles Cross, your 11th highest graded tackle in the entire sport this year. And if we go to Charles Cross and we take a look at him throughout his career here. What do we see? First year, 63.7 grade. Second year, 67.6 grade. A little bit of an marginal increase, marginal jump. This year, popping up to 82.4.
So taking that final step in his development to become the player that he's going to become, is it perfect? No. Is it pure dominance? No. But is it good enough considering the rest of this offensive line has been an S show for a lot of this year? Yeah, that'll definitely do. So he's not having a bad year. I can't even say he's inconsistent. You don't post top 10 tackle scores in this league from the PFF standpoint unless you're playing that well. You don't land on that because PFF kind of likes you. And there's been some bad moments. It's not been perfect. He's given up 4 sacks that he's credited with giving up this year, 24 hits, hurries. So there's some things to look at in his game you'd like to see improvement upon. But even the run blocking grades have come up this year from where they've been. First year, 62.8, 58.3 in the second year, 77.6 this year. Significant increase. 80 pass blocking grade. So pretty consistent with both sides of what he's bringing to play there. John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donation. John says, Brando, sunlight is the best. Sunlight is the best disinfectant for the division. Keeping those sunglasses handy. You'll be needing them. I got them right here, baby. Got them right here. Got my customized Seattle Seahawks sunglasses. Given out to you by the team, because our team is so giving, you know. They are so very giving. Kind enough to give us to us free for just going to training camp, for just checking out training camp. So kind to do that. So very, very kind. But I'll be bringing them, man. It's nice getting to wear them another week. It'd be good if I just wear these every week into the NFC West. And we already got the Cards are going to be down, just like we had last week. We know we're going to have the Niners down. Jake will be over there feeling himself, rightfully so, but let's go, John. Let's go. You're right. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. And our future's looking so bright, looking so very bright. I got to wear shades. I wear my sunglasses at night, so I got to watch those moves. Thank you, John. I appreciate you for that. Bryce B. Fisher, thank you for subscribing. I wonder if that's Bryce Fisher out in the house. Well, thank you, Bryce Fisher. That is a Bryce Fisher. But if it's just a B. Fisher, thank you for subscribing up and answering and heeding that call. We're trying to get ourselves here up over 20,000 subscribers this year. We are motoring to our mark. We're almost within that spot that I've talked about that I'm really looking forward to doing. We're going to do a 24-hour stream here at the Hawks Nest. As soon as we hit 19,500, I'm scheduling it. We're going 24 hours. It's going to be for charity. It's going to be for St. Jude's. It's going to be a roundhouse kind of stream where we're going all over the place a little bit. And so you subbing up today, like Mr. Fisher has there, getting us a little bit closer to the mark. Really appreciate it if you can help us get there. And if you can just hit that like button, just doing that. If you're already subbed up, I'd appreciate that as well, as that does help me get shown out on YouTube's algorithm search when people are looking for Seahawks content. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Remember when the Niners were good? I remember. Seems like so long ago, doesn't it, Jeffrey? Almost feels like years ago, really, doesn't it? It's only last year, but it almost seems like a decade. Almost like a full 10 years has gone by. Thomas says, where is Jesse's head at right now? Well, I would say considering... Where's my Jesse? Considering this is the thumbnail, Thomas, this is the thumbnail for his next post-game stream as far as the Niners go. Not too great. Not too great over there, Thomas. It's getting a little dark in Niner Town right now. Thank you for the donation. Y2K, thank you for the $5 donation. Any interest in trading like a 5th-round pick for C. Watson as a 1-year rental in the offseason? He seems out of favor in Green Bay. This is a little bit of the part, Y2K, where I do have this, and I am definitely guilty of charged in being this way, of that if I have a player that I've scouted coming out of college, and I'm kind of in a place where I'm at with them where I go, I'm not feeling this guy. Other people have this guy much more higher value than I do. I don't feel it. With Watson, he was a guy that I didn't feel that he should have been placed up as high a value as he did in that draft. And I didn't understand that why he was looked at as that. He's a guy with, physically has a lot of talent and very fast. He was the developmental type of receiver that Green Bay often will try to kind of go to, where they don't ever really just go for the true value. They're always going for that guy that can more find second, third round and then drive him up a little bit and hopefully turn him into a Devontae Adams. So I just didn't like Watson coming out, and Watson has not impressed me since he's gone to the Packers. He's has problems with his hands. He's got a bunch of brutal drops where he's open over the top and the throw's right there and it bounces off of his hands. He seems to have injury issues that go with that. In addition to that, I'm not big on him. But again, I got to admit, Y2K, some of that extends out of just the pre-draft evaluation, where I didn't understand why Green Bay made him such a high pick. Small school guy. Just didn't make a lot of sense to me. Just doesn't feel like a natural receiver. Feels more like an athlete for the position. Y2K with the $2 donation says maybe Woolen for Watson. Yeah, I can't do that when you only got it on the 1-year rental side of it, Y2K. If I can flip a Woolen for even the 3rd round pick versus a 1 year of a Christian Watson, I want the 3rd round pick. That's of more value than the 1 year of Watson, where at times he's going to be barely on the football field with your other guys that you have out here. And so I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to do that at all, especially, if I move Woolen, I'll move him anywhere, but I'd rather get the draft capital back. That's my preference rather than a player. I'm okay with a player, especially if it can be an offensive line player, but not for a receiver who's underwhelmed. Woolen's got some deficiencies in his game, but he's not underwhelmed as a player. Still creative. I like your creativity there, Y2K. John Naylor, thank you for another $5 donation. Says Jesse, a.k.a. Dr. Quincy, autopsy results show cause of death. Choking on Kyler's play call plastic card. Is it murder? Is it murder? They found the card deeply put into his throat, like the butterflies in Silence of the Lambs, where they'd find the butterflies in the back of the victim's throat. But instead it's Kyle's play call sheet. They found him in the locker room, Kyle. Maybe so, man. It looks like he's going to go pretty hard on the era is over thing. And he's been setting the stage for it. Got to give Jesse credit. He didn't just suddenly shift this way mid-season. He's been in this lane throughout the year. So you got to give him props on that side of it, where he's been consistent, and he's also been right in his outlook of where this year was going. So props to him on that. But yeah, it's going to be a hell of an autopsy for him on that stream, I imagine. Might be a drinking stream for Jesse, quite frankly. Y2K, thank you for the $2 donation. What does a Jones contract cost? What's your limit? Great question. Thanks for the donation. Okay. So here's Sports Track with your top contracts for inside linebackers and all linebackers. So this isn't really going to separate between the middle linebackers like I wish it kind of did. Yeah, it does. There we go. All right. So here's your inside linebackers with your top contracts. Roquan Smith, Fred Warner, Ernest Jones ain't getting 5 years, $95 million. I don't think he's getting into Tremaine Edmonds territory either as well on that. I think probably the Patrick Queen deal would be the deal that stands out to me. That is one that's likely that you're going to take a look at here. A 3-year, $41 million deal, 13.6. You could also make it kind of like a 4-year, maybe $55 million deal, something like that. If you could get it down into the Aziz Shahir kind of range of things, where he was a 3-year, $34 million deal. You'd like to get there. But I would estimate that it's minimum somewhere between Azeez and Patrick Queen, and, probably closer to the Patrick Queen side of it on what you'd have to pull off from an extension standpoint. So I'm not going to Tremaine Edmonds. I'm not going to Fred Warner. I'm not going to Roquan Smith. But will I do sort of that next tier down below and put you at the top of that? Yeah. Will I give you a Patrick Queen contract or a Bobby Oker contract or a Z's contract? I think I probably would. But that would be about as far as I would go on that. I'm not giving him $95 million a year. I don't think there's a deal out there to be giving it like $95 million a year, Y2K, or a team that's going to be willing to give that much. So once you start crossing past the $50 million mark, you're going to start to probably press me on a 4-year deal. I'm kind of right at the end limit at that point. We got some good inside linebackers in this draft. So while I like and love what Jones has brought, there's some other guys that could possibly work too. He ain't the only guy if it's going to be. He wants all the money. Yeah. John Naylor with a $2 donation. Jesse's consistent and a straight up dude. Yeah, and it cut off your deal there. Yeah, he is. It's what you want to me in this content created world. You want somebody that's informed, that knows their team, and that's not going to blow smoke. There's a Niner content creator out there that's almost famous for his blowing of smoke and for nothing being but positive. And he's just going to, he's famous for this, and he sort of drapes it in that. And I think with Jesse, he's just wanting to be realistic in his outlook of what he sees in the team and be real with it. And that, to me, that's what I want as a fan, to hear from somebody that's a content creator, and what they're telling me and informing me is that they may be right, they may be wrong, but they're always going to be honest with you. And then when you get into this area of things and you start kind of BSing or saying something that you don't believe, I think people get a sense for that. But Jesse's absolutely straight up dude. Good dude. A big part of helping me get on that NFC roundtable is Jesse, by the way. He's the guy that went to bat for me over there on that side of it to bring me aboard. So great guy in that respect of things. Stratic, is Schneider capable of building a good O-line? I'm struggling to recall the last time he built that, but memory could be failing. Well, when you were back in the day of early Russell days, you had the highest paid offensive line when Russell Wilson walked into the door in the NFL. The highest paid offensive line. And it's one that what I've called upon here, Stratic, to do is take this past the line of the bare minimum. When you come to the issues that are on this offensive line, we can get to the details. It's too much of just relying on the draft and aging veterans on their last leg. But it's also that you take this to the bare minimum position of things. Where's the line? Let's take it just right up to there. And then you fall short. Well, what did you do in 2012? What was it play there in 2012 that stands out to me? Is that you had that line that had the investment put into it. It had the Russell Okung as a top 10 pick, right? You would spend money on a guy like Robert Gallery, huge money on him, wasn't even playing. But because you had drafted a James Carpenter in addition to that, because you'd taken it Stratic past the bare minimum line, you had reinforcements if the primary guy that you had there and thought that was going to be the primary guy could then fill in. You had John Moffitt, a third-round guy you took as a guard. Was only able to play about a year before he was out the door. But he was around still on that roster in that first year that Russell came in. But you had other guards like Paul McQuiston that you brought in that was quality. Breno Giacomini that you built in who was steady for you at right tackle. You had Max Unger in here that you kept in-house, who was a steady guy that they inherited, I think, as part of the old regime, but who was steady, who was good for you, and you recognized he was good for you. So, you didn't just draft in 2012 where Russell came in. You didn't just fill that line with a whole bunch of drafted guys. You had guys you drafted, and then you supplemented that with guys that you spent actual money on. And that's the part that they've not been doing in recent years. So that's where we come back to me, in my opinion, more of it takes the purposeful approach here to get this done, which requires you to step a little bit outside of yourself and where you've been currently as far as your line building process goes. And Bravos, I think they're driving that dagger here into this Niner heart. I think they're about done. Deebo Samuel just fumbled. Niners look like they fell on it, though. Dara C says, great win, Dara. Great win. James Peters, Brandon, you're 100% correct. Pittsburgh takes centers and guards all the time in the first, and people say, not a sexy pick. I want guards, not sexy. Me too. I got no problem with it. We reach for the best guard in this draft and we take him a half round early. We take him a full round early. So what? Is he a guy with high upside? Is he a guy with good upside as a guard? Is he going to fit into the scheme perfectly? All day long. I got no problem at this point overpaying for the offensive line. There's a lot of things that we've done wrong in the last 10 years. A lot of mistakes we've made roster building wise, a lot of poor money spent. But there's not one point over the last 10 years where we said, you know what we did wrong this year? Put too much investment into that offensive line. Has that worked in our favor? Has that been to our benefit? I don't think it has, especially when you're looking at one playoff win since 2017. So let's change our approach. Let's move our ways into a different direction. And let's find our footing here. James Peters says, I don't think it was Russ. I think it was Sierra in his ear. You're the whole team. Get our bag. Could have been. Could have been. It definitely is possible there with that on the Russ side of it. So hard to say. I think it is, whether it is her or whether it is him, there was a drive there for him to more brighten his star. And that when he looked to more brighten his star, that's where he put winning and championships, and that stuff became the priority number 2. And you can't serve two masters at once. If it's about your pride, if it's about your ego, just look at Aaron Rodgers. You know, I said the more that you start to feel about it being about his pride and his ego, no matter how good those Packers teams were, they never could get back over the hump. It's enough to hold you back even in just that way, even if you're still a very effective player. Hawks fan says, I'm glad we don't have to see Stone Feet Forsyth anymore. I think he's coming off the IRs. You might still see him yet here, Hawks fan. Don't count your chickens. BB, are we a legitimate threat in the NFC now? Well, if you can take stopping the run and you can carry this into the playoffs, into your ability even to stop the run on the road, like the team has done here a little bit, that's something that can travel well. And the teams that are going to get in the playoffs, Eagles want to run the ball. The Lions want to run the ball. Packers, they definitely want to run the ball and maintain a balanced approach. The Atlanta Falcons, probably going to win that division. They want to run the ball. So if you're at the start of this, you're stopping the run and taking away what those teams want to do at the forefront of their attack, especially offensively. You can that's a team that can travel. That's a team that can keep itself in the game against those teams. I wouldn't say we're a favorite. I wouldn't say that we walk into the Eagles on the road and that we should be anything but a 7-touchdown dog, a 7-point dog. Same thing going into Detroit, in my opinion. But there's no reason we couldn't surprise them. We've got the talent to surprise them, but the team needs to get a little more cohesive. I think you need to be able to rely a little bit more on a consistent offense if you're going to hope to come out of those games and go and get those upsets. Keon Lund says that deep fake of Russ talking about his ex was great, banging the Babadook for 5 years. I got to see that. That sounds funny. Nicholas B., my newborn is loving this game right meow. She loves when the Niners get whooped on. She already knows, man. She's days old, but she knows, Nicholas. When you're 12, it's inherently in your heart. You sort of have that feeling, right? You just have that general, I think something's going really well right now. I don't know what, but I can't speak words, but I do sense that we're doing well. Gibson says, I think a lot of our woes are inconsistent play calling and poor offensive line play. The D has been solid for 3 straight games. I might even say 4 straight games in there. But yeah, I agree. That's at the centerpiece of what's kind of problematic right now. AI, Russ can't play like that getting top of the market money. It restricted out roster. We are still recovering from it. Yeah, it's part of the puzzle with that, where he wanted to be paid up to that market and how that, we've seen multiple quarterbacks over, how that prevents you from your roster building, especially if you're trying to take a team that's a somewhat good team to an elite team, to a contending team. Mr. Dog says, can you name an offensive lineman that was elite in his first year? I thought Russell Okung made the Pro Bowl. I could be wrong on that. I guess he only played in, he's starred up there, so I mean, he made, 2012 in Russell's first year, Russell Okung made the Pro Bowl. Max Unger. So again, too, you have Mr. Dog. You got two Pro Bowlers that first year. I would call that elite. So Russell Okung, your left tackle, and your center, Max Unger, both made the Pro Bowl. And by the way, Max Unger was a first. So if you don't want to use the Pro Bowl as a metric, Max Unger was a first team, not a second team. He was a first team All Pro in Russell Wilson's first year in 2012. I miss Jeffrey Thistle. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, remember when I read that one. My bad. I read that as Mariners for some reason. Robert Jimenez, do you know of Grant Cohn, a 49ers beat writer who likes to criticize Lyle Shanahan? I do. Grant's a very big, he's probably the biggest Niner YouTuber there is on there, Robert. Very, very big. And yes, I'm aware of Grant. He's a funny guy. I think I've thought for a little while at times with him where I wonder if he's sometimes playing the contrarian perspective, I can't deny he does good work and he's a beat reporter and he's in there every day on that stuff and what he does to that Niner team. But I sometimes do wonder with him when I watch him where I'm like, am I getting your genuine take here? So there sometimes seems like stuff he'll say for maximum effect, reaction that he's going to get for saying it. But he's definitely anti-Shanahan. And Shanahan, it's fun to watch him and Grant go at it in the press conferences because Shanahan's obviously not too big a fan of Grant either. Have a good one there, Thomas. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging on in there. Brandon Mills says, Niners are barbecue chicken. Yes, they are. Done, 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 and done. You love to see it. You love to see it. Stratic is, I forgot how good and deep the O-line was way back then. Yeah. Different approach at that time, Stratic. A different way that they went about their business at that position at that time. And you had big money on Max Unger. He was into his second contract by that point. I think the team rewarded him on that contract extension. And you made sure the offensive line was going to be a point of emphasis. You understood at that time. It's weird that they've sort of, I got it a little bit when Russell was making as much money because they were trying to offload a little bit of the money put into Russ from the line and that his legs could get them out of trouble on that. But it makes less sense when you're not paying a quarterback that amount of money that you stay in this lane. But of course, the position and linemen have changed over time and the depth of prospect for linemen has been reduced, I think. That's right. Gibson can't really underestimate the value of a good line. I've come around to this place. This isn't the spot I was at 10 years ago, but I've arrived here now where I say, make it a strength of your team. The value of that and how much that can impact the rest of the team, the quarterback position, the running backs and their productivity is monumental. Leonard Williams, Stone Forsythe, Super Bowl MVP. We would definitely be in an alternative world if that was the case. Poncho Honcho, thank you for the $2 donation, Poncho. He says, do you have an online league on Madden to join? I haven't got the new Madden game this year, Poncho. I've been kind of one of those people sort of bitten the butt in recent years where I just feel like there's too much of a animation thing taking over, predetermined stuff going on in those games at times where it just doesn't feel like it's always playing true and right and real. I admittedly haven't really tried the Madden game out this year. Maybe once it goes on sale here, if it goes on sale at some point, maybe I'll give it a run, Poncho. But don't have anything really going on. I do some games on the Seahawks Nest over there on Twitch where I'll play some games, but it's hard with doing those leagues. You know, it's kind of a commitment and you got to have the time. And during the season, especially, Poncho, I'm usually running full tilt on the channel where I'll get little moments to go play games, but it's kind of few and far between where I got to pick my spots a little bit. But I'll let you know if I do get it. I've thought about getting it, but I've been burned so many times getting Madden where I've been unimpressed / get frustrated with the gameplay where I'm like, something's wrong here. Something's not right. Tommy says you can't win a playoff game if you can't run the ball. We got to figure that out first. True. It's going to be very hard to win in the winter elements. Go on to Philadelphia. Oh, I guess you get the dome of Detroit, so that's one thing. And we know Geno, for instance, plays really good in Detroit, but in Atlanta could be the same way if you had them. Though Atlanta would come here for the 3rd seed. But that Philly game, potentially going into Green Bay. Brandon Mills, even with a better line, Geno needs to make better decisions, run more, and get rid of the ball quicker. Would like to see that. Would like to see him with an improved line, though, too. Boy, the Bills are putting it on the Niners. Good night, sweet prince. Good night, sweet prince. D-Nugget Brando, let's hit 20,000 subs by the Super Bowl. We're on the mark to do it at that spot, D-Nugget. So I would love to get it in there by, just to even get to 19.5. I think if we do a 24-hour stream with 19.5, we'll be able to get a lot of new subs just doing that on a 24-hour stream. But we're right on the mark to get where we want to get here this year. We started out with 15,000 subscribers right around, the induction date on this channel, which is into February. And we find ourselves, I think, after today, we're at 18.15 or something. So we're cooking right along to that mark. We've got 20K right there in the crosshairs. We're knocking on the door. Let's go. Yeah, Russell Okung made a Pro Bowl for the Broncos too as well. He made a hell of a bet on that Bitcoin back in the day. He's one of those guys that I want to be paid in, first guys got paid, say I want to be paid in Bitcoin, and looking awful smart for doing that. Dylan says DK is a dog. He is a dog. He is a dog. Tommy said we trade an all-pro center for a GD tight end who can't block. Brilliant. CJ, if Rodgers hit Wilson in the end zone, the Jets go up 28-7 and we lose that game. Instead, pick 6 the very next play. Football really can swing on a dime. We were fortunate today. We were fortunate. And you're right. This thing was it was shifting on that drive, very close into being a place where, yeah, you're down 28-7. That game's over at that point. They get that touchdown, say nothing of that score. But if you don't get the tip, they go get a field goal. It's 24-7, CJ. it's very close to in that same kind of place. And we were fortunate to a certain degree today to come out of this. I don't know if we could go and look at an NFL performance from a special teams unit costing its team as much as our Hawks were costed today, who came out of the game with the win. And that's that word I keep coming back to, CJ, which is resiliency, which is, hey, you don't have any business being here, but we're here. Hey, you guys are kind of what you are. You should probably just pack it in. We're not packing in, and we're going to keep fighting. Did Hans drop some more gifted subs? Thank you, Hans, for doing that. I might have missed it there, as it sometimes will get disappeared here on the chat. So if I missed it, thank you for doing that. You're awesome, Hans. Hans gifting out the subs today to the folks. Appreciate you for that. If you are a member of the channel, new members of the channel, keep an eye on that community post, as that is where I put my membership benefits out over on that side. We'll get PFF scores out tomorrow from this game, and have a Thursday stream from a Thursday night game. But Hans, you're the man. James Feeder says, we went to a Super Bowl with an elite offensive line and got robbed by Pittsburgh. Yeah, that's true. Pittsburgh had a pretty good offensive line at that time too, but it also was the officials robbed you more than anything else, James. You know, remove the officials from that game, we win. Zombie Central, any collabs in the future we can excite about? Not the ones we usually expect. I don't got anything set up right now, Zombie Central, but I definitely think we're about time to have some guests on here as we get down the stretch, especially with this team making some noise and doing some things. So I'll try to get a few guys on if I can outside the box on this. Admittedly, I sometimes have a hard time just carving out the time to do it, and it's sometimes a little more time consuming trying to reel people in and get them into point. I mean, even trying to do the behind enemy lines last week with the Jets guy was tough. So hopefully I can get some more put forward. I'd like to get a couple of some Seahawks content creators over here on the channel and get some of their thoughts on this team a little bit, expand out some of that if we can. But I'll try. We'll try to get something set up here certainly before the end of the season, get a couple of folks in. Brian Meyer says Graham had the 3 most productive years offensively of any Hawks tight end ever. He did. And that part's worth noting, but he was as negative as you get as far as a run blocker goes in that element of the game. And the team did try to force him into being more of an inline tight end than the slot guy. And I think I'd also say to that, Brian, you haven't exactly had a lineage and a history of really stellar play at the tight end position. You go through the wide receivers and Largent, Brian Blades, Tyler Lockett, Doug Baldwin, DK Metcalf, Joey Galloway. When I go to the tight ends in Seahawks history, I go Mike Tice, John Carlson, Jeremy Stevens. It was kind of, and that's in a lot of those teams and a lot of those years were, especially through your 80s and 90s period, more run heavy than anything else. So you weren't really featuring the tight end very much. But it is true. He was very productive as a pass catcher. I'll give him that. And certainly he was a great red zone threat at the end of his time here, Brian. But still a brutal trade, too. Just brutal trade. Braden Larson, thank you for the $2 donation. Missed the stream up until now, but what a drunk game. Completely drunken master is how we played that one. You know, where we were wobbling, we were shifting in our spot, our head was going like this, and we're like, no, we aren't winning today. But little did we know, like Jackie Chan and Drunken Master, we're just setting them up. We're just getting them to lower their guard, that's all. They're like, oh, Seattle ain't ready to play today. We don't have to go hard. And then we clicked it into play, Braden. Then we locked it in at that point. But it was a hell of a game, man. And I always say week in and week out about this, there's nothing like football in the ebbs and flows and swings of emotion that you get over the course of the game and just trying to just ride with it and hold on for dear life like you're a bucking bronco and it's going to send you off at any moment. There's nothing like that from another sport that does it to me in this way. It's why I love this sport so much. It's so unique in that way and that it can pull these emotions out of you. You watch other sports and you're watching, but you're not as invested. And you get that invested in this kind of game. It's weird in that way. It's always been that way for me going back to being a kid. I both love it and it can frustrate you, especially when you're having games like this where it just, come on, guys. Come on. But it was a beautiful game when it's all said and done, Braden. Beautiful game. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Remember when we questioned Mike's play calling? Grubb deserves grace as well. Well said, Jordan. It is definitely the case that I'm looking to make here. It's not to say you don't have room or reason to look at what Grubb's done and have some issues in how he's called the game and how he's managed this around this offensive line and where have been his adjustments and why are we missing some echoes of what his offense was at UW. I think you can point to all those things and there's some validity behind it. But I think that it's up until the point of saying, well, these things are missing, so then he needs to be out the door. I think we've got to let the season play out, see where we're at after 17 games with Grubb. Take a look at what he got out of this offense. Look at where this team finished off at as far as, for the season and how they paired out. Did they finish out stronger than they started? Did things start to come together a little bit better at the end of the year? Did the line start to get better at the end of the year? Maybe it doesn't, but I think we are smart to give it that time. I think it's intelligent to give it that time. And so a little bit of grace. I think that's well put, Jordan. I think when it comes to McDonald and finding his footing on the defensive side of the ball, especially once he flopped out the two inside linebackers, you could make an equivalency here where you say he had to deal with on the defensive side of the ball an ineptitude of the position at his two inside linebacker positions that Grubb has to deal with, for the most part, at least 4/5 of his offensive line in that same state. And unlike McDonald, who you could go out there on the open market, you had Tyrese Knight ready to ascend in-house, and you had Ernest Jones ready to improve the position if you could make the trade for him. There wasn't those deals that you could make on the open market to fix the offensive line. And so McDonald had some aid in finding his footing with his play calling and this defense with those additions to the defense. You've not afforded Grubb that same thing. And so maybe once you afford Grubb that same thing, albeit it'll happen to wait till the offseason, Jordan, maybe too then with that, you will see that improvement from his unit as a whole once he can get to a functional offensive line. I think there's some validity behind that, Jordan. I do. Radu Turkin, thank you for the $5 donation. You want to be real contenders next year? I'm afraid you'll have to trade or sign established good linemen. It takes time for drafted players to develop. I think that you come out and you win this division this year, in this first year under Mike McDonald, it's very hard to look back in-house and say we're a couple of years out. And so if the answer comes around to you turning to the end of the season saying, we're not a couple years out, we're ready to contend right now, we've got the young crew in-house, we've got the foundation here, we've got the cornerstone players, then I think that that's got to inform you a little bit, you're right, Radu, on then how you address the offensive line. Specifically to your point, rather than going back to the draft and making it all about finding the draft is the way that we improve this, let's go get the vet who can slide in, who's not going to need all that time to learn the ropes, who can come in and be a very good player for us right out the jump. Especially understanding where you're really looking to take this unit is, yeah, I'd love for it to be a strength. Yeah, I'd love for it to be a top-end unit. But at this point, I'm not greedy. Just give me the unit to a league average state, and I think Grubb can make his offense run really well. I think you can get some great performance across the board from your skilled position players, just to a league average state. Pass blocking, run blocking. I would love to get to dominance. Certainly would love to make that the strength of the team. But I'll take middle of the road at this point. And I'll trust in that offense taking a big step forward if you can just get it to that. So you don't have really to take this off of a high water benchmark that you got to get over the top. You got a low water benchmark that should be easily able for John Schneider to clear if he's willing to activate that option he's not been willing to activate, Radu. Not since 2017 have you made a trade for a quality offensive lineman. 2017. That's 7 years ago. That's almost a decade ago that you made a trade for a quality offensive lineman. Meanwhile, your offensive line's been in many ways trash at times during those years. And the last big money contract that you provided to a free agent offensive lineman, the last big money deal that you signed to an offensive lineman on the open market was Robert Gallery some 12 years ago. Everybody else has been a 1-year deal or a 2-year deal for a vet that's on his last legs. It's not been true blue established money that you're paying from the outside. So utilize one of those two methods, Radu. Activate one of those two other options rather than it just being the draft. And you can do that. And I agree with you. If you're back to being a contender, that should drive you more to then going and finding that guy. We mentioned Trey Smith or Tevin Jenkins of the Chicago Bears. More of the drive then to go find the guy that's ready to roll, already there in his prime. Yeah, you got to spend the prices to make it do, but you know what you're getting. And you're not going to have to wait for him to get to the spot of his top end. He walks in at his top end already. That would be my approach as well, Radu. Well said. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. What is the next change to the offense you would make either personnel or coaching wise to get us back on track? How did Luamea do today? As far as Luamea, he did pretty good. I think, to my eyes. I think that, he wasn't ripping it up and tearing ass down the field. He wasn't blowing guys off the line of scrimmage with his blocks, but he wasn't a deficit either. He wasn't a guy giving up a lot of pressure that I saw to my eyes in this game from the interior. So he seemed to hold up well on that side of it. I think in the run game, probably struggled a little bit more than he did in pass protection, but he was okay today. He was okay. I'll have to go back and look a little bit. It's hard to take your 6'10" when I'm doing the play-by-play to really lock in on the line play as much because you're just sort of watching what's happening at the point of attack with the quarterback and the decisions they're sometimes making or the running back and whatnot. But he did fine. As far as the next change to this offense, personnel or coaching, it would be personnel. And this is a great question, Taker, because it touches on the back thing that I was just talking about a second ago, where you've not made the offensive line a point of emphasis or a priority in years. Not once in an offseason have you done that. Not have you even come close to making it a priority in an offseason. You've taken the same approach time and time again. So what I want to do differently, what I want to do for the first time in 10 years is take a different approach. Make building the offensive line a point of emphasis, priority number one. Make turning the offensive line into a strength of this team much more of an emphasis in my point. If you want to make it a strength of the team, at least make it a priority to address this offseason in a major way. And address it in a major way. Don't take it to bare minimum. What would bare minimum look like? Bare minimum would be you go sign another veteran left guard for very cheap money. You go draft some guy in the first 3 rounds at like center. You have him come in with Oluwatimi. You trust in the fact that Haynes and Bradford are going to duke it out and get better another year forward. And then you're done. That's what you would have done in prior years. So I'm not advocating for that. Go beyond that. Sign the major market deal. Draft a guy very high. Make another pick in the draft reasonably at 4th or 5th round. Go really take this past the line. Overdo it for the first time in 10 years. And the reason they mean that you got to overdo it is because you've undersold it for that 10-year period. You've done a better job of getting more quality, of putting more resources into the position. I mean, we're spending as cheap amount on our offensive line as just about anybody in the NFL. It's not a surprise they're performing it this way. You're going to go cheap, you get cheap back. You put bad in, you get bad back. You want quality play, you got to pay for it. And so it's one where I don't mean to be repetitive on this one, Taker. I believe it in my heart that before I get to anything else on this team, defense, offense, quarterback, DK extension, these rookies coming up on their contract extensions after they're done for their first 3 years of their deal. Before I get to any of that, what is the plan on getting this offensive line as a point of emphasis and getting it to a stage where it's really now turning into a strength of the team? Maybe not the greatest strength, but a strength of the team. And that's going to take you putting a lot of resources into it. It's going to take you offloading resources where Tyler Lockett's got to go, maybe so we can go sign a contract to a Tevin Jenkins at left guard or Trey Smith. But then so be it. That's the cost. That's the price that needs to be paid. And I'm willing to pay it. I trust in it. You pay that price, I think you're going to get the returns for it. I think your team as a whole will improve from it. Your quarterback will play better. Your receivers will be more productive. Your running backs will definitely be more productive. And I hope that they go that route, Taker. It's right. It's really where I am at the forefront. That and let go of Jay Harbaugh. Because I'm good there too. Bring back Larry Izzo. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. I'd trade 5 first-round picks today for Joe Burrow. Well, unfortunately, you only get to trade 3 first-round picks in the NFL. That's the nature of the beast on that one. So it's just not a possibility to be able to go a different route on that one. Joe Burrow just signed a contract extension. In addition to that, it was an extension that had a significant amount of signing bonus to the tune of about $45 million in signing bonus. He just signed that in 23. So, you got 2 years of the bonus money off the books, but you're still on the hook for quite a bit. Now, we'll see if the Bengals are going to want to pay all of it because they do tend to be a bit of a cheap organization. But I would be frankly shocked if the Bengals were willing to let him go, and you'd have to do like a 3 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks thing, Jeffrey, if you want to go that route with it. But would I give up 3 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks for Joe Burrow? Maybe so. Oh my goodness, we got a lot of donos today. Thank you guys for all of your support on the channel here. Randall McDaniel, thanks for the $2 donation. Eye test LeMaya played better than Haynes. I do apologize on this. So Randall, it's when you're doing the play-by-play on the games, and I get asked a lot of these questions about the offensive line, and it's a place, just take this answer, guys, as I go forward on this one, where it's at on this. If you're asking me directly after the game about offensive line play and really defensive line play for the most part, I'm going to have a hard time referencing it, because when you're doing play-by-play, right, guys in shotgun, I'm looking at how many wide we have. I'm trying to reference to how much what the secondary's at. Are they in cover 2 shell? Do we have a blitz look up at the line of scrimmage? I'm trying to kind of communicate all that, and it doesn't really give me an ability as you are sitting on your table. And I mean, I think, guys, when you're watching, you're able at times to just lock on a player and watch him on a play, and you're not giving play-by-play. I can't do that, Randall. So I get asked a lot about offensive line play directly after the game. I can't lock on those guys and do play-by-play. It's like the lizard looking at 2 things at once. I got to kind of concentrate on the thing that allows me to tell the fans and the people that are watching the stream what's happening on the play. And then I got to go back later and watch the all-22. And by the way, you really want to watch the all-22 anyway to really make the assessment on the offensive line play, so you can really see what's happening and where the push is happening. But Randall, check back in with me if you can on Wednesday. I'll have a better answer for you there, but it's really hard for me, folks, to try to give you an evaluation on guys when there's so much you're trying to communicate play-by-play. And keep in mind, too, I'm trying to do color commentary and play-by-play at the same time. So I'm both telling you what's going on in the play, and then I've got to explain what's going on in the play post. Now, there's not enough time to sit there and then lock at the line at the same. It's too many things at once. But I'll try. I'll have an evaluation for you on to Wednesday. Just check with me back on Wednesday if you can. Didn't do anything bad, but I don't have, I don't have anything to give you on that. I just couldn't lock in on them. It's too hard for me. I don't have that concentration ability, unfortunately. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Ski Nation, I appreciate you for that as well. Says, please use the drunken master analogy on the round table. Laughing out loud. I will, man. You liking that? I'll whip it out on that. I'll see if that's playing with them. They're all going to be in such a bad mood, I have a feeling. I have a general feeling it's going to go that way with it. But thank you, man. I'll use that. They'll dig that. They'll dig that. We're going for, okay. John Allen, thank you for the $2 donation. Can Watkins console Jesse on the death of the Niners? I'll try to on Wednesday there, John. I'll try, but it's dark, John. It's darker than the galaxy when you're deep with, deep. Sorry, 1 second, folks. It's dark. Hard to see. Can't tell them that the light's coming, John, when it's years out. When you're down in the dumps, you're going to be down there for a while, especially after you let go of your coach for no reason because you're impetuous, you're impatient. As a fan base, you talk about Montana, young. I can't do walking right now. We've hit that spot, John, where I'm about 9 hours to 10 hours deep on the stream today. So trying to do impressions at this point, we're pretty much in a gone by point. The voice already starts to leave. We're about 5 hours 17 on just this stream alone. So you got to catch me earlier on to get the walking, but I'll try to on Tuesday. I'll give him a little bit of walking on Tuesday, John. I promise you on that. Eric Kinnanen, thank you for the $12.75 donation. Appreciate the $13 dono, my guy. Very kind of you, Eric. Says, thank you for the great content. I had to turn off the TV today and go with the radio broadcast to survive the chaos. I get it. I do get it, Eric. There's games that's happened in recent years here, and this is one today where you're like, man, do I want to, are we going to roll with this? Is this what's going down? Can I stay on top of this one? This is a rough game to watch, and you're watching the special teams unit just boot the game away with how they're playing, and it was brutal. Chaos is the right way to put it. A drunken game. An ayahuasca game, as we were saying earlier, Eric. It was just, it's one of the weirder ones I've seen in recent memory. You didn't have a feel for what was going to happen. It felt as dark as it could get from a team concept standpoint as you were inches away from going down 28-7. But right where you were on that ledge of falling over to the other side, right as you were just about to collapse over to that side, you caught yourself, you brought your back over to this way, and you found your way home. So that was an amazing. And thank you, man. Unbelievable, the support today. Great vibes here from the chat all the way around. I really appreciate that, which is good to see. But as always, I'm always blown away and overwhelmed by just how much love I get from my chat, from how many donations. I mean, hell, I'm 5 hours in. I think I barely today at times caught up on just the donations of 5 hours deep on this stream today. You guys are just absolutely unbelievable, Eric. I really appreciate that support. You guys let me get, you're what makes this go, man. You guys are definitely what makes this go. And can't blame you for turning off the TV on this one. There's a couple people in my chat that were just about like, I can't almost not watch this anymore. It's too much. And it has you on the edge of your seat, and it has you nervous, and it has your palms sweating. I'm right there with it, you know. I'm trying to breathe. I'm trying to maintain some level of professionalism. Let's face it. I definitely get lost and lose my stuff quite a bit on the live stream shows, but I'm trying. We're all trying in that moment. You're fighting your ass off, you know. John Naylor, thank you for another $2 donation. And Eric, thank you for your big time $13 dono. John, thank you for all of your support today. It says, make sure you pull out the watch with Jesse. Yeah, we got to do a Jesse raid here, I think. I think we got to do a Jesse raid here. I think it's a good idea. I think I sign off on it. And I think we're going to have to do it. Let's do a little Hawks Nest raid on him, right? Give him a little bit of love in there. Help out his algorithm a bit. He's feeling down. He's feeling down, folks. Let's do a Jesse raid. Let's do a Jesse raid. So I'm going to put the link here in the description if you guys want to bounce over and give Jesse a little bit of love on this side of it. I'll put the link in the chat if you want to head over there to Jesse's. They've got their post-game stream going. Let's get our people in there. See if you guys show up. He's got a lot. He's got to be. They seem to do okay. I just put a donation out there on the stream here. Jesse can't even look at the chat right now. He's just staring off into the abyss. He's staring off into the abyss right now. Jesse's face is in bad. Jesse does not look like a happy man right now. He's struggling. Appreciate you guys dropping in there for Jesse and showing him a little bit of love on that side of it. Gonna go Hawks in the chat. Oh man. He's locked in right now. They're not checking the chat right now, so I don't think they're even looking over at the other side of it. They're gonna get so mad at us rating up on it. They're deep in it, folks. They're deep in their in a little bit of their anger game over there on that side of it. Ski Nation dropping a donation. Don't feel bad, Jesse. The Bills did it to us too. Go Hawks. Let's go, guys. Hell yeah. Way to rate them out. They can't tell. They're in misery right now, okay? They're suffering. They're hurting right now. There's a deep pain inside of them that they're struggling through of here. Somebody put Hawk Tua in the chat. Oh, Lordy. Yeah, he's not looking at his chat at all. They're not looking at the chat at all there, folks. They're deep into how to fix this thing right now. Oh, goodness. Jose says Seahawks fans stay, have nothing to do. We're coming in to show some love, brother. I know Jesse's out there. You got to show some love when your friend's hurting, man. You know what I mean? You got to let them know it's going to be all right. That there's going to be brighter days for you Niner fans. Yeah, the story's coming to an end today. That's true. But, 2027, you guys will be back. Thank you for going in there and reading, guys. I don't think you noticed. And they're talking. They're not looking at all on the chat. Oh, Lordy. Ethan says, how's it looking down there in the NFC West? It's pretty sweet on the top. Get them, folks. Get them. I'd love to see it. Now your fans are getting salty in the chat. I might just read the chat with my Hawk fans going in there. That's fun enough. Giving them a hard time. They're not feeling it. We will not be hearing from you Seattle fans today. No. You split with us. Don't you open your mouth. You split. Thanks for bouncing over there, you guys. Jesse looking unhappy as hell. Can't even look at his chat. He's just drinking. He keeps drinking the water. Not going to make it better, my man. Not going to make it better. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Does Leo's 92-yard pick six count as a beast quake? It should. It should, man. It does as far as what the effect it had for the team and energizing the team, Taker, and getting them ready to roll. It definitely had that impact. That was a shot in the arm that you need in that moment, no doubt about that. And it weighed heavily there, and every bit as much as that Beastquake did in the game, and the feeling you had from the game, and that Beastquake run put that game away, and that pick six brought you back into the game. So kind of different ends of the spectrum, but serving the same purpose when it's all said and done. John Naylor says, I meant by watch the scene of walking. I meant by watch the scene of walking. The swatch. You mean like the Pulp Fiction thing? The swatch was in your daddy's ass for 3 long years. He died of dysentery. Give me the watch. I held this uncomfortable hunk of metal up my ass for 4 long years. It's a great scene. Classic walking scene, John. Classic walking scene. I used to have that full monologue, John, completely memorized. I forgot it in my old age, but Hey, little man, boy, I sure heard a lot about you. I served with your daddy in that Hanoi pit of hell. Such a great scene. God, it's such a wonderfully written scene by Tarantino too. That was him at the height of his powers. Height of his powers. See, Lord of Bravos says, call me crazy, but I think this upcoming offseason is the most important in the history of the current Seahawks general manager, one John Schneider. I think that's true. Certainly the spotlight is more further on him, and he is going to, if the team can get to the playoffs, not look bad coming off this season. But, you to take that next step to contending, can you make those final steps to getting there? You've kind of brought it up to the line, but can you take it past the line now? That's the part we'll see. D-Nugget, I still wish we had Creed Humphreys too, man. I do. That one hurts. That one stings. Gibson says, at times this season our D look flat. They've really picked up the intensity. I think we need them to play well to win these games, and it's good teams. Yeah, I agree, Gibson. And they have picked it up. They have improved. JL says, what Gino and Grubb are able to do with chaos and dysfunction ensuing all around them is impressive to me. But what do I know? I'm only a genius. Grubb and Gino seem to come together when we need it. Well said, JL. Really well said. Aaron Jones says, my question is why they removed Lockett from kick returns. Well, when he came back from the broken ankle, he himself said he's not as fast as he once was. He lost speed off of that major lower leg injury, and I don't think he was ever quite what he was prior, which helped him to be a really good kick returner. I think he was also getting some injuries in the kick return, punt return game, and you needed him more for what he brought as a receiver than you needed what he brought as a returner, because that was at a time where returning the ball was getting less and less important and harder to take things back. But I think that's the 1-2 combination of, needing more of what he did as a receiver and then not as dynamic as a returner as he was when he first walked in. Chris says a wet fart could block better than Graham. Yes, it is true. It is true. And James Peters, Graham wasn't worth what we gave up for him, period. No, he wasn't. Nope. Pete Metzelaars, Brian Kennicott. Oh, you're going deep on that one, huh? You're going old hawk. Sanchez says the whole offensive line unit has improved, has objectively improved. The offense has not. The argument the O-line is the problem, then there should be a correlation. The argument the O-line is the problem, then there should be a correlation between the two. Yes, I think you would hope that there would be with the improvement, albeit I don't think that it's like the line has come, all across the country here from where they were. There's still a lot of elements that are there with the old offensive line. But as we talked earlier on this, Sanchez, it's not an end-all be-all excuse for the lack of productivity on the offense. It is a part of what factors in here. And even as they're standing here playing a little bit more improved in this game, you're still, throughout this game, unable to consistently run block. And though you are giving Gino the time to sit back there and assess a lot and giving him more time in the pocket than he's had in earlier parts of this year, that's still off-suited then with a lot of quick pressure on some of the other snaps. So it's still not a unit that's performing even at a league average place in the past couple of weeks. I mean, you're blocking scores from last week alone. Let's just take that, right? Let's just take those in general. Actually, I got it right here. All right, so Laken Tomlinson last week, 40.1 grade, was your worst rated guy. Sanchez, when Lucas came back the first week, he had a well-graded game. Last week had a bit of a dip game. Abraham Lucas, 50.3 grade against 50.3 grade against the Cardinals. Barner, poorly graded as a run blocker against the Cardinals. Christian Haynes, poorly graded as a blocker against the Cardinals. Oluwatimi, 58.3. That's still not a good grade against the Arizona Cardinals. That's still not an improvement at the center position. In fact, that's going backwards from where you were getting from Connor Williams as a performative level, at least in that game against the Cardinals. You have Bradford, who plays 4 total snaps in the game, so you can't really go off of that as far as him being an 8th highest rated player. So you got Charles Cross at a 63.6 grade. So when you talk about improvement, Sanchez, last week, you didn't have one offensive lineman who performed at even a league average basis for the totality of that football game. Now, I don't know what the scores are going to be for this game, and certainly to the eye test, I will give you that it maybe looks a little bit better. But this is still in a disrepaired state. This is still not in a functioning state in an overall standpoint of things. Your 2 of your bottom 3 guys are your offensive linemen. 3 of your bottom 6 guys as your rating on the game are offensive linemen. That tends to be pretty much what we cumulatively see week in and week out on the grades on these guys beyond what we see from them on the eye test side of it. So I'm not undertaking what you're saying in that it's not an end all be all excuse, which is at the heart of your point, but it's also not to undersell the fact that let's not overspeak it to say and act like the line's been performing at some real great watermark the past couple of weeks. And yet Grubb's just completely dropped the ball from the play calling and Gino's decision making. Like I can't get into that lane of it. Is it hard to cut where, it goes? And is this why, Sanchez, I want to get to the end of the season to make these determinations? Yeah. But the line was a little improved today, but not necessarily from a run blocking element past a couple of runs where you're able to get some more holes than you've had in the past. And you've had some moments in pass protection that held up, but you had some moments in pass protection that were quick hurries. The sacks by Will McDonald in this game, Sanchez, one coming from Cross's side, one coming from Abraham Lucas's side. That's instantaneous pressure. That's right on top of the quarterback. That is what we've seen throughout this year. So I can't say that it's been some different picture in prior weeks to the offensive line. By and large, it still is what it is. It is a little bit improved, a little bit. And should some of the offense be better from that, to your point, being that earlier in the year when the line was worse, you were able to be more productive offensively? Sure, that's valid. Absolutely. Silver Bravos, things are dire in Ninerland when Mitchell Trubisky's tearing you apart. Amen. Amen. Yeah, Nicholas says, give me a mediocre offensive line and watch what this Hawks offense does. Amen. Give me a middle of the road offensive line. I think this offense would take off. That's my instinct on it. I don't know for sure, but that is a little bit of my instinct on this one too. Kieran says, why in the hell are we kicking off to the kid that returned on us over and over? Kicked the ball out of bounds. Who was calling for more opportunities on the kick coverage? I don't know, Kieran. I do wonder if on that the elements played into it a little bit in New York. That can be a windy stadium. That can be a windy conditions down in there, and maybe the wind brought in a little bit into play where Myers couldn't get the kick as deep as he wanted on the kickoffs. But I was feeling the same way, that let's just kick it through the back of the end zone. And quite frankly, Kieran, through the rest of the year, let's just kick it through the back of the end zone and call it a day. I'm much more in favor of that than trying to save 10 yards by kicking it in at the 1 and you stop him at the 20 and ooh, you gain 10 yards. Whoop-de-doo. Which you're really not doing. You're really more giving up the big plays, like you gave up a 45-yard return in this game and a 36-yard return in this game. See, Lord, here's an interesting nugget. Here in Canada, Luke Wilson is a big part of the NFL coverage. He's been very slow to warm up to this edition of the Seahawks, but he's starting to change his tune. There we go. It's good to hear. Keon, John Moffat on The Real Rob Report was pure comedy gold. He was a funny guy. He was a character. He was definitely a character. I think the Hawks Bills playing well without the stud receiver from the past few years. You're thinking Stephon Diggs, and they are. Yeah. They built a really good offense there for Josh. He doesn't maybe have the difference maker pure and simple, but he's got a lot of really quality targets to work with. A lot of guys with some varying skill level and varying attributes that they bring, and they interweave it pretty well there. We saw that in that game that they played against us. Muff Bunano says, I was doing the big cat celebration the whole time. Let's go. Let's go. Brian Kennicott says, the global meltdown on Jesse's channel is great. I'm there to help. Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, you can see they're in a dark place there. He's not even looking at the chat. He's just locked in. Tommy, I watched LeMay quite a bit. He was fairly solid overall. Had some really bad misses, including one pull where he blew the assignment, but he had the key block and the go-ahead touchdown by Sharps. B+. There we go. I like it. Ian C. Hey, everyone. I'm currently working on a presentation that is due tomorrow. I may be cooked, but at least the Hawks killed it today. Let's go, Ian. You got time, man. It's only 8:30. You got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Brando's both Tariq and Collinsworth all wrapped up in one. There's times where I cannot get all the things I want to say prior to from one snap to the next because you're trying to get all of it out. And it's a speed. You get an appreciation for what those guys do and understanding how fast it moves and how much you're trying to communicate. And there's so much to see on a given play that you're trying to pull out to paint people the picture a little bit. Ethan says, did you see Brock Montana out there slinging it? Reminded me of Joe Montana. It's the Hawk. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Off the top of your head, how many scores on D? Jenkins, Kobe, Williams, and Hall. We're now at four straight good to excellent games on D, starting with the run stop. Yeah, those are your return touchdowns on the season. Did Jenkins have a return? Randall, am I spacing out a Jenkins return? I'd forgotten about that one. But with Kobe, Williams, Hall, yeah, they all got their returns on their touchdowns. And you're right, 4 straight games of consistent defensive play. And you're also right in that it started with stopping the run. You've taken that away from all of these teams consistently. You forced them into being one-dimensional. And I think once you do that defensively in the McDonald scheme, you kind of have them at that point. You're able to really put them in a bind. And especially when you get them to the third and longs, Randall, where in recent years we've had some issues in third and longs. Been able to clean that up this year in a major way. And that's because he's got, I think, the schematic adjust, those stack boxes, the simulated pressures, even bringing blitzes at times out of the simulated pressures. That's been a big helping hand, I think, on those third and long kind of plays. But yeah, you've had also a lot of touchdowns from the defense this year. That's for sure. But great thoughts, Randall. Starts with stopping the run here. And that's where those 5 or 6 losses, every single one of those games you could go to and say, we're not stopping the run. Even the win you had in those 5 or 6 games being the Atlanta game, you still didn't do a good job of stopping the run in that one. But that's been the part with these 2 inside linebackers, getting Kobe Bryant in there at safety. Roy Robertson, Harris, all of these things I think have kind of helped. But it's gotten way, way more consistent, and it has turned on a dime, Randall. I mean, it's gone from a league worst crew at stopping the run or close to that to almost kind of climbing into sort of a top 10 state of things if they could perform at this level throughout all of the back end of the schedule. That's a very impressive jump. That's a very impressive correction. Braden Larson, thank you for the $5 donation. Braden, I'm not a big fan of what ifs, but if we can win against the Cardinals and the Bills beat the Rams next week, then I really like our playoff odds. I do too. You've really put your hands closing around that division at that point. You take the Cardinals, in my opinion, to 7 wins, and they're out of the NFC West tonight. The 49ers are out of the NFC West. That would take 2 of 3 out. You got 1 left. And then you talk about the Rams losing. I think even right now they're basically, 2 games out. They've got to get to us on the win column to be matching us. And so you take them another game out with that many games to go. Yeah, you feel like your chances of taking the division at that point are really in a good spot. And if you can set the stage potentially for getting to that Bears game on Thursday night, where you win that game against the Bears and you clinch the division and you make game 17 irrelevant, and you can turn game week 17 then into a de facto bye at the end of the year, especially coming off that elongated period because it's a Thursday night game against the Bears. So you're giving yourself that extra 10 days plus that bye week to get right for that first playoff game and prepare for it. Could be very helpful for this team, getting a little bit of that extra rest in there, not to mention be able to prepare. Now, I'm dreaming big. You very well maybe set up Braden to have to just take on the Rams at the end of the year to take the division, and who wins is the team that's going to win the division. But you're right. If they lose this next week, they got to take on the Bills, and that Rams team loses against this Bills this next week, and this Bills team's rolling like we're seeing. I really do like our odds at that point for finding a way in. I do too, man. Sloby1. Can you post your live reaction to Leo's pick 6 later this week, laughing out loud? I will, Slowby One. Yeah. Those have been pretty popular on the channel, so I'll keep them going. Great suggestion, man. D Nuggets says Shanahan can go coordinate for Robert Saleh's next head coaching job. And Shanahan will be hired in a heartbeat if he's let go. The big, probably interesting decision on hovering over the top of right now the Niners and what's going to happen with them is, are you really going to let him go? You're really going to fire him? You're really going to do that? And I'd love to see the Niners do it. I mean, that would just complete their implosion. Because whatever coach they bring in there is not going to be as good as Shanahan. And it much more makes the path for us easier on into the future. See, Lord of Bravo says Jesse's anguish is a tangible thing. There's no hiding it when you do this. We are all emotionally invested. We love our team. There's no faking this. You're in this because you have that love. And when you have something as heartbreaking as this, especially because this is not just the end of a season, but this is sort of an end of an era, a little bit of a run of Niner football. And it feels like you don't always get that closing of the door shut in the way that they are here. We didn't really get it with the Legion of Boom. It was more of like a slow drip that happened over like a 2-3 season where suddenly you looked around and you're like, there's no Richard, there's no Earl, there's no Cam, there's no Cliff, there's no Michael. Where'd everybody go? Where'd everybody go? But here with them, it's more of the slow train wreck, slow car crash coming. And you know it's going to hurt. You know it's going to hurt. But it hasn't quite hit yet. CJ says Christian McCaffrey suffered a season-ending PCL injury. Yeesh. Yeah. Brain Larson says Jesse's not having a great time. No, he doesn't look like a happy man right now. John Naylor, did I get that right? I got that right on the walking scene. I got that scene memorized, man. It's such a great scene. Swatch was in your daddy's ass for 4 long years. Die of dysentery, give me the watch. Oh, I had hid this uncomfortable metal up my ass. O'Dwyer, I'm really enjoying JSN's play this season. Me too, man. He's looking good. John Naylor says, I'll help Jesse. We held it for 4 years of 49er dominance. It'll help Jesse. We held it. Yeah, we've been through this, John. You know, we've had to deal with that pain. That's where I'm like, hey, I feel it for you, man, but I had to go through it too. You know, we all have to go through it in this sphere. We all go around. It's all our turn at one point or another. You do what you can. Got War Chief in the house. What's up, War Chief? What you doing, me? He says, I never feel bad for the Niner fans. No, you don't. No, you don't. Sanchez says, we've averaged 16 points in the last 3 games. It's not good enough, Sanchez. It's not. And I, again, don't want to seem like I'm dispelling what you're saying with it. I completely say that you can't just provide and put it on the offensive line solely. There's some parts of this that could have been helped in other areas. Grubb could be helping this out a little bit more. I think Gino's kind of doing about all he can, but certainly there's some parts there for Grubb to help out a little bit more, I think. Tommy says, maybe Big Cat can play some guard too. He can do everything else, it seems. Maybe, man. CJ, Brandon, did we go for it on 4th and 6 because of Dixon's injury? And if so, funny that worked out in our favor. Yeah, you got the offsides there that got you to the 4th and 1, which was big in that moment because, boy, that's another one of those plays in the game where it's like so much suddenly hinges on this play where it's a make or break play, where if that 4th down and 6 doesn't get the offsides or you get it incomplete, you're giving the Jets the ball on your side of the field, short field. It's going to look dark real quick as far as getting the win. I mean, that's that thing I talk about in this game where you're hovering on the ledge of the cliff through so much of this game, it felt like, but each and every time that you started to sort of go over, you caught yourself, right? Just as you started to just drift over, you went, oh, and then you caught yourself and your stomach dropped through your butt and you went, oh my God, I didn't enjoy that. And then a little bit later on, you start drifting, my stomach. Kevin O'Connell. I loved how the feed went haywire, which was fitting for this completely effed game. Yeah, it was, Kevin. It was tough. I was like, this really, we're going to have this go on right now for this game? All right. Just fitting the type. Yeah, YouTube kind of sold on me a little bit today. We need to get their stuff in line. Herbicide says, just over. No joy in Whoville. Spacey over there trolling. Yeah. Space was doing his best over there. Jesse was locked in, though. He was not looking at the chat. He's just... Here's Jesse. He's gonna get that 10. He's gonna get that 1,000-yard stare by the end of the day. Yeah, they might be a little sour for a bit, Jordan. They had to go through a Super Bowl era, and they didn't actually get to raise the trophy. They got to touch the trophy. They got to rub the trophy along the side of their face fondly, but they didn't actually get to get the trophy. Had their hands around the trophy, but then it was ripped out of their hands each and every time. It's tough. James Peters, Brandon, does this feel like the division winning team beating the Saints with the losing record type of year? A little bit, I think, James, because that's obviously a year you get a division win and you aren't necessarily what would be a normal division winning team. You did so having to kind of grind it out a little bit and sort of just eke your way there. And you didn't have even a winning record, which even, made it, I think, even more of an extreme version of this team this year. This team has given you at least moments where defensively, for instance, you've been a team that looks division title worthy, especially the last 4 weeks, especially the first 3 weeks of the season. You look better as a defense there than Carroll did with that defense in that 7-9 year. Those defenses weren't bad in that 7-9 year, but you didn't have some of these real high watermark kind of games, especially collectively stacked up on top of each other. It was much more up and down from that first season. So a little bit more to the positive side, James, in that in the finish of it and getting to the strong point in the confirming for you that you have the right guy to guide this thing in the best direction. That's really where the echoes of it are. And you're going to maybe get to the division title in not the most cleanest of ways, like a team that might have just gotten out front and been able to go pole to pole as sort of that leader, as teams will sometimes do. But a little bit, I would say. Ski Nation, thank you for another $2 donation. Is this a game of the week contender? Maybe. I have to go through the scores a little bit here. I mean, the Steelers-Bengals 44-38 game might be on there as well. Russell throwing for 414 in that game. That's probably going to be one that people point to. The Vikings-Cardinal game, 23-22. That one, I think, came right down to the end. Colts-Patriots, 25-24. Nah. I mean, even got Texans, 23-20. There's a lot of close games this week. You're probably not quite in that contention. It's a good game, but there's a lot of close, good games, it looks like. Berna, Seahawks, brother. Pedro says, why not go for 2 after the Charbonnet touchdown? We're up 4. PAT only gets you to 5. PAT risky given Dixon is hurt. Getting 2 puts you up to 6 with a chance of a W, even if the Jets get a touchdown without a PAT. Good points, Pedro. I think you mentioned probably a pretty valid question on that one, because you are already up by more than a touchdown. So kind of what's the point to taking you 4 to 5? And you're right. 6 does get you to the spot where, especially with extra points being pulled back as they are, it makes it a little tougher to make those extra points, especially for game. Yeah, that's a great point on your part. Yeah. Maybe so. Alex says, do anyone know when McCaffrey got hurt? He got a pitch play in the backfield, Alex, and then he just went down to the ground. He said something happened in his leg and he just dropped. Season-ending injury, according to Kyle. Yikes. Car's a damn. Cursed 49ers gets worse. I wouldn't wish that on my worst football enemy. It's tough. It's going to be a brutal finish. Brutal finish for them. Tommy says, isn't PCL what Graham had? It was one of the things. He also had the ligament. There was, I think, another ligament thing that he might have had. You have your MCL, which is the not major one, and then the ACL, and then the PCL can be a variance as far as how severe it can be. 4 to 6 weeker anyway, I think normally, but it can also be even worse like Graham's was, where it can be horrible. The fact that he was able to walk on it probably means it's in a little bit better shape. But it, it depends. Hard to say on that one. Jordan says Lyle's attitude towards the press is basically the Niners fans' attitude. It's nice to see it coming crashing back down to earth. It is indeed. And you hear in Kyle some of the echoes of what we might have had in our former regime, where there's a little bit of lack of sometimes taking full accountability and realizing where you might have some things in your own game as a coach that you need to kind of address and be realistic about versus thinking your stuff don't stink and you fly on high, which with the success Shanahan's had, maybe it's a little easier to operate from that mindset. Tommy says Ernest Jones unlocked this defense. His ability in the run game allowed everything else to function correctly, and guys like Bryant, Love, Williams are benefiting, winning on early downs. His impact cannot be measured, man, Tommy. I mean, he has been at the forefront of this being turned around, and I think Tyrese Knight, to a lesser degree, and what he's brought to you with what you're getting from the other will linebacker position in addition to the Mike, but Ernest at the forefront. He's out there tapping butts like Lofa Tutupu, getting defensive linemen in the right position, and he's being instinctual, and he's getting off of blocks, and he's making the tackle at every moment when he has the opportunity to do so. Stands out week after week with him, especially in deference to what we saw from the position prior. Alex says, I thought McCaffrey had been injured, so now they're saying he tore a ligament. It looks like that could have been the case, yeah. And he was coming into it with the Achilles problems already. But PCL sounds like what we're hearing from currently. CJ says the upgrade from Dotson to EJ is stark, very stark. Kieran says firing Shanahan would be firing Shanahan would complete the circle of bipolar fan stupidity. In the voice of the Emperor, do it. Do it. Strike him down. Take my side. I'm with you, man, Kieran. I'm like, please, you guys. Yes, please do that. Please usher him out the door. Go get me my next Jim Tom Sula. Please do that. Go get me my next Chip Kelly. Because your next guy you're landing ain't going to be a Harbaugh and it ain't likely to be a Shanahan. Could you imagine how insane it would be if they fired Shanahan and then went to Carroll? Could you imagine? I don't think they'd ever do that, but Brian says Niners fire Kyle for Lincoln Riley. Exactly. They go back down the Chip Kelly route, basically, Brian. Exactly. J.O. says, how far can we go? There is no limit to how far we can go, J.O. It all depends upon what is the final form this team is going to take over the final stretch run of this season. Can the run game come together? Can the offensive line continue to get bit by bit a little bit better? Can the defense remain in a dominant state? If these things can all occur in tandem, the sky is the limit. If you're held back by a running game, if you can't pass protect consistently well, defense takes steps backwards, well, then it's going to be hard to get much more past even the opening round of the playoffs. So it's very hard to determine on that. But I wouldn't put a limitation on this team necessarily if some of those items can come together. John Naylor says the NFC Championship was the 49ers for 4 years. They've had a lot of swings at this thing, man. They had their opportunities. They had their run. They even got at the end of this, the cheap quarterback 7th round contract that they could fit all of these contracts within. And even then, still couldn't bring it home. J.O. says, I feel like there's a belief that is giving us an advantage in those fourth quarters that are crucial. That's a bit of the resiliency, Joe. I just don't think there's a lot of quit in this team. And I don't know if that's what you're touching upon, but I'll kind of piggyback on it in that way. Is I just think that there's a sense of resiliency here with this team that you see from them every week. It's not always pretty. In fact, by and large, at times it can be very ugly. But this team is not going to quit, and they are going to fight, and they're going to stay at it. And if there's a chance that they have to keep fighting and stay in the game and to make some noise, they're going to keep making it. They're not going to roll over. And there are forefront attributes that you'd like to see at your team, I'm sure, that would be where people would probably better gravitate towards being, hey, we like a juggernaut. We'd like a powerhouse. We'd like a team that has lines of scrimmage where they dominate on both lines of scrimmage every single week. People like those kind of personalities and identities of their team. And that'd be great to have that in addition to it. But you have what you have here, which is a sense of resiliency. And sometimes it means things got to go wrong first for you to tap into the resilient vibe. But that it's been there all the way throughout this season, JL, be it over stretches of games or even in this game by how this started out. And it's been a commonality of them in almost every single game. Jordan says, Lincoln reminds me of Kyle, where he has a great offense but just can't finish. Yeah, I like that. The defense was better this year, but still some of the same issues I saw with him at Oklahoma. I've not been sold on Lincoln. I mean, it's a guy that I've liked as a prospect and a guy who Star could maybe rise in Brighton to become a head coach eventually, but I don't see enough in that guy to really walk away from it and saying, this is a guy who deserves to be given a chance at the pro level. He's earned that way of doing it. Beamy says the Niners are not good enough to eat Big Macs at the White House. No, they're not. John Naylor says Jesse doing the hostage video. He does have a hostage video look to him on his face. He's drinking that water every 2 seconds. So thirsty. LOB Seahawks 12. Would you ever consider streaming on X if YouTube can't hold up? Been noticing a lot more issues with YouTube streams lately. Yeah, I think I'm getting more and more open to starting to push this out into different areas. So I'm definitely open to doing it. With X, it's just been a matter of going through a couple of different steps you have to go through with them when you get verified, and they've got some more things with them on getting monetized and stuff. That's a little bit more of the hoops that you have to kind of jump through. But I've been thinking more and more about kind of expanding out, being out to X, being out to Rumble, being out to a couple of these other places, just to make sure that we have things redundant, but just for that reason, LOB. So I'm considering it. It's a good idea. And I will look to try to put that into more of a gear here with Twitter. It's a great suggestion on your part. Michael says, geez, almost 6 hours. You're dedicated, bro. Thank you, Michael. I love my people, man. And I love chatting with them, and especially come off a game like this. There was so much to unpack in this game and so much to go through. It would have been hard to spin through this in merely just an hour and cover everything. So you got to go to the depths. You got to go to the depths on these ones. And I love doing it. It's an easy lot that I've got in life, getting to do this job. It really is. Tyler Zabone, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Tyler. On the road to that 20,000, you're helping me get there today. Really appreciate you for that, folks. We're getting closer and closer to that 19.5 mark. And when we get to 19,500 subscribers, I'm going to a 24-hour stream for charity for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. So, Tyler, you're helping us get a little bit closer to that mark, to hit that line. And I'm really going to be looking forward to being able to do that stream as we're on the road to 20,000. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, start Hal at week 18 if the division is wrapped up. Amen. Give Gino a week off too. He don't need to play. He's got the older body out there. Giving him a week into week 18 that he doesn't have to go through. Give him that extra time off to make sure he's at his freshest for that home playoff game. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Taker. Sign me up on that one. Boy, it would be great to be able to go into that final week of the season. Finish off Chicago on Thursday night. Go through all of that Sunday's action. Get to go through all of the next Sunday's action, knowing that we can just kind of trot out backups and don't matter. And we've got it all in the cut. It's all money in the bank. It's all just gaining interest here until we get to the playoffs. I like that, Taker. I like where your mind's at on that one. Tezakaku, thank you for the $2.79 donation. Appreciate you for that. The Big Cat trade is coming together nicely. It really is. And this is not meant to pat myself on the back for saying it was a great trade in the moment of when it happened. It's more to say why I said it was a great trade in the moment, because you're seeing it from what he brings you on the field, and that finding guys with this skill set that are this big, that are this long, that can impact the game this consistently from the interior defensive line position is very hard to find. There are not 20, 25 guys like this walking the earth. There's probably like 10 guys like this walking the earth. And I think that there's some folks on that trade, when you gave up that assets, Tezakaku, went, you're giving up so much for this guy on a rental deal, and you may not be able to sign him to an extension. And man, that's too much to give up for that guy, but you had to give up that much because he is that good. And because you want to get this is the same thing to the offensive line that I say, Tezakaku, you want to get the good performing guy. Yeah, you can draft well and do all that, but if you've got to fill in a hole and it's one where you've not drafted well and you want to go get the prime guy, you got to pay the primed, pumped prices. And if you do that, it can still work out to where it's still a deal where you go, hey, we came out the better end of this. And with the Giants and the second round pick and the money that you paid to Leonard Williams, you're still coming out the other end of this saying, we came out the better end of this. With the Houston Texans trade back in 17 for Dwayne Brown and the years you got out of that, second, third round pick, you came out the better end of that. You can sometimes overpay and still come out the better end of the deal. It's just where you got to be certain of the kind of value you're getting and what you're getting back in return. You go over the Jimmy Graham, we're going for a slot wide receiver that we're going to move to an inline tight end position. You could see how you were going to kind of fail on that trade by just your philosophy, what you were going to do with the player versus what he was doing with New Orleans, the reason you traded for him. With Leonard Williams, that was not going to be the case. And certainly with Mike McDonald in here now, he absolutely is utilizing him at his best and putting him in the best opportunities to shine brighter than he's ever shined in his career, specifically by driving the one-on-ones, stack boxes and the blitzes and that type of stuff, getting Leonard Williams those one-on-one opportunities. You do that for a guy like this, he's gonna be productive. He's gonna get it done. Tommy says, yeah, Graham had the PCL. It was the patella tendon tear that I think was the worst part of the Graham. I don't think it was the PCL, but the patella was the worst one. Thank you, though. I couldn't remember the patella side of it. Tommy says, can you imagine if somehow the Steelers and Seahawks make the Super Bowl? That would be wild. Mega says, the PCL holds the back of the knee together. Any injury to it isn't good, but the fact he was able to weight bear on it is okay. Yeah, if you can walk off, I think that's a little bit better. And the patella is the really bad one, but boy, how much confidence are you going to have going through an offseason with McCaffrey to feel like he's going to be able to get back to his typical self by next season? Gibson says our defense could play more cohesively, but I like the energy and intensity really the last 4 weeks. Me as well. Jordan, I do think that Pete's going to get back into coaching again, and I think he'll probably get an opportunity somewhere. Gibson, Howie Long was giving our D's kudo at halftime. Oh, that's cool. Howie knows what he's seeing out there. James says, I think Carroll's done. He's had a Hall of Fame career. I don't know, man. I think he wants to get back out there. Feed more Seahawks. Hawks Nest. There's a rumor that the Notre Dame head coach is getting calls from other NFL teams. Marcus Freeman? Okay. Guess they do get the college playoff bid here. So maybe. Seems like he hasn't been there a long time, but I don't know too much about him. Yeah, maybe Chicago fit for that guy, though. Could make some sense. James Peters is 21-39 is a good defensive game against Rodgers with Adams and Wilson at wide receiver. Almost 50% completion rate for a 4.7 yard pass. Yeah, great defensive effort in this game. Johnny Gelato, how important is it that we win next week? Is it the season's on the line important, Johnny? No, it's not to that level of place. But as far as setting the stage to be able to wrap this division up potentially early and not force that final game of the season against the Rams for everything to be riding on the line of that game, getting a win against the Cards can help to set the stage for that. So it's big in that area of things. Not to mention it probably it does put the Cards to bed for the season, in my opinion, at that point, as far as their playoff hopes, Johnny. So it serves as two important catalyst here for us going through the rest of the year if you can get that done. But it's not, everything's riding on it. Jabra says, Rams deal with the Bills next week. I'm not too worried. We'll see how it goes there. With the Bills, they got to travel out to L.A., but Bills are rolling. Man, they're cooking up this division. They got 3 straight wins over the NFC West. Flag says, sweet. I get the live Hawks Nest for the drive to work. What's up, Flag? I think Arizona is the biggest, yet 2 up on Arizona would help a lot and sweep the tiebreaker. Yeah. Not a necessity, but it would be nice. Johnny Gelato says, I don't see us having anything wrapped up by week 18. We are one game ahead of two teams, and we have by far the hardest schedule. Well, yeah, as we said, going into next week, you beat the Cardinals, the Rams lose. I think that you're not wrapping it up at that point, Johnny. It's just that you set the stage to be able to wrap it up. I think the Bears game on the road on a Thursday night is eminently winnable. I think even the two tough games you have against the Green Bay Packers and Vikings is at home and does make those games a little bit more winnable. I'm not saying it's an easy schedule down the stretch, but to win that game next week, to go to 8-5, I think you get to 10 wins on the season and then you take the division. There's no guarantees on this. It's just that playing the odds on it, I think we're in really good shape at that point. Jordan says, I like the nose tackle from Oregon. Is he declaring this year? I don't know on the nose tackle for Oregon. I'm aware of Jordan Birch, but I haven't taken a look at the nose. I'll try to check him out. Jabra says, I hope we see the Cards or Rams drop a game or two against these bottom feeders they face soon. I'd like to see it too, man. That'd be nice. That'd be very nice. Chase Stern, thank you for the $5 donation. Brando, good team win today, but special teams was horrible. I'm growing concerned about the O. What do you think happens with Grubb this offseason? It's the main push out of this game, Chase. If I was to take a commonality of something that I got from the chat today and something that seems to be at the 12's forefront of the mind, is it seems that there's very much a big push from the 12's mindset of this, of coming out of this game and saying, where is our assessment out of Grubb? And I understand where you're coming from that at Chase. I have been asked a lot about it on the stream today. It's one of those places that I say on this where I know there's a push, and folks, this is where I get the question and people go, it's not, I'm trying to step outside of the reactionary place. But like I said earlier, this is where I get driven towards a little bit. I'm not mad at it. I'm okay with it, Chase, on this, but this is where I do get frustrated on. There's a drive to reach a conclusive state on players, on coaches, on team, on McDonald. We get to that spot of where we're trying to get to that. What do we think about this guy now? And I would say to you, Chase, that I need to have a full season of data with Grubb to make a determination about Grubb, and that I don't want to make a determination right now after this game on Grubb, or next week after Grubb, or the week after that about Grubb. I want 17 games plus a potential playoff run to really see it where we're finishing up. And my reasoning on this, Chase, is this. You can come out of 3-4 weeks of bad performance of the offense overall where they've struggled to put up points. They've struggled to find much footing. They haven't been bad. They just haven't been really consistent. And then suddenly it locks in next week, Chase. Lucas really starts to feel his footing and he's getting his wind and he's getting his legs underneath him. And Oluwatimi starts to slide into the center spot, and maybe Sato Lamea gets better with every increasing start, right? And now the line comes together a little more cohesively, and now you're offensively a little more productive. And what happens if, versus where we stand today, Chase, we get to the week 17 and the offense is really rolling at that point? Does my assessment and my outlook of Grubb and where I would stand right now in this moment hold prey to what would happen at the end of the year? And so I think all I end up doing, Chase, when people ask me to make the call about Geno Smith in week 4, or people ask me to make the call about whether or not Mike Macdonald was the right coach in week 6, or the people not ask me about whether or not we should sign DK Metcalf to a contract in week 9, or whether I'm asked in week 14 about whether or not right now I know Grubb is or isn't the guy, or what we've got to do with him this offseason. On all of these answers, I am coming to the same spot, and it will be a place that I'm going to start to be more consistent on saying until we get to the end of the year, this is where I land. And so I very much apologize, guys, from the bottom of my heart that I know that there's a draw to want me to give you guys my final conclusion on these players, on these coaches, on these units, but I really am not going to want to do that until the end of the year. So, Chase, please do check in with me on Grubb at the end of the offseason. Would I like to see more from him? Would I hope that he had done better with the talent that he has to work with this year so far? Sure. Is he held back highly by the nature of this offensive line being one of the worst in the league? Yes, he is. So, it's a mixed bag. It's hard to come to conclusions. I really want the 17 games. There's a real drive in the fan base, Chase. Early on, at least people have kind of quieted on McDonald, but it's DK, Geno, Grubb, this guy, that guy. And I get the pull a little bit, and we can have certain discussions about these guys. But again, the thinking on this has to be, and understanding has to be, look, we got, five games left. 5 games left. And we've seen with this NFL season in the swings, the first 3 games, then the 6 games, then the last 4 games. These NFL years, they go wildly all over the place. And so when you want to reach those midseason conclusional points, all you're doing is setting yourself up to be made to look foolish when stuff can then change on a dime 5 weeks later. And especially for an offense that's the first year of a new offensive coordinator who's just new to the NFL, maybe things finish up stronger. So we'll have to kind of see through the season. And even then at that point, Chase, it's really got to be, it's a determination I don't really like to be making. I really don't. I'd more like to just say, Mike Macdonald, what do you want to do on this? Do you have explanations and reasons for why Grubb wasn't able to get more out of this offense? Did he crap the bed? Did he poop all over himself? And did he allow this to be the way this played out? Does it rest at his feet? Is it not the line? Is it just his sheer crappiness as an offensive play caller? Is he overmatched? Is he over his head? Is he drowning every week? And if Macdonald feels that way, then move off of him. I won't poo-poo it. But if Macdonald dials back onto him, Chase, and says, hey, I want this guy. I like this guy. Hey, it's the offensive line's fault while this offense wasn't more productive. I'll get that too. So it's a heavy drive, Chase. This is at the centerpiece point right now of the Hawk fandom. In some ways, it's kind of odd to me. And I would think that we'd be more in, what can we accomplish this year? What's the top end of this year? But there seems more of a resignation at times from fan bases on already sort of pivoting here for a team that's in first place, heading down the home stretch. There seems to be more of a mindset that I'm trying to understand a little bit better of we've got to pivot in a mindset of looking to the offseason. I can't think of in recent memory of being in first place at this time of the year and have so much of the collective fan base at times pivoting their eyes off into the future, into the offseason. And I'm trying to rectify it and understand it in my mind of knowing where people are coming from on this. Like, you're in first place. Everything is still well and good. I know we haven't looked great this year. I know this was a sloppy game today, but let's enjoy this now. Let's enjoy where we're at here, and then we'll get to the end of the offseason. We'll make offseason. There are all those things we can determine on at the time it's due. So I'm sorry, I'm going to struggle to come up with an answer on this, Chase, as I've been asked it many different times, and I just don't know how to answer it. That's kind of where you come down the bottom line on it. I don't know when it comes to Grubb, Geno, offensive. I don't know. I think that's going to be more of my answer at this point is I'm just going to say I don't know because I don't want to drive to an answer right now. I want the full season. I want 17 games, and let me make my assessment off of that. Most of the time with coaches in general, I'm going to want multiple seasons. At least give me the one full year. Give me the one full year on that, and then I can walk away and go, okay, I feel confident or I don't feel confident or however it may go. War Chief, sorry, maybe not a good answer there on that, Chase, but I'm not sure what to answer on that one, to be honest with you with it. War Chief, thank you for the $5 donation. B, I'm pretty sure during the 49ers Super Bowl run, the only thing they got to rub on their faces was Patrick Mahomes' nuts. Laughing out loud. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, man. And that's about all they're going to get to enjoy is getting teabagged by Mahomes in 2 Super Bowl performances, and that's what they got to rest on. Do you get a banner for that? Do you get Patrick Mahomes nuts? Is that on your banner? So it's like you have the conference championships, but then it's like a pair of nuts like they have in the back of those semi trucks, or the ostentatious nuts that they'll have off the back. Don't you put that on the front of the banner? And it's like, and Patrick Mahomes' nuts. Feels like it should be that way, War Chief. Taker 610, thank you for the $2 donation. I want to see a Steelers versus Broncos wild card in the AFC. Hey, sign me up for that, man. The drama alone would be well worth it on that. Boy, that'd be a wild AFC championship. Oh, you just want a wild card? Okay, yeah, that's realistic. I'd like that. That'd be fun. Boy, can you imagine Sean Payton with all of him trying to control the narrative and forcing Russell out of the house there to come back and have Russell beat his team in the playoffs? He'd pivot and be like, we have a rookie quarterback. Nobody expects us to do anything anyway this year. So it's just, he'd explain it in that way, but that'd be pretty funny to see that play out that way. War Chief, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate the double donation, War Chief. He says, congratulations to 2 new Hawk dads. Nicholas and his new little baby girl, Kennedy. Beautiful name from one daddy to another. Good luck and go Hawks, number 96. Well, War Chief, I echo that. Congratulations to our man in the house, Nicholas, who got himself a brand new baby girl this past week. We got our new 12, brought in the mix here into the fandom, Kennedy. welcome aboard. Welcome into the Hawks Nest crew. Welcome into the Seahawks fandom, Kennedy. You're initially grandfathered right on in. So it's a what do they call that in college? It's a legacy thing. It's legacy. That's the way it works. But a big congrats out there to Nicholas. Thank you for mentioning that again on that War Chief. Is always cool news to hear, and congrats to you, man. She's healthy. She's good. Everything's going well. It sounds like mom and baby doing well. Anything you want to make sure of? It's good to hear, man. But thank you, War Chief. I appreciate that donation, and congrats out to you, Nicholas. Congrats out to you, Daddy. Diego Kosaka. It's Fire D. Williams. Definitely about the time we go, KD. Definitely about the time we go, D. And I hope, too, Chase, I hope I was able to answer that on that side of you with your question on it. I'm not against letting him go with Grubb. I wish I had more of an answer on this. And I'm definitely being pressed heavily, fairly heavily through the chat, through even this stream, and I sense it on game day, where I think there is a pull from the fan base to want to see me come to a determination on Grubb one way or the other on this. I feel it. I do feel it. And normally with you guys, I'm not hesitant to come to a take or an outlook on a player or a coach or where we're heading on a positional group. But it's just one place I am right now at a spot of just feeling like the internal gut instinct I'm feeling is be patient on this, let this play out and see where it stands here down the line a little bit. I'm giving it thought, though. I'm looking at Grubb, watching what he's doing, and I'll definitely be paying attention on the All-22 to what's happening, especially on some of those deep drops with Gino, where he's looking past couple of weeks, staring down the field, looking off into the horizon, just staring off into the horizon, second after second after second. You're like, nobody's open? Nobody's open? Johnny Gelatis is also getting Nwosu back next week. Hopefully. There we go. There we go. I totally forgot about that, Johnny, and that we've got Uchenna coming back next week on that Cardinal game. Boy, you got to feel like that's going to help out those edge guys and keeping them fresh over the course of the game, being able to round out that unit in that way. And what a huge benefit having him back in is going to play for this team, I think. Still probably legitimately our best pass rusher. Maffe's definitely quieted down as this year's gone along. Hall's quieted down as this year's gone along. Nwosu still might be our most legitimate guy to get to the quarterback. Arturo, how you doing, man? Jordan, I'd love to see Russ stick it to Sean Payton too, man. Sean did a little dirty out there. He did. I don't think that Sean was being always completely upfront and honest with his approach on Russell. And easy to root for Russell on that, considering that it went that way. John Naylor says, Brando, I think you need 2 years so as to include a real draft by the coaching staff. And I'm okay with taking that a patience approach. I think that there is a little bit of what I thought on this a little bit is that the reason that the fan base is at times pushing so hard to reach, where are we at with Gino? Where are we at with DK? Where are we at with Grubb? Earlier in the year, it was, are we sure Mike McDonald's the guy? And I think some of the drive is coming on the heels of having 2 guys in-house here that maybe were lasting past their expiration date. And I'm not throwing shade at Russ. It's just about time to move to a different place, time to go in a different direction from our standpoint. Same thing with Carroll. Carroll might get a job as a head coach in this league and still might go to find some success. It was just the right time, and it was probably past that expiration date. And so that's kind of set, I think, a little bit of a trend within the fan base on, okay, do we need to move off of something else? Is there something that needs to go? Because this has kind of come as back-to-back 2 of the major decisions to move on from 2 of the bigger personalities and the bigger shadows that loom over this organization as a whole. So I can understand it from that standpoint, but I can get going for wanting to give this whole coaching staff as a whole that extra time. And that's where I do come to, not always a guy that likes to appeal to authority. I won't on most decisions, but when it does come to certain things like this, nobody's going to have more information on this than Mike McDonald. And with him getting his defense up to snuff, if he doesn't think Grubb can make it go, I don't think he gives Grubb another year, knowing that he seems to have a team that is this close to being ready to compete right now. So if whatever decision he makes off that, I think I'm going to trust in that it's an informed choice and it's the right one. Johnny Gillard says, just look at Bryce Young. People wanted him cut 2 weeks ago. yeah, there's a spinning in the NFL, and this isn't just a fan thing, by the way. I think that this is also an NFL team problem thing. We see it with the quarterbacks all the time, where there's just this microwave, get it through quick, spin it down the conveyor belt. Oh, this one didn't work, throw it away, grab another one. Oh, that didn't work, throw it away, grab another one. This is the manner of the NFL, and some of it is by the nature of the NFL and how short your careers are, how quick things turn over, by how much parity factors in on all this. But there are times you got to give things time too, and especially when we talk about a guy in Bryce Young's case, a year and a half into his career. That's much too early, especially for a quarterback that tends to take a little bit of time to develop. But this is the nature of the beast, I think, a bit, and this is where guys like myself have to adjust in understanding that this is, probably where the fandom, not just our fandom, but fandom in general in NFL is going by and large, because this stuff only speeds up faster every year. It seems like careers only go shorter than ever. They're not lengthening out. CJ Kurzman, Brandon, have you ever thought about attending an NFL draft? I would, CJ. It's a little bit like the NFL. It's like going to an NFL game a little bit, where, when it comes to NFL games, when it comes to the 3 days of the draft, those are 3 of our bigger days for viewership and for growth on the channel as far as sub counts go. It's a big day in that way. And so to kind of not do that on those days and put that away to go to the draft, that'd be a tough one for me to do. And I mean, I don't know what I would be doing, CJ. I'd be standing there and there'd be a crowd around me and I'd just be sort of watching, within the crowd, what was going on up on the stage and whatnot. I wouldn't be able to stream from the event. There wouldn't be enough phone signal strength to get that done. So I wouldn't mind doing it maybe eventually, but as it stands right now with the channel, that's the time of the time of the years, be it the game days or be it draft days, where got to be streaming, man, because those are not at all times of the year. When we get into May, into June and July, traffic falls off. Some people unsub out because they don't want to sub when it's not during the season and have it come up on their feed. So when the year is hot, when the year is going, you got to strike while that iron is hot. Brian E says some of it's finding the scheme and play calling and whatnot that fits the unit. In this retooling season, you have to go to war with the army you have, not the army you want. That's going to take a while. Well said, Brian. Well said. Amen. Tommy says, quit stall. Make your assessment right now, Brandon. Is Grubb assistant coach of the year or not? I'm kidding, of course. Yes, full season for a full assessment. Yeah, it's where I am. And I'm trying to balance it where I'll be asked and through donations where I really do not want to ignore donations, and I don't want to ignore questions or not answer a donation question in the fullest. But it's one where it's going to be harder for me on that because I want that full year. James Peters says, okay, I'm out after 6 hours. Go Hawks. Hey, thanks for hanging in there for 6 hours, James. You're the man for doing that. I appreciate you. I do appreciate you for that. Seth Davies, thank you for the $2 donation. Best Hawks creator, love your info and passion. Well, that's very kind of you to say, Seth, and very kind of you on the donation as well. I appreciate that support. I love what I get to do, man. I've got the best job in the world. It is something that they say, and you hear it, folks, and I know many of you don't get to have the opportunity to do this, and that's why I do really, really, really appreciate what I get to do here, is that you find something you love, you never work another day of your life. And I work a lot of hours on this channel, but it's not work. It's work in the way of I'm getting to do fun stuff. I'm getting to do creative stuff. I'm getting to interact with you guys. I'm getting to laugh and BS and talk football. And that's fantasy land stuff. That's fantasy land. That's not reality, but I'm getting to live here. It's like a dream that just gets to last day in and day out for years at a time. And I'm here for it. I'm loving every bit of it, man. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. DVN says, do we think that Grubb can improve? I certainly think that Grubb can improve if you get a better offensive line. That's the straightforward way to believe that if I give him a league average offensive line, does his offense get even better than what they gave us this year? I think that quantifiably so. McDonald's the guy that make the call on this for sure, to know for sure. But that would be the place that I would say, yeah, you could feel confident that could improve. Can he improve with time as well, being a first-time coordinator in the sport, coming from the college level? That'd be another thing that, theoretically, you would think logically that a new offensive coordinator from the college level going to the pros in his first season is not going to be at his best or not going to be at the height of his powers versus having a little bit of time to coordinate and learn the pro level game. these are obviously guesses. And I'm thinking it's going to go this way, but you never know. Feminist Primal Scream says, fire Grubb. And I said that with the Feminist Primal Scream too, you know. It didn't maybe sound feminist primal, but it was in my soul there and how it was trying to come out. I'm 6.5 hours in the stream, so I can't bring the power and the energy with the voice, but it was there. I'm telling you. Kevin O'Connell says, I just want answers. I need these deep ship mainstream analysts like Brock and Salk actually question Mike and hold him accountable for the offensive offense. He almost gives the impression of still, cut you off there, sorry, Kevin, still being a DC and not a head coach. Yeah, there's sometimes a little bit of the vibe of that. And hard to say of where he stands in the offensive line. I wouldn't mind Brock and Salk asking him a little bit more about that. Certainly a question from Brock or Salk to be, hey, you know, when you look at this offensive performance this year and you say, okay, yeah, the offensive line's been a bit of a struggle. How much of that do you put as room that you give to your coordinator saying, look, I can explain away your troubles and your inconsistency despite how much talent you have on this offense because of the fact you've been up against this, versus it's a bit of both, and that both have their share of blame to be handed upon them and put upon them. And that would be a question I think that would be a good one to ask. Not sure if you'll get a good answer from him. He might try to obfuscate. I can't say the word, but, you know, kind of blow some smoke rather than give you the true answer. Beat me or Seahawks, Hawks Nest. IJS came to you with a scouting job. Would you take it? Hawks Nest, if John Schneider came to you with a scouting job, would you take it? In a heartbeat. Yeah. I would love to work with the team and help them out. Maybe just give them a different pair of eyes than the ones that they have in-house. Absolutely. They wouldn't even have to pay me. I'd do it for free. They wouldn't have to pay me. I'd do it for free. And I wouldn't even have to tell you guys I was doing it. James Peters says, can I get a teabag 49ers as a California license plate? Ooh. Could you get that one past the, census, you know? Because they catch certain ones where they're not going to allow that, but that's good enough, you know? That's enough subtlety in there where you could hide that one maybe. You know somebody down in California is going to complain, though. These folks down here, somebody's going to bitch and moan. So we got a call. Sorry to pull you over, but we got a call about your license plate, sir. What do you mean? It's just numbers and letters. Just random numbers and letters together. What are you talking about, officer? Yeah. That's a good story, but we just happen to see that, you know, you got T-bag and you have 49, and we are in California. There are the 49ers. That's a leap, officer. You're making a big jump on that one. It's separate letters. It's separate numbers. It's not 49ers. It's just 49S. That has nothing to do with the Niners. There's no ERS. It's just S. What, do the Niners have a monopoly on S's now? Anything coming after 9 and it's an S as a 49er? Officer, this is what your guys' DMV gave me, okay? This is what was printed out in your prisons. I didn't ask for it. This was given to me. People were laughing at me, pointing at me all the time, okay? I didn't know it was going to be this way. Even as I keep forgetting about Nuosu. Can't forget about that Nuosu, baby. Kevin O'Connell, Rams still hunting, eh? Yeah, they are. They're in this. They ain't done yet. CJ says, I absolutely love watching Spoon fly down the field to help with blocking on interception returns. Same with the Derek Hall touchdown. He's done it a couple times, CJ. He was doing it last week. You had the play against Kyler Murray, forces the pressure, forces the interception, knocks Kyler out of bounds on the throw, then flexes on Kyler Murray, basically stunting on him, then realizes Kobe Bryant's got the interception, and he goes and lays a key block on the interception return on the pick six for Kobe Bryant. So 3 of your pick sixes this year have had Devin Witherspoon as a key part, laying a key block to spring those guys for the touchdown. I love seeing it too. And if you need any kind of example or keynote example of his ability, his willingness to play 100 miles an hour and all out at all times, look no further than there. Look no further than those plays. Not where he's picking the ball up and returning it, where he's blocking for his guy out front and blocking with tenacity. Paint 808. Aloha, Seahawks. Yes, sir. Let's go. Jace Danger, if I was in Grubb's position, I would hope people would give me time to get everything set up in the way I want it and not just turn on me after a few speed bumps. Instant gratification is an issue. Very well said, Jace. Much more succinct and well put than I'm putting on my bitching and moaning on this as I'm complaining about it. But that's a much better way of putting it. And yeah, I think giving the guy some room on this one is understandable. And it doesn't mean that you excuse him for everything on this being an end all be all to the line, but to give him the extra year. And I don't know if it's been some complete failuring experience necessarily. It's one I want to give to the end of the season. But I think I would be aligned more in leaning to saying that you would tend to want to give coaches, unless it's a catastrophe, unless it's an absolute failure, that you would want to typically give those guys at least the one more year. That, you know, you're not always well served by spinning through guys. And even in the case of a guy like Ben Johnson taking over mid-year in the first year of Campbell, that first coordinator was just so bad, things were just so out of sorts that the move was a necessity at that point. And I don't know if we can say as much that this move is a necessity at this point. Ethan Deckworld, Hawks Nest. To connect with your point, Grubb had an excellent and even elite O-line at UW for 2 years, and look what he did. Let's see him with at least a good O-line and make a better assessment. Yeah. And it would have been the nice part of coming into this year with Grubb is to put up a functional line in front of him so that you could make a better assessment of that in his first year, but you didn't give him that. And it's going to hold him back as an offensive coordinator, and we can see how it does so on a weekly basis. Again, not to give it as an end-all be-all excuse. I don't want to just paint the broad brush of this thing as just simplistically everything, as I hate simplicity and how we explain things in football, where much more of the explanation is complication. It's this factor, it's this factor, it's this factor, and this factor that leads to this result. So I don't want to just get into the end-all be-all, but it's a massive part of this puzzle being the ineptitude of the offensive line. It cuts both ways with pass protection and run blocking, with penalties. You've got some of the more highly penalized players in the sport. Let's see what it can maybe look like with a little more improvement on that. And if Schneider and McDonald land there at the end of the season, even if the team doesn't take off offensively through the rest of this year, and they land at the place of we're giving him another year because we did not give him that functional line to let him make his system run, I'd get it. It makes sense. And he says, never tell them that you work for free. Oh man, that's a job I work for free because I love this team. And let's face it, Megan, I'm going to be scouting these players anyway. So I'm already scouting them for the channel as it is, then let me give them some inside information on what's going down with it. You know? I got the channel that pays me. I can afford to do some pro bono work. For the children, Megan, for the children. Fernie asked, do you think Gino will be here next season? Hard to predict here, Fernie, because I don't know where necessarily the evaluation is in full from the coaching staff and Schneider on this one. I also don't know what Gino's going to want to be paid and if he's going to try to break a high water mark that maybe they like Gino Fernie, but then they don't want to pay him at $50 million if that's what he's going to try to push to ask for. And so there's a little bit of a question mark on this one because I don't know the parameters of what is what. I think just if we're going in general terms on where this is tracking and where this is trending, I would say it's trending towards Geno Smith being signed to a contract extension. But it's tenuous. I can't say it with certainty. It's just a general way I feel that this is trending. Kevin O'Connell says, wait, so that means you do work for the Seahawks? Well, if I did, you'd never know. If I did, you never know. Just like I'd never tell you guys the full measure of the conversation that I had with John Schneider in training camp. It's like I wouldn't give you all the details of that either. So, I best to leave some things to the imagination, Kevin, on this. Orchie says, I'm going to make some stickers white, the 49er emblem, and some nuts on them, laughing out loud. That's how the banner will drop down for their conference championship at the end of the season. And they'll just be Mahomes' nuts on the front. With Taylor Swift's lips up in the upper corner. You know, like where the girls kiss with when they've got the lipstick on, they leave the lipstick imprint. Something like that. Spitballing here. Payne 808 says, man, looking at the Seahawks 12th man Facebook page was all negative and crying today. What's up with us 12s these days? I don't know. It's been a while since we've really tasted true blue success. And so maybe that's made a little bit of people a little bit negative on it, or a little bit glass half full rather than glass half empty rather than half full. Got a little bit of a sense of that myself, Paint. I don't have a good explanation for it. We're 13 weeks into the season and we're in first place. We got a greater than a game lead on this division. You know, in the first year of the youngest head coach in the NFL, in his first time in being a head coach. It's that perspective I think we got to hold on to and really keep at the forefront of our mind here this season as we go through it. And it's made this season to me a smashing success, and I'm going to do nothing but smile all week long. I'm going to walk into that round table feeling myself. Feeling myself. Kevin O'Connell's impressed with Charbonnet. When he had a gap, it equaled touchdown. True. Hell of a block by Sato on that play. Nicholas, if we get two new guards that are halfway decent, I think this offense would really thrive. I have the same kind of impression. Get them up from league worst to kind of middle of the road, and that'd be a huge boon to this offense. Mom and Pops, happy holidays. Go Hawks. Hawks ugly or not. Hey, that's right. Go Hawks. Hawks ugly or not. And happy holidays to you too, Mom and Pops. Appreciate you for checking out the stream today. And thank you guys for all of you for checking out the stream. Please hit that like button if you could for me. If you haven't already, helps out the channel. Kevin O'Connell, we going 6-0. Hard to see us kind of pulling off that at the end, Kevin, especially with some hard as some of these games are to get off on the win. Feels like you're probably going to get a loss or two down the road here at some point through these last final couple of games. But maybe they do lock it in. And if the defense is going to perform like that, if they're going to be that tough to get, make any hay against, you have the potential to do it. Curio McKay, if you can get an Assman for a license plate. The old wasn't the Steinfeld episode where you had the Assman license plate? Assman. He's a proctologist, I think. Ethan, HawksNest. Oh, I'm going to challenge you on that. You would consult from the front office and would keep it a complete secret? I don't believe that you'd be able to keep it. Laughing out loud. No, I'm very good with secrets. I talk a lot, you guys, but I can keep my share of secrets. Trust me on that. You don't know. I could have been a spy in another life. I think I truly missed my calling in that way. B Film says 49ers are ass. True. True. Hornfellas, it feels so good to have a top-tier player on the D-line. That makes us really competitive. It does. And certainly you've got some good players across that line, but he's very close to being a difference maker inside and what he brings. And you saw today what happens when you have a guy like that can wreck shop. We saw it last week when a guy that they can almost at times single-handedly wreck an offense on their own. We saw Darnold do it to us for years here. It's frustrating to watch. We're like, this one guy is just destroying us. It's frustrating as hell, and there aren't that many of them in this sport. It's one of the reasons you had to pay the prime prices to get them, but worthwhile prices at that. Kevin O'Connell says, now we know why the Seahawks made the meme of your set last week. They did, man. Yeah. Nailed it. That was such a cool moment. I'm glad it wasn't in my head, too, because I posted it to you guys in the chat, and I'm like, you guys, is this me? Like, this is me here, right? It was kind of crazy. And everybody I showed it to this week was like, yeah, that's pretty insane. It's a hell of a coincidence. There's a lot of details in that shot if it's just random. Especially knowing that I think that what they got the video from just dropped a couple of weeks ago, my video that I think they saw. But a very cool moment last week. I was so stoked about that, Kevin. I'm talking about putting a smile on your face. Amaze says, it's been a while since we had a vintage Seahawks game like that. We will take that dub, though. Special teams need some work big time, though. Yeah, they do. Hornfellas, Damian Lewis would be really nice right now. He'd be an improvement over what you had with Lincoln. I do think that he'd be a struggle to fit into the system. You know, when you're running some of those tunnel screens and you're trying to get your lineman out in front. He'd struggle to get out in front and be able to land a block. But no doubt you'd pay a little bit of a lot higher price for him versus Lakin, but you would get better performance. Nacho, B, today should have been an easier win, but that special teams kept the Jets close. What grade would you give all three phases of the game? I'd give an A to the defense, A+, quite frankly. You scored another touchdown. I think 8 or 9 straight possessions, you kept the Niners without a score. You held them out. So that's an A. Offense, I would give C+, B-. And the special teams would be a pure F. I would not even give them a D-. That's one of the worst special teams performances I've seen in maybe my lifetime. And the fact that most of it just happened in a half, it makes it even that much more unbelievable. But that was brutal. 3 fumbles on that side of the ball, a kick return, a blocked kick. You allowed a freaking 45-yard return, a 36-yard return. Oh, that was awful. Just the worst. Special teams F, offense C-, defense A. Amaze, we're right on it, man. You nailed it, buddy. You nailed it. Braden Larson, well, Brando, you say that now, but when you put in weeks of work on an offensive lineman and then have John take another second running round, and then you have John take another second round running back, you might take it back. Probably will. Probably will. Can you imagine if we're just sitting there in the draft this year in the second round and there's a great Booker from Alabama staring us in the face and John takes another running back? Hornfellow says, I asked about Satoa in one of your previous streams. Now he started. Laugh out loud. You got out ahead of him, man. And there are some folks that were looking for him to maybe make that jump into the lineup, and that the guard position has been so bad he can't possibly be worse. And I think that was proven out today, where he wasn't worse than what you've had out there in Bradford, and certainly not in Haynes. Maybe a guy that can be a stabilizer in there as we go long term. Ethan says, the Hawks Nest, I was there with you at training camp. If you talked to Schneider, no, I didn't talk to Schneider at I didn't talk to Schneider at training camp at the practice. I ran into him later. But not at training camp. Near training camp. Bernice is assuming Geno gets re-signed. What do you think he's worth APY? Probably about $42.5 million per year. 45 would be the top of the market, I would think, for him. But I think somewhere between 40 and 45 is probably the more realistic landing stage on that, Fernie. Like a 3-year deal. 3-year, $130 million deal. Something like that. Extension. I don't think he gets past that. And he could go below that, Fernie, too. Not sure what the market would be for him. There wasn't much of a market, I don't think, for him last time he came up. Kevin O'Connell says, now I know how the Rams feel when the refs are helping you out and the other team caves to the pressure. It's good to be on the other side of it occasionally, Kevin. Reek, I love being able to realize it's hard for OCs without an O-line, but it's hilarious that it's coming from a fan base that unfairly criticizes Shane Waldron. You're going to have to explain that one to me on that one, Reek. I mean, Waldron didn't make it through one season with the Chicago Bears, and that's with a pretty talented group there that he had to work with. The issues that plagued him here with Seattle continue to plague him with the Bears. Waldron also had a couple of years here where it wasn't just off of 1 year that you're making the assessment with him, but that he had a couple of seasons to make the assessment of where he was, and it wasn't improving and it wasn't getting better. Did he have to deal with a lot of the same sort of offensive line inequity that Grubb's dealt with? Yeah, he has. He had to. And that part certainly isn't fair on Waldron, just as it's not fair on Grubb. But there were also things within Waldron's scheme, I think, that were disconcerting, that weren't going to be helpful going forward. His lack of motion and movement, his lack of having any kind of running game that would work to the edges, the lack of creativity. the lack of having quick throws to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands. I mean, that's something that Grubb has definitely given to Geno at times this year that Waldron didn't by and large give him, which is those quick, easy, fast throws to get the ball out of his hands. So I think that the criticism with Waldron's pretty fair. I mean, that's a guy after this point, Rick, he's not going to have a offensive coordinator job next year. So, I mean, I don't know how unfair that is if the guy doesn't have a job at the league as an OC anymore, being that those last 2 jobs as an OC caused him to be fired and be out of the league. Dune Moose, we've been cleaning up our play. All the Jets flags were legit. Quite honestly, I thought their O-line held quite a bit that were not flagged. I didn't see any flags that I thought were us getting some benefit of the doubt on a play that wasn't a legit flag. If somebody's got a flag that they can point to in this game, maybe the horse tackle, because the horse tackle is supposed to be one that you're flagged for bringing him to the ground. And it did look like maybe Solomon Thomas released at one point or another during the tackle point. So maybe on one like that. But I thought most of the rest of the ones were all pretty legit. I agree. Christopher Corona says, I knew you were a CIA asset. I've been just laying in the weeds, Christopher. Laying in the weeds. Fermenting something. He says, Motion Picture presents Ass Football, brought to you by the Niners organization. Fernie says, just so many back-breaking penalties, I kind of feel for them. It was brutal. I mean, it's Fernie, it is tough. I think some of this is the price of admission. I think like you get the PIs in the secondary that happen. I mean, they got away with one of the blatant PIs on DK early in the game where DK got obliterated by a linebacker as the throw's coming to him and no call. And that's a little bit of, to me, the Jets and how they play so physically in their secondary, that's a bit what you're going to get playing that physical as a secondary. That's what you should come to expect, that you're going to get some of those flags if you're going to play in that way. It's not surprising necessarily. But you're right. They were backbreaking and they were tough times as far as the timing of the calls of those penalties. They were brutal. But I do feel like they were all pretty valid in the calls. Jordan says that's easily the worst special teams performance the last 20 years. It might be in the organization's history. Somebody's going to be able to maybe find something that's worse this week looking at it in retrospect, but I don't know what you could pull to. That's 3 fumbles. You allow a kick return on the other side and a block kick, and you allowed good return yardage on the kick return game. Tommy says John might take the Boise State back over an offensive lineman. No joke. He might. If he was available to him. I do think that Ginty is going to go top 10. So he's going to be out of the range of us being able to select him. But certainly would fit the type with John to do that. Wu-Tang says, damn, still cooking. Hats off to you, man. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate you. Megan says, training camp adjacent, B? Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Might have run into him in some other place. John's a good man. Amaze says we should call Corin Robinson and see if he can still punt, kick, return at this rate. I wonder what Leon Washington's doing these days. Amen, man. Give me hell, call Hester, you know. I bet Hester could still do it. Brandon Jones says, yeah, I haven't seen a special teams performance like that in a while, maybe ever. I think it's the worst. I can't remember a game of being that bad. You've had some bad moments in games. You might have had a couple of returns. You might have a couple bad, but that is about as bad as it gets. Gibson says, no way I'd give $45 million to Geno. He is too inconsistent. Fair enough. Mr. Dogs and Geno has never won a playoff game, but for $40 million a year, crazy. Yeah, to me, it's less than getting caught. I think sometimes fans will get caught up on the 40 average per year. It really comes down to, can you, in my opinion on Geno, can I keep him to the first 2 years of the contract where I kept him on this last deal, which is the first year of the contract was 4%, 10%. He's averaged, what, about 7% or so as far as his actual cap hit over the last 2 years. If I can get Geno on the next first 2 years of a new deal at 7% of the cap on average the first 2 years of the deal, if I can have him averaging as the 17th highest paid quarterback in the sport, which is where he's been the past 2 years, is that a worthwhile deal for me with Geno? For me, it probably would be so. But I think to get caught up too much in the dollar amount is going to send you off, because the thing with the cap is to remember every year it's increasing. So a $40 million of money this year versus $40 million of 3 years ago is not the same territory. It's about the cap hit. It's about the cap hit per year. And let's wait till the end of the season and find out where really the negotiations are. Let's find out where the team is really at with Geno. As we can have a lot of conjecture on this, but look, Geno signed a very team-friendly deal before. Maybe he'll do it again. But I think that's the high end we're talking to when we talk $45 million per year. That's up at the high end part of it. I don't think he's getting past that. And again, if I think you keep it about 7% on average through the first 2 years of the deal, I don't think that that's a bad contract for Geno at that point. Dune Moose says D. Williams is an NFL returner, is the CCTV version of America's Worst Criminals. He'd snatch a piece of merchandise and drop it running out the door before tripping on the curb and knocking himself out before the police arrive. Right, Dune? Let's add that part too. Nacho says 100% agreed the flags were good calls, but they saved us and they shouldn't have had to. The offense was very slow. Offense should have done more on the day. You're right, Nacho. They put too much on the defense's back probably the past 2 weeks to kind of carry them to these wins. And the offense is going to need to do more if we want to make any kind of noise in the playoffs. Jordan says Shane's biggest problem is his route tree is limited. That's one of those spots. Yeah. I will say, I think pre-snap motion, using a running game that can get to the edges, attacking the middle of the football field. I think there's a couple things with Waldron that I could kind of pick at that I think is valid. 12th Nor Chad, hey B, would it be fair to say Ben Johnson is one of the top OCs in the NFL? Yeah. I think he's probably one of your, if not your number one guy, probably your number one offensive coordinator in the league and his standing and where he sits. If not number one, probably top two, top three. Casey James says, could Leonard Williams get a half yard though? Well, I mean, we do have a guy in Byron Murphy that played some fullback in college from time to time, and he's a former running back convert. I'm just saying, who's gonna tackle Leonard or Byron Murphy coming downhill from the fullback position? I ain't getting in front of that train. Flag Sabbath says these long streams are just MK Ultra experiments. I've got CIA agents off screen this whole time. They're just staring at me and they're making notes the whole stream. It's kind of, this was disconcerting at first to look at them, but now you just get used to them. They're sort of background, but they're jotting notes the whole time. Flag. I don't know what they're writing. CJ said, let's call up Devin Hester. He'd get it done than what we have now. I bet he would. I bet Hester off his couch is better than what we're getting from D. Williams. DVN says, no way in December 2024, MNFers are still defending Waldron. Yeah, that one's catching me off guard too. He's gotten some love a couple times in this stream. It ain't just one person. We've got a couple people that giving him some love. Beaver Seahawks, it's probably because Brendan Nelson keeps saying Waldron wasn't that bad. I don't know on that one. Brian E., you have yourself a great night, man. Go Hawks. We got to get that. Let's beat AZ next week, man. Thanks for hanging in there with me through the stream tonight. Kieran, did anyone else notice Woolen getting yelled at during that 3rd and 25? The Jets almost converted. Something is up with Reek. Yeah, effort, willingness to tackle, intensity, tenaciousness. Parts that I myself have talked about a couple of times, Kieran, with him as far as my really worry with Freak as it stands. He brings some really good things to the table on the football field. There's no denying that. But the tackling and that part being missing in his game is something that also shows up at times on a weekly basis. And when you're talking about now having to get him out of that rookie contract and pay him money, it gets a little bit tougher to go with. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Jamal Adams signed with the Lions? Odd deal there, right, Taker? Kind of an odd deal. And I don't know what the Lions are exactly doing that. It could be just a flyer and they're taking a chance on the guy. And it could be that maybe they're not thinking their guy's going to be back. Their pals, Richard Hutchinson. And I know Zadarius Smith, the guy that they traded for, has been dealing with some injuries. And maybe they're going to bring him up and have him blitz a lot and try to use him in that way. But I don't know if they've got a real plan there for him necessarily. Yeah, Nicholas, he got fired for a reason. 12th North Chat, I've been a Geno supporter throughout, but his boneheaded plays in the red zone does not support for a Lombardi. Very well may not. Very well may not, man. Definitely could play a lot better in the red zone, and something is both with Grubb and Geno just kind of collapses a little bit as they do get down there in the red zone for whatever reason. Swedish Shinobi, I had to step out for a walk prior to halftime. My blood pressure was cresting. Yeah, mine too. Mine too. Scooby Stacks. No, you're right, B. That's probably the worst special teams day I've seen in 40 years of football, laughing out loud. It was brutal, man. You got to that by the Laviska Shenault fumble, you went, what in the name of God is going on here? What is going on here? I feel like D has got he has a virus of unable to catch it, and he's coughed on Laviska, and now Laviska's starting to suffer. Like we should have gotten rid of D, but now he's starting to, and if we don't cut this cancer off, what is the thing that they do with the polyps when they do the proctology exam? They snip the polyps. We need to snip this polyp. Braden Larson, what I wouldn't give to have the Steelers Seahawks Super Bowl, not only a rematch, but with the Russ factor. Oh, it'd be chef's kiss as far as the storylines. It'd be so fun. Kieran says Russ is 36 and he feels like 26. Ha. Good game today, Russ, I guess. Hey, 400 yards. Vintage Russ performance. Let's go, man. Let's go. Find him back his footing out there. Amaze. Unfortunately, that's the market for quarterbacks now. Again, what other options are out there? Not a whole lot, unless we go with how it's going to be Geno on a new contract next season. Yeah. And I get the numbers I get. Let's go to more contract hit. We know with quarterbacks, when we get them up into the 15% hit on average, right? When they get that mark, we know with quarterbacks, that's a death knell for teams to be able to compete. They're taking up too much money. You have to offload other parts of your roster to then get the team right. It doesn't work. But if you have a guy who's at 7%, if you have him half of that 15% down, can you go do it there? That's a bit of the question at hand, I think. Jordan says there was a chart where DJ Moore only had 3 routes ran all year that were different. Yikes. That sounds like Waldron. That does sound like Waldron. Swedish is okay. I want to see the wishbone formation with Big Cap, Murphy, and K9. Who says no, Swedish? Who says no? I think everybody would want to see that, man. Let's go. Tommy says, I know we don't want to judge coaches until the end of the season, but continuing to run D. Williams out there when you've got so many other options is kind of a fireable offense. Harbaughs are stubborn. They are at that, man. They are not folks of change. They will stay on that route. And look, I don't want to see D. Williams anymore either, Tommy. I said after week 1, get this man out of here. I could see it there. I've seen enough punt returners in my time to see a guy that's scared to field a punt. And when I see my punt returner basically trembling before the ball is about to arrive in his hands, that's going to make me real nervous. And I'm holding my breath every single time the opposing team punts to D. Williams right now. And I can't help but think that's got to be a general feeling that you're getting as far as Harbaugh goes, and that you start to maybe at one point or another look to a different option. Dune Moose says, Reek's on-field intensity is that of a clerk at a comic book store. Too laid back. Love yelling at him was good. Hopefully Reek's edge sharpens by way of his defensive peers. Now, hopefully they're holding him account in that way. I love seeing Julian Love get in his face, just like I love seeing Jaron Reed get in the face of Derek Hall earlier this year. You want your players to lead, and they're not going to always lead by being nice and patting the guy on the back. Sometimes a guy needs a pat in the back, a pat in the butt, and sometimes guys need you to get in their face. And Julian Love made the right call in that moment. I think we're going to go look and watch that all-22 tape, Dune, and we're going to say, wow, I see what Julian Love got mad about. I'm looking at Tariq effort on that play, and I'm going, that's not good enough. Not good enough. Flag Sabbath says Brian Schneider is better than Jay Harbaugh. Not good. No, not good. And meanwhile, you let Larry Izzo go, Flag. You let Larry Izzo go. You had the answer already in-house. You didn't need to go reinvent the wheel. You didn't need to go take a flyer on a college guy who had never done it at the pro level with a last name. You could have just stuck with the guy who was doing it right, doing it true, who knew your personnel, understands Myers, understands Dixon. And if Larry Izzo is still out there, I don't know if he is, but if he is out there offseason, go and get him. CJ Kurtzman, Brandon, drafted quarterback in the first round, not to start, but sit and learn for 2 seasons. Unfortunately, the way that this draft sets up from my perspective on this, CJ, is it just doesn't set the table for you to go draft a guy in the first round. The 2 guys that I have technically second round grades on are Ward and Shedeur Sanders, and those guys are going to go in the top 10 to top 12 picks, if not higher. The guys that then drop behind them, it's more of a collection of 3rd and 4th round guys, CJ. So if you're taking a 3rd or 4th round guy in the first round, I can't sign off to that if you're having your drafts being driven by a value-based model, not a need-based model. That would seem to be more of a need-based model to me. But go to a 3rd or 4th round. There's a collection of guys in there. I was showing this earlier. Here's my big board, kind of to give you an example of this and a representation of this a little bit. Where, that's not it. That's my, those are my draft notes. But here you go. So here's a little bit of an example of what I'm talking about. Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward, I have a 2nd round grade. They're going in the 1st round. And then with a Jalen Milroe and a Garrett Nussmeier, those are middle 3rd round grades to late 3rd round grades. And then you got a bunch of collection of guys in the 4th round. Quinn Ewers, Carson Beck, Riley Leonard, Dylan Gabriel, Caden Salter, all in that 4th round. I mean, that's probably more of the money spot to go pick one of those guys and go with that. Flag Sabbath says Izzo has struggled this year too. Oh, okay. Well, it's a new world with these kickoff return things, I guess. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. I appreciate you for that. He says it's all fun and games until the D virus gets into the wide receiver locker room. Oh, God. And then we've got a pandemic on our hand. We have a wide receiver pandemic of dropsies. You don't want the dropsies. They will kill an offense where it stands, Jordan. That D virus, man. That D virus, it will infect all if you don't get it out the building in quick. Look what it did to Laviska today. By the second half, he could barely stand up. Swedish says, Big Cat can return punts and kicks. Let's go. Reverse the virus. The only way to do it is by the Big Cat. Big Cats are naturally immune, and they've got that ability to fight it off better. Tommy says, sheesh, Nwosu coming back soon. Can't wait. D-line is going to look good. One of the parts that you could very feasibly be saying at the end of this year, Tommy, as you get down to the wire on this, to your point on one of the really good parts of this, is that you are at your healthiest potentially as you get to the end of the year, especially once Nwosu comes back into the frame. And with Lucas back here rolling, you're at your healthiest as you come to the end of the season. And if I'm not mistaken, today we didn't have any major injuries that we came out on the other side of this. And that could be another big, huge factor on top of playing your best football at the end of the year, is to have a healthy team at the end of the year is part of what can help you when you get into the playoffs. Remembering a couple of years ago with that team that got into the playoffs against the Niners, that had the lead at halftime in that game, your defense was done going into that game. They could not get one stop against that Niner offense because you didn't have a healthy nose tackle. You had a Jonathan Abrams starting for you out the safety position in place of Jamal Adams in that game. So if you can be healthy and you can have at the full strength going into the playoffs to be able to handle that, that would be a big boon to this team. CJ says Julian Love's been having a standout year. He has. Pro Bowl level he's been playing at. Pro Bowl level. And Jordan, thank you again for that donation. I appreciate you on that. Very kind of you, man. Being more Seahawks, Hawks Nest, where can I watch the All-22? You've got to get the NFL Plus package to do it. You can get it on kind of a monthly basis, feed me. But they've got the All-22 shots. You got the sideline views. You got the touchdown views. It's worth it for me, of course, as a content creator. It can be a little bit pricey, I know, for some of you folks out there, but it's worthwhile for me. I'll be right back, folks. One sec. All right, folks. We're going to probably put a little bit of a button on this here. I've crossed 7 hours on the stream. I think we've probably covered this game in pretty good context at this point. Hawks Nest, we all agree that this was probably the worst special teams performance maybe ever, but I think this week's come on man moment belongs to Woolen on 3rd and 26. If it's what we think, it might just very well be that way. It's going to be hard not to give the come on man moment to D. Williams in this one, but might have to give it to Woolen on that play, especially because he didn't get the first down. So you did avoid the worst situation there, but may have to. I'll have to take a look at it. Let's draft Arch Manning. Let's draft him, Mr. Dog. I'm for it. I'm with it. Dune Moose's Holmgren said he learned too late that you draft defense, but buy O-line. Schneider should follow that philosophy. Amen. Find proven O-line and pay them. And you're right about that being the Holmgren lesson he learned, which is the most important lesson, in my opinion, from the Holmgren era. There are different lessons to learn from that Holmgren era, both on the good and the bad side. But one of the sides of it that I think is important that Holmgren himself talked about that you're referencing there is the understanding that he walked into this getting general manager duties, and he tried to build a young offense and an older defense when he walked in. But you're right. When they asked him about what are the ultimate lessons he learned and what we've got to carry, where this is worth its weight in gold to have a coach / general manager who had this realization, is to say, yeah, if I had a chance to do it again, I would have gone young and fast and hungry on defense, and I would have gone a little bit older and more certain on offense. Smart approach. Stoyan, thank you for, it's good to see you. Stoyan says, how good is Archie Manning, and is there a chance for us to get him if he is like his brothers? Stoyan, he's looks like a very good prospect. He's got every bit the arm talent of Eli, who had more arm talent purely than Peyton did. Peyton didn't have bad arm talent, but Eli was a little bit more of that next level with it. But he's got also more mobility than both of those two guys do. There's a lot more pelts he needs to put on the wall at the college level to be able to ensure that he's going to be one of those top level picks. But he's on track to be there, and having the name he has is certainly going to raise him up when it comes time to do that. I don't think that the Mannings are going to let him play out on the West Coast. I certainly don't think that they'd have him play in Seattle in some, what they might consider small market that wouldn't put him on brightest display. Say nothing of playing kind of out in the elements more often than not. I think that they're going to want to have him more to the East Coast, to the South, a Carolina Panther team or something. That'd be more of where I think that they, maybe not Carolina, not with David Tepper, but Jacksonville Jaguars maybe, or something like that. I don't think that if they didn't want Eli in San Diego, I don't think that they're going to want Archie in Seattle. But I don't think we're also going to be picking high enough to get him Stoyan, because he'll probably go 1, 2, 3, something like that. Jordan says this stream made the 6.5-hour drive home from Oregon bearable, laughing out loud. Well, I'm glad to hear it, Jordan. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate you hanging in that whole time. Swedish Nobi, hate to be a downer, but this O-line effing depresses me. Trying to imagine if Geno had more than 0.01 seconds before Titan levels of implosion, or K9 not shedding 17 blocks to get back to the line. It's been bad throughout the year, Swedish Shinobi. It's had some offset moments in this game where you actually created some holes, and you did give Geno some time in the pocket here and there, but it's always back down to sometimes those horrible plays where it just is ugly and implodes right from the jump, like you're saying. And there ain't a lot you're going to be able to do about it this year, I don't think. I think if Grubby had more adjustments to make, he would have made them. This is just something that just should drive that much more of a fundamentalist approach to this offensive line this offseason, to say, we've got to deal with this, deal with it in a major way. We can't short sell it. We can't just take it up to the bare minimum line. We've got to take it far past that mark. Hopefully they do. Tommy says Tevin Jenkins is a free agent from the Bears, although the Bears O-line isn't good. I like him as a player and as a guard, maybe something to look at. Tevin Jenkins is my number 1 guard target right now. Him and Trey Smith would probably be my number 1 and number 2 guys that I would look to target in free agency. He's had a little bit of some injury problems to a tiny degree, nothing major with the Bears. He is a former tackle convert to guard from college, so he's got the mobility and he would fit to the system in that range. He's a left guard pure. You have the need there. You're going to have to give him a good contract. I'd be willing to do it. I think that'd be a hell of a kicking off of free agency if you started with Tevin Jenkins first and foremost. Nacho, what was the Woolen mistake on 3rd down everyone's talking about? Must have missed it. Haha. Spent all day trying to change my cell carrier. There's a 3rd and 26 play. Running back catches it out in space. Nobody's near him. Running back is running, running back is running, running back is running, running back looks like he's going to get the first down. A player is able to barely knock him out of bounds to prevent the first down. Julian Love then proceeds to scream at Tariq Woolen as though Tariq Woolen messed something up on that play. So it would seem that Woolen didn't do what he needed to do to get out there and make the tackle, and Love was letting him know about it, as you almost let them convert a 3rd and 26 on that play, kind of by Tariq Woolen's laziness. Megan B, thank you and the 12s for sharing my birthday with me. Hawks win, Cards, and Niners lose. Pretty good way to spend a day with my best friend. That's you, by the way, B, and my favorite people, the 12s. Well, happy birthday to you too, Megan. Thank you for all of your support of the channel, but I hope it should be a great birthday for you, and it's been a wonderful day. Ugly game, but a wonderful day and a beautiful victory, and hopefully a great birthday for you. And hey, always better too when the two of the teams in the division also lose. In the case of the Niners, they're done. They're off the board. 1 down, 2 to go. 1 down, 2 to go. Like 7 says, Jenkins was nasty in college. He was. He's a mean dude. He brings that mentality to play on the line. And I'll welcome that into the building. He is not the problems that Chicago offensive line probably go to other players. Dune Moose, Hawks Nest, you have an incredible live stream endurance. Good night. Hey, you have a great night, man. I appreciate you. And it's my pleasure, guys. You make it easy to do, and I can just blink my eyes and the time flies right on by. Flies on by. Gibson, I do not dislike Geno. I just see him as a gatekeeper. I would be fine with drafting or developing a quarterback. I'm not sure we can win or make a run with him, and we need to address other issues as well. I have no problem with that outlook, Gibson. There's nothing necessarily with Geno that should be, this is clearly the way that they need to go with it. I think there's a couple of different directions you can go with it. Even as a guy that is a supporter of Geno and a guy that thinks that you put the right guys around him, that can be a guy that raises the trophy. But I understand it's not clean and easy to look at the situation, and that there is some stuff that makes this dirtier and harder to assess, and it's not just clean, easy, and clear like you'd like it to be in these kind of situations when considering the quarterback position. Empower says, WSG, everybody, tune back in for the late night run. Hey, thank you for that, man. And you tripping shorty, you're right. Lumea did not look like a liability. Certainly did not have some of the ugly moments that we're getting from Christian Haynes when he's out there. And there's some good tests up there. Some big tests on that defensive line from that Jets team. They're not an easy peasy run necessarily. B, Leo and Love got 90s PFF grades from this game. Well deserved on their part. That's about what it looked like to my eye test, feed me. So deserved, should have gotten those kind of grades. Good to see that they did. Absolutely good to see that they did. Kevin O'Connell said, hey, you know what would be crazy? Quick slant route to DK Metcalf at the goal line. They tried, man. It's down the goal line with DK is another one of those parts that they just don't have a good plan for on that. Empower Code, thanks for your efforts, B. You are a legend in the Seahawks community. It's because of that and all of us have gotten to navigate and learn more about this amazing game. Well, thank you, Empower Code. You guys make this place run. It ain't me. It's you guys that make this thing go. It is the chat that keeps me going, keeps me thinking, keeps the discussion moving in a direction that we're always kind of going into different areas and not just, hopefully slamming and being redundant in the same old kind of stuff we talk about, that we're able to cover everything on this team. And I'm blessed. I'm lucky to do what I do, man. I got the best job in the world. It's not a job. It ain't work. It ain't a grind. It ain't me trying to fight through. It's something that I really do love to get to do, especially now as I've gone through years in doing this content creation, folks. Since I've started my channel, this team has been in a mediocre state. They haven't been good. Even the year we got to the playoffs that I've been doing this, the 2 times, the Eagles, you got the win in the first year I started doing this, and then you lost the Packers the next week, and then you have us getting the playoffs in, 20, where you had the great start and you just collapsed at the end, and it was a brutal home playoff loss to the Rams at home. So having a team now with some of this upside it's showing, and some of the true blue realized optimism that we should all feel from this team going in the future, just energizes me that much more. Makes me feel that much more better about this. Tommy, any thoughts on Abe Lucas being that franchise right tackle? He had a real strong return in his first appearance. He had a little bit of a backtracking last week, Tommy, where there were some rough moments. I think he got back to being fairly solid in this game. I think that you're certainly going to give him another year, and if he can come back and play through the finish of this season, you don't feel like you have to go make a George Fant-like signing this offseason, an insurance policy signing to deal with that injury. Maybe you go draft a guy to have behind him, or maybe you just roll with Mike Jarrell as his backup in the future. But I think you do feel like he's going to be able to slide in there and at least maintain through this final year of his rookie deal, beyond maybe being a guy you signed to an extension long term. So yeah. Mr. Dog, when's the next live stream here? So we'll be back on Tuesday. I'll be doing the round. I got the NFC West roundtable on Tuesday, and then I'll be back here on Wednesday, of course, for the weekly roundup. I'm going to try to see if I can maybe nail down our Cardinal guy, Mike. I don't know if he's been willing to do it, and see if maybe we can do a little bit of a quick behind enemy line session this week. So I will try to get that set up with Mike if I can pull it off. But that'll be the plan for this week. We'll try to see if maybe we can get another show in here at some point in the next couple of weeks with maybe a surprise guest or two. It's about time for that, I think, if we can pull somebody into the fray. CJ says, do you see a scenario where this team can win a Super Bowl in the next 2 years? A guy can dream, right? Yeah, there's absolutely a scenario that can happen. Absolutely. Team's got a lot of talent, man. And you won that Russell Wilson trade. And part of winning that Russell Wilson trade was setting the base, setting the foundation for a team that can go and win that Super Bowl. You got to finish the deal. You got to finish the final part. You might have to go find the hardest part of the fulfillment here if you have to go find the quarterback with the rest of the team kind of all getting built up around it. But team's done it once before with the Russell Wilson, where you built everything else up around, then you got Russell Wilson in here as the final kind of part. So if you've done it once, why can't you do it again? Scooby says, Lucas had a tough day to save the least. Maybe a little bit of a back into kind of a little bit more to the Cardinals game. So got to give him time with coming back off that injury. And hopefully it's about just him staying healthy and being able to maintain. Tommy says, also with potentially Lockett retiring and a hole in the wide receiver, is there any wide receiver in the draft or free agency that you would like to fill as a wide receiver 3? I wouldn't like to spend money on it, Tommy. I'd more like to take the money from Tyler Lockett and offload it to another place of the team, like the offensive line. I have not looked super deeply at the wide receivers yet in the draft. It tends to be a pretty deep crew. I think if you're looking for a guy that can be kind of a steady number 2 for you, who's not really used a lot, but just kind of can fill into that role, I think you can go find that guy because these drafts do tend to be deep. Maybe they go sign a guy in free agency just to be that steady number 2 guy as the fill-in guy around. It's a possibility, but I don't have any names readily at hand necessarily, and I don't know if they'll have the money to spend the money on a wide receiver. I'd estimate they'd probably draft a guy, and then, you sign DK to the contract extension, you got JSN here, the third guy kind of fits in. Probably draft. Peter Van Gent, canine breaking rate of breaking initial tackle is over 40%. First in the league by far, more than 2 times the league average. Barry Sanders level stuff. Not turning into yards after contact though. Need a line. Amen. Give that guy a line, give that guy a hole, and he can be a dominant player. But he's not being given that. He's not being given that on a consistent basis. Great stat, Peter. Great stat. Breaking 40% of the initial tackles. Yeah, it's part of why I think he's a top 3 rated back by PFF this year, Peter, is he may not have the yards. He may not be prolific in his production, but he's being efficient. He's getting the job done. CJ, Brandon, do you think we have a better offense than the Eagles if we had their O-line? I don't know. They're better at tight end than us. Wide receivers are probably pretty equivalent. Geno, I think, is a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts. Is A.J. Brown better than DK? I mean, depends on who you ask. It's close. Probably too close to make a determination one way or the other on that one, to be honest with you. Power B, what does your sleep schedule look like? Just curious. It's brutal in the season. You guys are going to see the dark circles under my eyes as the year goes along, get deeper and deeper. Tonight, for instance, is going to be an early night for me. So I wrap up the show right now. It's going to be about another 4 or 5 hours to put the post-game stream together. So I won't get to bed till probably about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Atypically on a Sunday game that starts at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm not getting to bed till about 6 or 7 in the morning. The wrap-up videos take a long time to put together. They're very hard, but they're worthwhile because they have so much return that they give. So my Sundays tend to be about a 14, 15-hour work experience day. But again, not bad, not hard. It's an easy job. It's an easy 15 hours, if you can imagine that. Joe Mann says, raise a glass of Charbonnet to the chat. Raise a glass, my man. Tommy, how excited are you about Ernest Jones? Can be the middle linebacker of the future. Love it, man. You have your defense set up in a way to where you can maybe have everything taken care of. You bring back Ernest Jones, you bring back Josh Jobe, you're looking at a defense that really maybe only has one real major need jumping out to you as you had in the offseason being nose tackle. Everything else feels pretty well taken care of. You can get some depth across the board, of course, but it feels pretty well taken care of as it stands. He is fit to this defense perfectly. He's been the answer. He's been the major part of all of this defensive turnaround, sits with him at the head of the stack. Tyrese Knight doing what he's doing from the will. Roy Robertson Harris being a good run defender early downs on the edge. Draymond Jones coming a little bit further off the edge. Kobe Bryant is locking in the safety position, but it's been Ernest Jones, first and foremost, who's been at the head of why this is where you're at. Trippin' Story says, bring back Lockett to a vet minimum right before the Super Bowl win. Let's do it. Let's do it. CJ, whose playing time goes down with Uchenna coming back? Just curious. Everybody's, CJ, is the answer on that. What you're looking to do at that point is you're going to look to take snap counts down probably by about a 15% margin across the board of everybody. Then you just take the 15% cumulatively and you add it to Uchenna's snaps. So Roy Robertson Harris will get a significant amount taken away. Draymond will get a little bit taken away, but then Hall and Mafe as well. You're just looking to as much of pull down the snap counts down to get it into a low balance standpoint where ideally you'd like to be about 35 snaps for all of your edges over the course of the game. So if there's by and large 65 to 70 snaps offensively that you're going to run, if you're at 30 snaps between your four guys or in that range, I think you can make it work. I think it also potentially frees you up to maybe kick a little bit of Draymond inside at times versus having to have him operate solely off of the edge, CJ. You Trippin' Shorty says Mike McDonald, midseason linebacker acquisition merchant. He does, man. He knows what he needs in his defense when he needs it at that linebacker, and he knows specifically what he needs in addition to that. Z-Loader Bravo says, holy crap, Brady, you're still going? Oh, we're just wrapping it up right now, man. Just wrapping it up right now. But I had to get through it all, you know. The best eights, I agree, man. D. Williams should not be on this team anymore. Time to bid him adieu. It's been not very much fun, but it's time to bid him adieu. BB says, are we waiting until the Bears game to rock out the neon? Might be. Might be. And yeah, Ryan, we get Uchenna back this sneak. So the team continues to get stronger. J.O. says, could Lockett take a pay cut, let's say half from one more year? Is that still too much for us or not enough for him? I don't think it makes a lot of sense at this point, J.O. The skill set is diminishing, number one. Again, coming back to it, there's a couple of other problems in place on this. You run a spread offense, you're throwing the ball short. You need your receivers to be dynamic after the catch. Lockett gives you nothing after the catch. Nothing after the catch. He falls down. That could work in different offenses. That could work in the offense when you had Russell and you're throwing down the field and it's a 40-yard pass that he's falling down on the other side of it. It doesn't work in the spread system. The second part of it comes into run blocking. He's not a good run blocker. So you're going to see, yeah, the money would be still too significant with taking a pay cut. You also want to start to bring in J.O., and I love Lockett and all that, but we do not want to get into what I call sentimental deals. This guy's been here for years, and so we want to reward him for being here for years and kind of keep him on as like this kind of mascot guy. I don't want mascots. That's the pathway to not building the strongest team that you can possibly build, especially when you're throwing millions out for nothing. Tyler Lockett's got a bigger cap hit this year than DK Metcalf. He's gotten his 1 year. He's gotten his swan song. He's gotten his golden parachute. We've done right by Tyler Lockett. We've not gotten cold-blooded by him to reach the end of this game. Okay, Tyler, it's been good. You've been a great player. You've hit the end of the line. So if he wants to take more closer to like a vet minimum deal, you want to take $4 or $5 million a year, JO, something like that, maybe into that range, maybe. But even then, man, still not getting any yak, still not getting any run blocking. So now you're paying still pretty good price for a guy that's got deficiencies into his game and kind of the forefront before you get to the good stuff in his game. CJ says, thanks for the stream as always, Hawks Nest. Good night, everyone. Go Hawks, man. Gio crying. I'm sorry, man. I'm not down on that. I've looked at the final numbers and I just don't see, especially understanding this offseason as you're walking into a jail, you got your negative $6 million in the hole as you walk into this thing. You're already imbalanced on the cap as it is, and that means you're going to have to make some cuts to clear some space to deal with the things you need to deal with, specifically like the offensive line. So, but maybe, man, maybe. I'm not the final word on this. You know, maybe they do find some common ground with Tyler on that, and then he can take a little bit of the humble pie on that and go, look, I want to be here, and I understand and all that, and let's go. Alcoholic, good night. You have a good night. Appreciate you for that. Catalyst says, cut D. Williams, cut him. Tommy says, Mike McDonald has done us wonder. The future's bright. It's bright. Very bright. I want to thank the sponsor of the show today. That's going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy sponsoring this show throughout the course of this year, and they've had for a couple years here at the Hawks Nest. They've got a 2-for-1 going on right now. 2 for 1. Got myself a nice $50 bet win on Thanksgiving. Put a couple of nice little dips out there on Thanksgiving. Got it through. You can win some money today. So they're matching 2-1 right now. When you use my code NEST. So use my code or click down in the description section below, and they will use that code and they will match you 2 for 1. So $100 down, $50 back in your pocket. $200, $100 back in your pocket on your initial deposit, all the way up to $2,000 down. They'll put you $1,000 back in your pocket. So money from me to you through the Underdog Fantasy site, and you sponsor the show at the same time. There are limitations that do apply in the state of Washington because of their rules, where you can't always use the Underdog app in full at that point. But if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, which we have many of those, you can use the app in full, use my code, get some money back in your pocket, go out there, take on some other people head to head out there across the nation, across the world. Go win your money. If you've lost in fantasy, you can go and do a weekly fantasy on down the stretch of games here. If you're trying to get a little bit of pride back because you've lost in your fantasy leagues, do it there. I like the I like the over under stuff where you're looking at the over yardage, under yardage, touchdown yardage. I like kind of picking through that myself. But go win your money, yourself some money today. Go head to head, variety of different things, basketball, football, every sport's on in there. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show today. As well, just a couple quick other notes on it. You can click down in the bottom of this description section below for a quick wrap-up of this game over at the Bleacher Report. I'd appreciate everybody, if you can, to go check that Bleacher Report show out. It's a cool gig for me to go do. It's really big for the channel, and I want to keep doing it in the future, and I can do that if you guys go watch that show. So thank you to Bleacher Report for having me on. Also, last note, we got the Hawks Nest Clips channel up and running. Dropped the video over there 2 days ago. Got well over 10,000 views. These are just clips mainly that come from our live stream shows. I add a little bit of extra flavor into those videos when I upload them usually, but do get subbed up over to the Hawks Nest Clips channel, as that's a place that I funnel all of the live stream content into kind of clip form as much as I can over to that side of it, and we'll continue to grow that both during the season and into the off season. You guys have been wonderful as ever on this chat. I couldn't ask for a better community. I couldn't have been gifted a better community. The level of respect, even when we have a disagreement, it stays pretty respectful in this chat, which is a tough thing to do in football when the emotions run so high and when there is so many feelings about the teams from given standpoints, and people feel it in their hearts. They feel it with a great passion. We all are in that place. We all want to see the same thing from the team. And I appreciate that we're able to keep things respectful. We're able to make this fun and able to keep it lighthearted as we can, despite the fact we are diehard fans and we want to see this team win more than almost anything in life. That much is absolutely true. I know that about you guys, and I know that about myself too. So you guys are amazing, man. Every time I go live, you're amazing. The support is absolutely second to none. There is nobody out there bang for buck wise, I would say, in the YouTube sphere, not just on football content, but the YouTube sphere that gets the sort of bang for buck support that I get from you guys who have been here for years, having my back, showing that support, showing that love. You guys do way more than I could ever ask for, and it's never enough from my standpoint to just say thank you guys. It's more than just a thank you. You're letting me chase my dream. You're letting me to do what's the funnest job in the world to go do. And I am going to be a kid in the candy store both now and going on to the future being able to do this. So thank you for all you guys bring on that side of it. Much love out to you guys. We're up at the top of the division. We got that hold just a little bit more firmer in our grip. Do we got business to take care of the rest of the season? You better believe it. Are there some of you out there that said, no, I've seen enough of this team to know they can't make any noise in the playoffs? And I say to you of little faith, you ain't going to think like that. You're going to dream big. You're going to dream big. Who's to say why not us? Russell said it once 12 years ago. Why not us? Why not us? I continue to say it over the past couple of weeks. Okay, so the season's been a little sloppy. Okay, so this was an ugly-ass game that was at times you had to avert your eyes. You had to look away. But when you looked back, you saw a team still fighting. You saw resiliency in their heart, as has been there since day one on this football team. And that should endear you to this team. That should have you sign up for this team. That should have you hopeful for this team. I get that there's been some ugly marks. I get that it hasn't always been pretty. It ain't a lion season where you're just out there boat racing everybody every single week. But you're in first place in what has been, without a doubt, one of the toughest divisions in football over the past 10 years. You've put 4 teams in the Super Bowl over that past 10-year period. That's impressive. It's a tough division. It ain't easy to get through even in somewhat of a down year like this. So continue to dream big. Continue to look at your sights and say, what could we possibly be this year? Can we be at our best at the end of the season? Can we be at our healthiest at the end of the season? Can we get this division grabbed, held onto, and firmly in our control, even going into that final game of the season against the Rams to where it might not even matter? We'll see. Just part of the fun of this sport and to see how it all play out. One thing is for sure, nobody knows what the hell is going to happen in this NFL season. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. I ask you to hit that like button. Please sub up like my man John Schmedding just did. Thank you, John, for subbing on up to the channel and all of the new subscribers today that joined the Hawks Nest. It is really much appreciated as we are marching hard and firmly to that 20,000 mark, and we are almost there. So thank you guys for all you're doing to help me get to that spot. Back soon. But until that time, I shouldn't have to remind you with a first place Seahawks, but you know I'm going to do it anyway. You know I'm going to do it anyway. Don't you ever forget. Don't you do it. Not even when you got questions about this team. Not even after an ugly win. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.